talk or argue about what Shepard said past the 3rd or 5th grade, something's wrong with you. Something's wrong with you. Am I the only one that knows that like this guy didn't know that Shepard was being sarcastic?
No, he should have known that. But Chef definitely has a way of being sarcastic and serious at the same time, right? Like we just had a conversation about calling these people teachers, right? And then Chef he didn't take offense, but he took the side of the argument, which would have said that they actually can be called teachers, right? And then the next day, when we woke up and tried to call them retarded, right? He wouldn't actually disagree with them, but now that you actually can see it in real time, right? They got to be retarded, bro.
No, in both situations, logic. Come on, in both situations, that was a reductio, right? He's saying like by these calibers, if we saying like this, if he's stepping in your shoes, like he's saying like if they did this for this many years, they did this, they did this, they did that, right? They are teaching. They teaching the community. I mean, whether it's bullshit or not, that's another thing. But like Reggie and them been doing this shit for 40 years. So on the Black Egypt subject matter, right? When it comes to taking the Egypt back from the white man and all of that, yeah, they the teachers. They the ones gonna show you how to do it right. They not these new niggas. They the ones, the old school niggas. She got the Diots in them the teachers. That's what he's saying.
Okay, so they can. Hold on. Let me. I don't think that you're wrong. There might be a little bit of a medium here. Could they be teachers and retarded at the same time?
Absolutely. I mean, like,
okay. Now I'm with you.
Yeah, so like Alex Jones is wild as fuck, but like he teaching like as far as that. If you want to know like the origins of the QAnon and all the ins and outs and whoopty, like you ain't gonna go to this wild ass nigga off to the side. Like you would go to the Master T. You would go to Alex Jones. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you listen to the brother of the QAnon? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you? Right. Why would you?
If you want to learn about Hebrew Israelites, you go to General Yohana.
Yeah,
you feel me?
You ain't gonna come listen to me tell you about what I think about the Hebrew Israelites, right? If you wanted to learn about the Hebrew Israelites, you would go to General Yohana. He could teach you that.
Is this live?
No.
Seth, let me ask you a question. Why went that unk like that? You know, sir.
They
no.
I went on his show earlier that day, right? And they made some statements and he was playing with the video, like what he was doing to his audience. I snapped.
It's a shame.
I said this is like, come on, bro. That is insane what you're doing over here. You know what I mean? Like everybody is racist. Everybody is. Like, no, bro. Come on, yo. Like, shut the fuck up.
But we know that in double speak. We know that Unk double speak. Because Unk was pushing Black Egypt, then all of a sudden Egypt became an African society. Then all of a sudden there's a line when he's speaking. He's still saying Black Egypt, but he's not saying Black Egypt. And he's double speaking. I understand where you're coming from. But now I see that you draw lines in the sand now. Is it that we're going full attack or we're allowing people to continue them bullshit? Because we have to go after Reggie then and call him out for idiocracy and him stupidity.
Reggie is consistent. For me, Reggie is, you can deal with Reggie. Reggie is saying the same thing as Dr. Ben and them. It's no problem. You know what I mean? That's fine. You're going to have people that's Black. Well, Uncle's doing that shit is dangerous.
You call him,
something is. I don't know if he know what he's doing. I don't know if he understand what he's doing. I don't know. Like
last night you called him a hypocrite. Last night you called him a hypocrite, and that you never use the word hypocrite.
But I don't even know if he a hypocrite, because you know how what if a person don't know what they doing? Like, it's a lot of shit. Well, like I said, this nigga can argue with you and he don't even know what sub-Saharan Africa actually is. But he will argue it. Then you'll find out 3 weeks later that he don't know what sub-Saharan Africa is. Like, this nigga can't point out 2 African countries on a blank map. He couldn't do it. You feel me? Like, the nigga don't know like basic shit. He didn't know that colored and black people are 2 different things. He thought that all people of color was black. The nigga said that and then argued with me and Sosa and had to look the shit up. Like, we like, bro, like, are you, like, you might be fucking slow. Like, no, but everybody is arguing and getting mad with a slow motherfucker. A motherfucker who just started reading when they became a New Wapian. Like, he's missing so much general information. He ain't pay attention in school. You know what I mean? You know how a nigga just becomes smart overnight? He that type nigga. Like,
no, but
your homeboy who never read nothing, went to jail, read 1 book, and now he's an intellectual. And you find so many holes in his game because, nigga, you don't have a basic education. You don't give a nigga with no basic education, no anthropology books. He don't have nothing to base that shit on. He's just regurgitating. And then when you hit him with something, just think about it. Most of us can figure out what an anthropologist in them is saying because of our general education, right? Mm-hmm. We can he can't do that shit. It's even what they say verbatim. He can't make correlations, you know what I mean, with other things to make it make sense to him. Like, he's stupid.
Retarded.
He's stupid. Bro, I realize no other way to say that shit.
I appreciate y'all getting here, bro. Y'all always get where I've been at for real. You know, when I realized that he didn't know what we was talking about, I realized that back at the Mediterranean conversation, Chef. You don't remember when we did the show, bro. And him and Haskell and them, they was laughing their asses off. They was like, no, it's the Levantine Sea. It's not the Mediterranean Sea. It's the Levantine Sea. You
That's
don't remember
the Mediterranean, you asshole.
Right. And I couldn't believe. See, I was in disbelief for like a few hours of that. But after a while, I realized it was like, no, they wasn't bullshit. Because you remember, I was like, man, I don't know. I can't tell if they bullshitting or if they for real. You know what I'm saying?
But back to what Sheffrin said. Because they didn't understand how many cultures are connected to the Mediterranean, both European and Africans and Asians, right? They didn't understand how vast.
They didn't know that. Yeah.
They didn't know that. So when you said Mediterranean, they're thinking primarily of Greece. They didn't know that half of Europe connected to the Mediterranean. Well, half of Europe that actually historically we know much about is connected to the Mediterranean, and also parts of Africa, North Africa. So when you said Mediterranean, they didn't understand that although Egypt is in Africa, it is also connected to the Mediterranean. They couldn't see it because they don't do history. 2 things what I do. I'm a stickler. When Pastor beat the shit out of Reggie, And I told Reggie that he got his teeth kicked out and he never liked it. One thing I understood what Pastor did is that he found one point and he nailed Reggie to the ground on that. He did not allow him to move the argument somewhere else until that point was clarified. And Reggie couldn't win that point and he moved on to another point. That's how I do my thing. When you catch Unc and you're trying to nail him to one point, he has a way of introducing something else to sideline that point that you brought up because he realized that he can't win. So there's no clarification in any argument with him because he continuously moves around. So
it's not Uncle sit there and be quiet, right? When you get him, he'll be quiet for a minute, right? But it's the panelists that do that. The panelists come in and say, well, what about the Polynesians? You know, some guy on the panel, you know, Gullah or something. Well, yeah, because, you know, he didn't come with all this old wild ass nuance, and then now we got to argue that point. You see what I'm saying? It's like, no, we got to stay here. We got to stay right here. That's why that's where the term spray paint came from, Stupid. You got to spray paint the tree. Yeah. You got to spray paint the tree with that nigga, man. He'll run off on you. And it's the audience members, it's the panelists, it's the other panelists that see they're superstar, right? They see like, hold on, he caught up right there. Let me do this. Let me throw this in there.
Mm-hmm. Let me help him. Let me let him get back on his feet.
Yeah. Well, what about the Polynesians, Chef? You know what I'm saying? Like when a nigga do that, when a nigga say, well, what about the Polynesians? You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. Cut this shit.
Bella is bad for any panel.
Yeah, that's why when
he will say the most remote shit out of like it just be like, bro, you just fucked everything up.
Yeah, that's why I called it Jesus the time, and that he rose Lazarus from the dead. Because when I saw you do it, I said, holy shit, and put a battery. This dude was flattering. He was almost dead. And here comes Jesus, rising Lazarus. And then he got a strength. When you went on that show, you gave him such a strength that no, I don't know if a normal steak can crucify this Dracula. Or holy water can work again. Or garlic can work again. You fucking turn him into a day walker. This dude walking on in his day now.
He's a day walker. He's a damn day walker. Stephen and turn him into a day walker. He done gave him some human blood.
Yeah. No,
he gave this nigga some human blood.
He said he done turned him into a day walker.
Yeah, Sheffrin turned him into a fucking day walker. After Sheffrin, so I dare anybody. After I came
went down into the lichens den. He went down to the lichens den and gave him blood.
Yeah. After Sheffrin charge him back, him come back with such vim, vigor, and veracity that nobody can talk to him. Sheffrin make him relevant again. Fuck you, Sheffrin. What, vigor?
It's like nigga.
You know my face.
Like he Vidal, like he Castro or somebody.
Yeah, mama. Yeah.
Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, my face roll for real. Sheffrin charging back. When I saw it today, I came on the show the next day and I said it, and everybody laughed because I saw it. I saw defeat, and Chef said, "My good child, arise and walk." And that fucker been running since. Running since.
I'm telling you, man, them niggas ain't. Reggie, for me,
easy work.
Reggie is intelligent, like, but he got like a Rain Man syndrome, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you know, Rain Man was intelligent, but he couldn't do basic shit.
He couldn't function in society.
Yeah, he couldn't. But Reggie kind of off, yo, like nigga, you can't, like, so, yeah, you I guarantee you, any task that we give to Reggie, I guarantee you he can complete that shit, yo. He that type nigga. You know what I mean? Like, if you need somebody to go learn the metal, like if you give everybody a task, Reggie will complete his shit. You know what I mean? With flying fucking colors. If you be like, Reggie, yo, we need you to go get a degree in such and such, Reggie can go do that shit. You know what I mean? Now, whether he can apply that shit,
different ball game.
Different ball game. But can he complete tasks? Yes, he can. You feel me?
Somebody said it the other day. They was like, yo, if he goes to a restaurant and complain, like whatever, he gonna get you like, you know, lifetime, you know what I'm saying, certificate and all of that. Like Reggie gonna call to the international people. He gonna email them. Like he gonna put it through the court system all over like a complaint, like his steak was wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like he that type of nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like that's who Reggie is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Serious nigga. You feel? So Reggie's supposed to be on the team. Don't get me wrong. Like you need that type nigga on the team. Because if you need a credential, the nigga got Dr. Benner's own street. He's a serious nigga. You feel me? Like, yo, the nigga tried to get her wives banned from the motherfucking museum. Like, yo, he really, bruh, he started the petition. He knew who to, you know what I mean, where to draft it from. The nigga know all. That's why your wife, you know what I mean, is accomplished. She seen it probably early on when they was young. Like, yo, this a, you know what I mean? When he was young, this nigga can get some shit done. You know what I mean? In college,
let me tell you my feeling. He's a great pusher. He's not a great driver. If you need a pusher, in every relationship you have a pusher and you have a driver. Look at your relationship and see who is the pusher or who's the driver.
So yo, I guarantee you, after a while, his wife, whatever she was enamored by him being able to, you know, be in college and get degrees. When it was time to make money and shit, she's saying that, oh, he can't do that part.
You feel me?
Like handling this business as a man, you feel me, and being he can't do that part. But when you young, you can see a motherfucker have all of the potential, but he just can't put it all together to be, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? That's it. And you can see his son, like, he got good genes. His son got
a mixture.
Got a mixture, him and the mother. So look what he able to produce. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean, Reggie.
Reggie's is a necessary component. You need pushers and you need drivers. With Reggie behind you, if Reggie had 10 children, they would be very accomplished because he would tell them which direction to go and how to do it. But then to utilize it, a total different thing. He's a good pusher. And there's nothing wrong with being a pusher. But sometimes society needs drivers instead of pushers. Or some people like traditional roles when it comes to the final thing. That listen, I don't want, I'm here now, it's your time. And them say, but I don't want to do it. That's why I allowed you to do it and I encouraged you to do it and I facilitated you doing it so I wouldn't have to do it. But women don't like pushers when they accomplish. They like pushers when they don't have anything. We see it in Jamaica all the time. Men get behind women and the normal guy who works a stupid job in the supermarket will find a little girl and then we tell her, say, you're bright, let's go to school. And then we make the sacrifices that she go teachers college and she get the degree and then she get the second degree and then she turn the principal and then she look around and say, I can't deal with a guy who works at the supermarket. Not acknowledging that she's where she is because of the guy who works at the supermarket. And a lot of people turn around and say, that guy's a silly guy because he should have been doing all of what he was doing for her, for himself, not recognizing that that wasn't his strength. His strength was his strength. Reggie's strength was being the pusher, not being the driver. Right? But you're right. It's a good dude to have in your corner because you can set him to task. And that's what Senator did to him. Used him as a resource, but not as an equal. Because pushers are never seen as equals. Drivers are seen as equals. Right? When we watch inside the NBA and Chuck say many of these players are bus riders, they're not bus drivers. But
and Reggie is sad because like yo, he be taking the back seat to Nigga, you smarter than Why the fuck is you sitting here letting him boy you? Is a motherfucking functioning retard. Like, are you fucking serious? Like, yo, this community is insane, yo.
No, but the functional retards are the one who are in the community that we know. Let's go through all of them. Every single one of them. Would they want to be Tazariak? Anybody who believe what Tazariak believe, Captain believe, has to be a retard.
I don't know, Tazariak kind of smart.
No, I'm smart, but when you look at the core belief, when a black man look at you and tell you that those people in Scotland and the King James was black, is that anybody who is logical?
Your religion can always have you believe in stuff, or espousing stuff that's not. You dig what I'm saying? That doesn't mean you're not intelligent. Like, we can see the man's intelligence, right?
Smart.
Yeah, but your religion does not separate you. Having religious beliefs does not separate you from intelligence. It doesn't. You know what I mean? We know plenty of intelligent people, super intelligent people that was religious. So we can't use that, you know what I mean? And most of the time, you know what I mean? So
you're right. Karl Marx said religion is the opioid of the masses. So religion is like a drug. And you can become addicted to it. Smart people get addicted to drugs. You're right. You're right. When Marx said that, religion is the opioid of the masses. If you want to, it's like sports. It's like this fanatic thing with it.
Exactly.
After a while, your environment, it clouds your judgment when it comes to your actual living environment, where it becomes a major issue. But last night, let me go back to last night. I don't think he'll ever watch that show. People will tell him about it and tell him snippets about it. But I don't think he'll ever watch it. Because it was attack after attack after attack after attack. Explained, you went out, you break it down, you stretch it out and show plain sight, easy to follow, concise, and then you attack. You didn't have any middle ground last night, trust me.
That nigga was rambling nonsense.
I knew Haskell was coming in here to start some shit. What up, Haskell?
What's up, man? What the hell you doing? Giving this nigga credit, man. Nigga wasn't talking about nothing.
Carpet bombed them niggas. Do you think Reed Haskell?
I think he read, but he definitely read, but
Jesus Christ,
his comprehension
ain't shit.
All right, so when you read, what happens? Your vocabulary grows, right? Your word recognition grows. Like, you can tell a person who reads by it's multiple different things that shows that a person read. He don't exhibit
the confluence conversation, though. The confluence conversation. When you brought it up last night, that this dude spent hours on the word confluence. Didn't know that it can be more than two rivers coming together. It can be ideas coming together. It can be people coming together to form a confluence, to come together to become one. You never know that. And when it went into the whole confluence diatribe last night, I said, oh, shit. Oh, shit.
It's so many different things that shows that. And look, I could have did it way worse. This nigga is in a book that he didn't read. That the place named Kemet, he actually wrote a piece, or somebody wrote a piece for him that's in that book, and Unc didn't read it. When we got the argument with Wu-Jai and them, the nigga admitted he never read the motherfucking book, and he's in it. He didn't even know Asar and them's argument.
Hey, you know what though? When I be looking at like certain books that be like 400, 500 pages, I be wondering how like somebody like Unc would read a book like that. Like I imagine it would take like a year or a couple years for him to read, especially like even like Chancellor Williams' book, right? Mm-hmm. Chancellor Williams' book, I think that shit like 400 pages or something like that. And then they're not using no regular language a lot of the time. Like it's words that he struggles with. So like I know like a book like that's gonna take him like a couple years, like because he probably be reading with his finger and shit.
No, and then, like, but Askel, when I read those kind of book, I can't read them without a notepad, you know. If I read a scholarly book, you know, I have a notepad and a pen beside me because you have to jot down the ideas. The book is so large and the explanations so complex in some cases that you have to have a notepad beside you to jot down the idea. So sometimes when you read chapter 4 or chapter 5, you realize that this related to something that you were saying in chapter 1, and you have to go back to chapter 1 and then compare the two and say, does that correlate with that? Am I understanding what he's saying? And then you have to then say, oh, let me put a pause in this. Who else did make reference about this? Who else wrote about this? And you find that other book and start reading that other book. Certain scholarly books you cannot read by themselves because you're not smart enough. You never go to college. You never study this thing. So now you have to be literally teaching yourself. Some book you have to have 2 other books to understand the book that you want to read.
No, listen. If the nigga never read a book that he's actually featured in, y'all get that? Nigga, he was in a clique with Smashing them. He sold me one of Smash books, and the nigga never read it himself. The nigga got Sean in them, but so if you're not even reading the niggas that you roll with fucking books, you feel me? You mean to tell me that you reading other? Ain't no way in the world, bro. Ain't no way in the world. Like, yo, we gotta stop.
I used to laugh when him show the books. Like, I have this book, I have that book. And you look at the book and you say, but that book look brand new. That book look like if you open the center page, it's still got.
Look, I got the arguing with Smash.
Mine has been broken.
Hold on. So I gets the arguing with Smash back in the pseudo killer days, right? So Unc calls me up and like, yo, what's your contention? I'm like, yo, in his book, this nigga said this about the Harrington people. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. I'm like, man, what are you talking about? I'm like, yo, in the book, his book, such and such and such and such. I'm like, yo, I ain't read that shit. I'm like, bro, are you serious? I'm like, are you fucking serious? And this shit, hold on, but this shit happened time after time, yo. Time after time. So
when you look,
it's like, yo, bro, you don't read, yo. You ain't gonna convince me. You feel me?
But the book's spine not broken.
How long I've been saying that Aunt can't read?
I'm saying the nigga don't read. You feel me?
No. But there's a difference. All right, because you could have the ability to read and you just choose not to. I'm saying Aunt cannot read.
And comprehension can't qualify it as reading.
Yeah, I think 2 things is going on. I think he's not a good reader and he don't read. You know what I mean? Because if he read more, his shit'll go up. But he don't. Like, it's that nigga act like he read Darwin. No, the fuck he don't. He ain't read no motherfucking Darwin. You ain't gonna convince me. If you ain't read Wu-Jai shit, you feel me? And you roll with that nigga every fuck. Yo, when Timo, I can go all the way back to when Timo Cyrus claimed Wuja book was plagiarized. You dig what I'm saying? Unc ain't know what the fuck they was talking about.
Yeah,
because he never read Wuja book.
That was a funny era. And then they went in James P. Allen book, dog. The nigga literally copied and pasted damn near the whole shit.
Unc ain't never read James P. Allen. He ain't never read motherfucking Wuja. The nigga don't fucking read, Joe. This is the biggest fucking scam in the conscious community. That Unc reads. He don't. He's lying. Like he gets to go around talking about, I got the books, man. You know what I mean? I paid $800 for this book. Man, shut the fuck up. You ain't read that shit. This nigga got a whole excavation, a whole book about the excavation of a site, and the shit was like $800. Like, why would you read that, nigga? You wouldn't know what the fuck that's talking about if you never read the book. Look, when he got the beefing with Sean, right, about the COVID book, the nigga admitted he was pumping Sean's book. And then when it came down, he never even read the motherfucker. Like, and now what he does is he put everything in the ChatGPT. So he'll take a whole book now and put it in the ChatGPT and summarize. You thinking he reading that Norwalk study? How the fuck he not? Like, why would we even?
Nah, he definitely, especially the supplemental information. Like a lot of that shit is so technical. Like now, some shit like that. Now I do gotta be Googling like crazy because you gonna come across terms like, okay, now I gotta go to Google, look this term up. Then I gotta go to Google, look that, and then that term be like a whole damn lesson in of itself. So now you gotta read some more shit. You know what I'm saying?
He's not doing all that, bro. I promise.
He's not doing all that. Yeah, Unc ain't doing all that.
He's doing all that. If he won't, we arguing about the place named Kemet. And his crew, him and his crew wrote a book on it. I brought it from him. Years later, the conversation come back up and find out that this nigga didn't even read the shit. Do you know how, maybe it's just me, man. Maybe I'm not painting this picture right. If I wrote a part of a book, right, I'm not going to read the whole book. So he said the only part he read was his part. So you don't know what Wu Jai them saying. Like, you feel me? He didn't know. He didn't know what was referring and all. He didn't know that shit because he never read that shit. That's crazy, man. That's disgusting. That's disgusting, yo. Like,
yeah, that's scamming.
Yeah,
that's really what you saying. He's scamming.
The fuck? We get to go around and talk about these niggas not reading, and we got the works, man. You know, I'm gonna shut the fuck, man. The fuck. We got to arguing about Nzinga. Nzinga was his favorite person. He said this shit for years. It will lead you to believe that he done read a couple of different books on Nzinga. It wasn't until Sosa recommended the book and we all read the shit together. Like, so bro, you never read any definitive work on her or anything. Like, how did you come to this conclusion that she was your favorite person and you'll fight anybody on Nzinga and you never read nothing on her? Like, scamming.
You gotta give him a lot of credit there, Chef, because basically you saying that the nigga just been winging it this whole time.
Yeah,
but
he got a good punt fake game. You feel me? But you're talking to people. These conversations are so remote. Can we agree to that? That these conversations are so remote that nobody is actually studying this shit. You feel me? So you can look like a very intelligent person in a small niche place where half the subjects that y'all talking about is so fucking remote. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, who the fuck is so? But then I don't know. Like, this shit ain't about nothing, because the moment you take him outside of that little bubble, he looked like a fish out of water. He looked like a fish out of water.
You know, what it is, you could tell too, because you could tell when a person is very concerned with coming off as sophisticated. You know, it's like if you bring that hood chick to like a swanky dinner, like they gonna overdo it trying to be sophisticated. Like that's you know, even when he did that COVID debate with them white boys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the one white boy was telling him, "Hey man, I'm very impressed that you know this stuff, right?" And Unc was just elated. Like he came back, yeah, you know, the white boy, he was giving me props, man. He was giving me props. And I'm like, this dude don't have no experience being around those type of people. Like he couldn't even tell when somebody was giving him a pat on the head. It's kind of like, you know, when a white person tell you, "Ooh, you speak so well."
Yeah.
Unc is so you know, he lacks perception to the level where he don't even recognize that that's condescending. Like he would brag about that. Man, they said I speak well. I'm eloquent. That's him. The chef. I don't know if you ever noticed in that debate, like they was just looking at him as like the crazy black dude. Like, all right, man. Like that shit was funny as hell.
Listen, I scared. Stop. We saw it, but it was his minute in the sun. And I don't like take the shine off people. It was his minute in the sun. And don't understand them. Because the thing about it is that he never got to a college class with a ton load of white people in the class and a few black people. We're in a college class like that. And you realize that them people are not so bright. And you realize that them start look at you suspiciously. Because the arguments that you making, right? And then after a while, they start to realize that they don't really want you to talk. Because the more you talk, the more you show them up. They don't understand how condescending them can be. And the thing about it, you know, the college experience, for somebody who's saying that the academic, no, I never experienced a college experience. No, you should even go register for a semester, go in a class. Go say, I'm interested in this, and I want to do a class on that. They will not know to come to a class. And so you can say other ideas, but you can't be talking to, I know this and I know that, and I know this. I have never been around people who actually experienced in the thing. Or that is what they like doing.
Man, listen, please. If before you go buy an $800 book, you might say maybe I should go to college for one of these subjects.
Yeah, go take one of the classes.
Shit is like if you don't even read simple books, why would you buy an $800 book? Like something ain't right, yo. Like something maybe I'm looking at this shit wrong, yo. Like,
no, you're not. That's just like the dude who grew up like a nerd, you know what I'm saying? But he'll go get a bunch of guns and pose with it and pose with money. He's the inverse of the non-street dude trying to be street. He's a street dude trying to come off as an intellectual. You know what I'm saying? When I heard, remember when I said this, Chef? I said this man thought it was 52 states in the United States.
Right.
Okay. This is a 40-something. This was a 40. No, I think at that time he was pretty close to 50, right? Right. You're in your 50s, right? And you're going along basically claiming to be an intellectual. And you believe that there are 52 states in the union.
Sickening.
That's how I know he was living a street life. You know what I'm saying? Because I've heard a lot of street niggas say that shit. The 52 states thing, it's like a signature. It's like
Hey, but he honestly, he kind of kept it real and told the truth. But y'all, I don't think we was hearing him. I think he was telling us the truth, because that's who Dr. Ben is, exactly who y'all described. Some street dude who trying to come off as this intellectual, and he says he stands on the shoulders of Dr. Ben. So I think he was keeping it real in some respect.
Ain't nowhere in the world 52 states. Hey, and you up here teaching motherfucker. Like, I don't want to hear nothing about the Green Sahara. Or if you don't even know how many states is in the fucking United States, bro, we shouldn't be having this conversation. You need to go get an education. You need to go get an education first. Like, I'm not listening to you on, and that we gotta start having standards, right? Somebody gotta draw the line. You know what I mean? Somebody gotta draw the line, and I'm putting the I'm drawing the line from now on. You feel me? I'm putting the line up.
But
you know what I mean?
You're supposed to been recognize that about Buddy, man. And then the other
I gave
thing
him
too,
too many passes. I gave him too many passes. You feel me?
ego, his ego be so in these arguments that he can't even admit, like, all right, I made a mistake, or I may have overspoken right here or whatever. He'll argue some shit down for hours, dog, just to protect his ego. Like the whole when he said, "Oh, scholars don't even use that language." You know what I'm saying? Show me one scholar that used the word black. You right? So then Jabari showed him the archaeologists and the whatever that's part of the Nile Valley Collective that use that language, and not just them. You had Europeans who use that language in their they use the language, right? Mm-hmm. So instead of him saying like, okay, what I meant to say is they're moving away from that. It's something that they're trying to deracialize it or whatever, and I perhaps misspoke or I overstated my position. Oh no! They was just talking about Nubia. They was just talking about Nubia. It's not Egypt. Yeah, no, nigga. Your claim was that academics don't use that type of language. Period. It wasn't limited to no Nubia or no Egypt or none of that shit. Like, just admit that you're wrong, bruh. You know what I'm saying?
He did that, but it was the same way with last night when I showed ChatGPT. Hey, bro, ChatGPT just called people black. It just used it. So is ChatGPT racist and unscholarly? Like, he went live and said, I don't even know how he fucked that up. Like, I'm still baffled. Corey said he didn't know I was being sarcastic. I don't know. Like, it ain't worth talking to people no more. Like, trust me. Like, if you're talking to people that listen, he was on Dr. Mayat's show a couple days ago, right? And they was going over something that Godfrey had. The comedian Godfrey. Y'all know the comedian Godfrey.
Yeah.
All I gotta say, I know what the fuck I be talking about when I come to that type of shit. Cause I went to school for that shit for real. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck y'all on, but I know what the fuck I be talking about.
Right.
Ain't nobody said nothing about you, Gullah. We talking about bro. You tripping.
I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out. I'm just putting it out there. I ain't saying. I'm just putting it out.
So look, they was talking about Godfrey, right? And they said Godfrey somebody had called a black person a monkey, right? And the black dude chased the white dude out the store, right? And Godfrey was saying how white people are the ones that look like monkeys, and he made a joke about that, right? So Dr. Mayat and them said, man, well, black people shouldn't even get mad about no shit like that. And I'm just like, what? I'm like, so white people calling black people monkeys. I said, I'm in the chat. I'm like, bro, that's an insult. I'm like, you don't know the history behind that? This nigga tried to go into some Darwin shit and blah. I said, bro, that's not, you know, like, I'm like, wow. And then I'm like, yo, even Dr. Mayat must have started reading the chat where she had to start pushing back because she was about to let the nigga get away with acting like black people shouldn't be offended by white people categorizing them as fucking monkeys or that racial trope. Like she was about to let that nigga try to yoke that shit into something about evolution. And I'm like, yo, that is crazy as fuck, yo. Right? Then a couple days later, right, Trump go make a fucking post on Truth Social about Obama and Michelle as fucking monkeys. Like, so it's like, bro, you don't know that that's racist and that's, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think trying to be over intellectual, like blaming black people for being offended because white people call them monkeys, like I don't know. I don't know what he be doing half the time.
But again, that comes back to that overcompensation, right? You're really trying to give off to the world that you're this learned intellectual person, and you're far from it. Like even people who are actually educated in that field, and they genuinely believe that humans are just basically primates, right? They still know the contextual difference between someone framing black monkeys and the idea that humans come from primates or humans are literally primates. That's not, it's completely out of context. Like why would you even make such a You're trying too hard. You're trying too hard to come off as some sort of intellectual. Like it's just bad, man.
Yeah, I was like, wow. Like, and I know Dr. Mayat started reading the chat, and then she just started pushing back, like, I don't know. Like, yo, please don't let him get away with that. Please, ain't nothing wrong with black people being offended that a white person called them a fucking monkey in the store. Like, why would, what? Like, come on, bro. Like, ain't that black person is not crazy for motherfucking being offended by that. Like, this ain't no Darwin shit. Or what the fuck is you, man? Because if you knew what Darwin was saying, you know what I mean, about human beings, then you wouldn't be offended. I'm like, nigga, that ain't the same thing. I don't know. This shit is beyond me, though. Now, Gullah, what you saying, Gullah? What's going on?
I ain't know what's going on, and I'm just saying, I know what I be. I just saying my stand gonna be my stand, yo. You know what I'm saying? What I be on, shit. Well, keeping the science and keeping it legit.
So,
but Chef, what I want to talk about is the IQ video you put up. and goddamn, I don't know if Fetty
what's the name? What's his name?
King's monologue.
He did a good job.
Yeah, nah, I ain't even watch it because I'd watched a previous video on it by another creator, and I pretty much know what King Monologue is gonna argue. You know, they manipulated the data, they excluded certain data that was beneficial to the Africans. They used other proxy populations to represent other They did all kind of manipulation with the data. Was that what King's Monologue was saying?
A little bit, but he basically showed that the acclamation to educational standard was the biggest
factor.
factor in those steps.
They had a group of children who, I think, if I remember correctly, that was part of the other creators video that I watched too, where they had this group. I believe they was from Sudan or something, right? But they was running from like war or whatever, and they had never seen a pencil before or none of that shit, right? So they test them, and they score, of course, was real low. And then they like gave them a course on it, and then they retested them I think that same day, or like within that week or some shit, and they score went way up. But Richard Lindum took the original test, like they chose those scores from when they first tested them, as opposed to the second test.
So they used the lower scores.
Yeah. But see, that come back to that whole conversation about, oh, can you trust a racist information, right? And the niggas say, well, the data is the data, but they don't get it. Data could be manipulated. Data could be cherry picked. So if you know a nigga is a virulent anti-black racist, right?
Then it ain't data. Then if it's that ain't data. That ain't correct data. Then that ain't data. Data gonna stand the masses.
Right.
That shit gonna stand in the zone.
Right.
What is data, Gullah? What's the definition of data?
Yeah, a collection of information that's correct. It could be
right.
It could be mathematically calculated and all that. Like, you know what I'm saying? If the math fucked up, you know what I'm saying? The math fucked up. You know what I'm saying? You can't
remove the correct part. Remove the word correct.
Hey, come on, Stu.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, like y'all don't
got over it yesterday.
Begin to talk to each other. Talk as simple.
Sorry. I don't mean anything disrespectful.
I know you don't. It's just gonna open up a.
You wasn't here, bro. Me and Steve's good, bro.
Okay,
anyway.
Go ahead, Stu. Y'all good.
Yeah. You're right. 100% right. The word is correct.
Yeah, because the data could be on point, but the conclusion can be fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like certain things in science, even in the medical field, you might as well not even go to the hospital if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? Because all of that shit is based on racism, but the data that this shit, you know what I'm saying, stands still alone and still can be used. You know what I'm saying? Without the conclusions, without the extra biases.
All right, so let me ask you this, Gullah. In the case of Richard Lynn, right?
Ask it. Let me tell you before you go. I used to create questionnaires to collect information, and I got so good at it that I used to get paid to vet questionnaires. Questionnaires I used to collect data, and sometimes when you use flawed data collection tool, you will collect information that might appear to be valid, but because of the tool what they use in every instances, that's why tools are often vetted, because data can look right, real, and concise, and it is not correct based on the tool that you use. Whether they want to be interviews of people, whether they want to be collecting age and data, anything, it has to be, the data is only good as a tool. So that's why you don't use the word correct with data. Data is a collection of information, how it is interpreted, and then when you break it down now, you start to use like standard deviation terms like those to address the issues that you might have with the tools. Because even in DNA, how you break it down, how you collect it, can also affect the data. Data is just information that is collected. How you use it, how you put it together, your methodology, your explanation, your presentation, and then your conclusion is can be severely affected by what information you collected in the beginning.
Hey, Stu Peas.
Yeah.
You smart for a Jamaican.
Why is it so? Why is it so?
I'm trying to bring some level.
You're giving me a white. That is what white people did the unk. That is what the white people did the unk. What Askel was talking about. You're smart for a Negro. You're smart.
I was just hoping you catch the joke.
But let me ask Gullah this question real quick, right? All right. So in the case where they
got a question for Gullah.
Yeah, all right. In the case of those children that they tested, right, where they tested, they gave them a test when they first came on the scene, and then they later tested them after educating them, right? Now, the fact that they choose the first data set, is that data set incorrect, or is it true data? It's a rhetorical question, by the way.
I don't even know what you asking. I ain't even. I'm working. I'm at work.
All right. So let me give you a quick rundown. Richard Lynn, did he drop off? Nah. So Richard Lynn and I forgot the other guy's name. They collected the IQ and they gave the IQ of African nations, right? And they were basically explaining that these nations are poor not because of instability and war and whatever. The idea is that they're intrinsically less capable intellectually, right, than Asian and European nations, and hence that's why they're poor. So he got a group of children from a war-torn area, I believe it was Sudan. These children had never even seen a pencil before, right? So when they first get them, they test them, they record their IQ. After they did that, they educated them. They gave them like a course, taught them like some basics, and then they retested them, I think like a week later. A week later, their scores were way higher than what it was when they were first tested. But they chose to use the results from the first test. My question is the results from that first test incorrect or flawed data?
Well, probably it could be incorrect, but at the same time, the tool that's used to measure the IQ is still the same. They still use that to this day, even though that them dudes back in the day probably had, used it in the wrong manner.
I think you completely misunderstood what I just asked you. I gave you a specific scenario. I'm saying them choosing to use the lower scores as opposed to the higher scores. Does that make the score is the score? Do you get the point? When they first tested the children, they're using the same tool when they first tested them and when they tested them the second time. Same tool, no different. My question is the information that they garnered from that first test incorrect? The answer is no. It's correct.
It has to. I would say no, because like the thing with IQ tests is tricky, because like even they say if say American high school student, right, were to take a SAT test versus preparing for that SAT test, a lot of like psychometricians look at it. Well, if you look at the information and you're able to kind of study for an IQ test versus it being stumbled upon you in a way, if that makes sense. A lot of people may look at the first hypothesis or whatever they was going to without them knowing about the pencils or whatever. They may look at that as the most valid measurement of IQ
as a truer representation of their
I'm not saying if it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's how they think. Like,
but I'm saying that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. My question, I'm going to ask you the same question. Does that make the first set of data?
Oh, I said no. No.
Cause I hear you now, but no, cause they ain't prepared for the test. They ain't studying shit.
But they say IQ, like an IQ test is supposed to, in the way it is administered. They've created, especially like in the 50s, 40s, and 50s, they've created culture-free IQ tests to where if you give a certain set of questions to any group, whether it's pattern recognition, how fast you process the question, all of that, they're taking all that into account. So
Like Gullah was saying, Lynn and others definitely have like a problematic methodology. I even brought up Lynn and how he categorized African groups IQ and how newer world databases give like the better score of those countries. But
ask me the question when you're done asking. When Fetty done, ask me the question.
But I did. But I hope you understood what I was saying regarding.
No, I get exactly what you're saying, right?
Ask
But
me
the
the
point
question.
is, the point is that the data is correct. The data is the data.
It is, yeah, it is.
Yeah, the data.
Ask me the question. And this is how I would answer the question. The data is flawed. And this is why the data is flawed. An IQ test actually is a comparison test. It is based on a standard, right? The result that you get is based on a standard. So there's a standard IQ. That's why they have different grades. No, if a child is in an environment where they've never taken a test, because a test-taking environment is a total different environment. It's a high-stress environment. So, a child in the West, even when they reach age 7, 6, they have been accustomed to taking tests. Because they have been taking tests. It might not be called tests, but simple things where the teacher give them a star, write a name, write a letter, this or that. Those are tests. So it's like driving. Driving for the first time is high stress. But after somebody's been driving for years, they don't experience the same kind of stress. So now you're taking data from people who have never been exposed to this level of stressors. You cannot use that data. Nobody will say you can't use that data.
No. Real quick, Fetty. Whether or not it's proper to use the data, that's a separate question from the data itself.
Then the data is flawed.
The data is flawed.
I mean, you can say it's flawed, and I agree that it is flawed in a way, because that's how in America they address that shit that you talking about with like the Head Start program and nutrition and shit like that when it comes to certain children in the community. So they're definitely taking into account the lack of nutrition, stress factors and shit like that. But at the same time, they have examples of like giving an IQ test to poor children in India that live in shitty environments, and they still was able to like extrapolate a good information regarding how smart those children were. So I agree, it's a tricky thing. I wouldn't use Lynn because Lynn is very problematic, but you can use other world databases to see like the updated IQ average scores of certain countries. I mean, but the Asians run it though. I ain't gonna lie, the Asians run this shit. Singapore, Hong Kong, all them motherfuckers, they at the top of every damn database when it comes to countries.
So put it like, go ahead, Chef.
Cultural. Those people have been testing their people and having high high levels of education going back for over 1,000 years. So it's already ingrained in their culture. Their teaching methods and testing. They've been giving their own people those type of tests for 1,000 years.
Yep, and like Confucianism. That's why I say like when we talking about, that's why I say that's like the immeasurable like gap that we can't really detect. Like we're competing against people that has had like an intact culture for thousands of years that promotes the shit you talking about. Like them Asians was the motherfucker that created the imperial test and administered.
So these people basically, if their children is going through this rigorous shit from very early on, they already accustomed to these type of tests. Their education is geared towards that, right? So of course they're gonna be better than everybody else in the world at that. Now, you telling me if you was to take babies from Africa and put them in those same situations, or that they will be on fucking par?
Now they got adoption studies like that of like I don't know if they have it regarding the situation you talking about, but they have a lot of situations of like having a kid that's not a part of an ethnic family, but they get adopted by them into their culture, and it is improvements. But they say like it's a tricky convo, but it's definitely data out there comparing like adoption studies and taking the kid out their natural environment of the people they around and seeing how much they improve when they're in a certain environment. So I'm with you. It's definitely all of that culture.
Before you said it's tricky data, what was the outcome of those adoption studies? You was about to say it.
Oh, they got adoption studies showing like in America how like a black child born into or being adopted by a white family, they show or vice versa. Like they show that the environment does play a role, like 3-4 points or whatever, but they still say it's a certain baseline regarding an individual, especially individual children. No, we're not talking about race. We just talk about each individual. So that's why like twin and adoption studies are the main research staple to come and come up with these new conclusions. So twin and adoption studies have been very enlightening when it comes to that.
But what was the data? Like what?
I just said it. They
was it successful? Was it bad?
I just said nutrition and environment definitely plays a role in, say, a child who's in the inner city environment, parents and all of that, or there's no external like motivation for them to be in the right direction.
No, what I'm saying, no, you misunderstand my question. My question is when they took the black kids, well, I don't want to say black kid, the whatever color the underprivileged kid was, and put them in a better circumstance. What was it on average?
I said it was 3-4 points. I said it was 3-4 points. They showed and they saw that it was
4 points ahead.
Yes.
Okay.
That's basically that's negligible. But I don't know if that fits the scenario that Chef is talking about, because Chef is basically talking about at birth.
That's what I'm saying. They have adoption and twin studies of twins, right? Twins being separated at birth, them being in different socioeconomic environments, different upbringings. But when you look at when they about 25, 28, they kind of is weird, bro. The shit wild as hell. Like they kind of you see that they actually still kind of gravitate towards some of the same things, even though
it still kind of regresses to the mean, basically.
Yeah, so they say it's improvement, like when it comes to that, but to a lot of scholars, it's not the improvement that they're looking for.
I think I read a study similar to that years ago. It has to do with also. It has to do with a doctor friend, and my doctor. He was my primary doctor, then became my friend as I get older. I had that thing because his baby mother, the girl when they get pregnant, was him helper. And him say him have to try to tell her to change her nutrition, change her how she eat, because a lot of things that parents do from the womb can affect the mental acuity of the child. So even when you have adoption studies and you take a child from early, if there's cultural difference, meaning you take a black child and put in a white family, a white family and put in a black family, you still have cultural stressors. But let's say you take a poor child from the Appalachian Mountain and put in a rich child from birth and put in a LA in a rich environment. Sometimes that child IQ doesn't go up substantially, although they might not even know that they're adopted because of the nutrition what them did have.
Right, they still got a certain ceiling. Yeah, they still got a certain ceiling to act like nutrition is going to make them. To act like nutrition is going to make them an F student to a 4.0 G. So that's just not real.
Because the impact what the mother did have, the stresses what the mother did have, did transpose onto the child from the child in the womb, from developmental stage. Some people want to go as far as say genetic. I'm not going that far because I'm afraid. I am afraid of start saying genetics also, but I blame nutrition. I blame because most people.
But when you say prenatally, that falls under biology though, like and like how the stresses of a mother when she has her offspring of her womb, her going to the club, shaking ass, drinking a 40, and all of that plays in correct.
Let you not straighten the argument. Leave me alone.
Go ahead.
Don't put my argument with your argument. I'm not straightening the argument.
Go ahead.
I tried my best not to.
I don't know why I'm taking offense, but I ain't like that drinking a 40, shaking ass in the club. I don't know if that made anybody else. I don't know. I'm not saying
Black History Month. I don't want to be.
I don't know if that made anybody else nervous, but just that little,
that's why I know
little data point you gave. I don't know where you're going.
Because
I don't know what type people y'all know.
Yeah, even the vocabulary that the mother
there's black women who are pregnant and
let me just say this.
Why we gotta be a
it's black. I actually made a joke. I'm trying to keep it light.
Even the vocabulary. Let me not say this. Let me not say this before. Let me not say this. Even the vocabulary. Even the vocabulary of the parents, the community around, because the child listening in the womb from an early age, so that affects the child also. So if you're grown dunce people who vocabulary weak and limited, the child is exposed to that from very early, from them gaining consciousness. So there's a lot of things that goes into play in IQ. Yeah. Be careful who you have babies with and who you have them around. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's your Baltimore queen, Rashawn Rock. She was out there drinking goddamn liquor and then fuck that kid up, man.
What happened?
Tank Davis.
You don't know who Rashawn Rock is?
Oh, you talking about Blueface? I think she's just dumb.
No. But Brass, she was drinking while she was pregnant.
Oh, you talking about that baby? Yeah, that's rumors though. They say the baby might be slow. I don't want to talk about nobody's baby. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's the truth, but I mean, he looked a little off. But sometimes babies is ugly. They just look that way.
No, bro, she was drinking on live, bro, while she was pregnant. Oh. She was on live, bro.
But now with the drinking, right? I'm not a biologist, but don't it gotta be like a lot of drinking? No. Like you can have a drink. You don't gotta. Yeah. It's not like one drink.
I didn't say a one drink, but I'm just giving an example of like
alcohol.
I don't think we're having a serious thing once we start talking about Rashawn Rock anyway.
Yes, so. Alcohol passes through the placenta. That's the dangerous thing about alcohol. It passes through the placenta.
Yeah, but I'm saying if it's one, like okay, she took a drink on live. Does that mean that she was basically tossing back 40s like Fetty would say?
Yeah.
This dude, bro. God
damn.
I can't never troll
up in the smallest shit like
So you control, but I can't troll.
No, you got it. I'm not gonna get
I'm literally just joking, bro. Literally. I actually haven't said much of anything today because I'm trying to figure out what Discord I'm in at this point.
Uncharacteristic. I don't know what's going on with you today, bro.
You niggas is acting unusual. I mean, I can't. A lot of this Egypt conversation, I can't call anybody stupid in the Egypt conversation because I'm uneducated in it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't know what they was talking. I was a little confused as to why the Gullah. Did y'all say something about Gullah? Why the fuck is Gullah?
No, we didn't. He was just giving a preemptive strike. That's all it was.
That nigga came in here like, I just wanted to be known.
He just wanted to make shit clear, nigga, in case niggas was thinking about
in case the direction, in case the snowstorm, the prevailing winds headed towards him. Real quick. Hey, I got it. I'm just letting you niggas know I got a shovel. Let y'all know.
No. He was talking about what I said earlier, but I just let it go because I just don't feel like beefing. I can't beef every day with everybody. You know what I'm saying? I can't beef every day with everybody.
Not every day, Corey.
Not every day with everybody.
So it can't be like a multivitamin. You gotta be like a supplement.
Hey, Brad, that's why niggas like getting in the streets at 30 is crazy, dog. Because once you hit certain age, nigga, being a street nigga requires a lot of energy.
It's a 24/7 young nigga attitude.
Yeah, nigga.
Then mentally take a break is the day that your enemy gonna set it off on your motherfucking ass.
Right. Mentally and physically, dog. It take a ton of nigga. Every days I get up, nigga, I'm 44 right now, nigga. Every days I don't even want to talk. What the fuck? Like, I'm too tired to talk, bruh. So how the fuck I'm gonna be beefing with somebody? Like Warren, nigga, how?
I don't, you know what's funny about beef, and we was talking about this earlier in high school. Beef, in the conscious community, truth gets confused for jokes and slander and beef so much that it's hard to really ever really be in an honest conversation. So I guess like Chef was saying whatever was on his mind, I get it, and this, that, and the other, but it's gonna be taken as like this nigga was saying all kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like in the real world, it's like he's defaming my character and all this other shit, but a nigga might actually, that might be his truth. You know what I mean? Like I found a lot of times when I say the truth, it gets kind of taken that way. And I kind of see that that's where this is going to go. Because even that thing, I don't know what you said, Corey, but Gullah came to this motherfucker like, y'all just got finished talking about him.
Yeah,
I was kind of listening. I ain't hear y'all say Gullah on the thing.
I don't be knowing where half that shit come from. I walk around shit, but I know bars wise, I know I can't win this conversation, right? The fact that Uncle go live 2:00 in the morning and stay live till almost 5:00, nigga, I can't beat that nigga. Like it's not, he's gonna go harder than everybody. Like I promise you. That's his superpower.
Yeah, superpower.
You feel me? That's his superpower. You're not gonna go harder than that nigga. Trust me.
I think the other superpower too, though, Chef, is just being on some adult shit. You really don't want to go. You know how nasty it can get, and most people don't want to go that far. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey,
you know, like Reggie was saying the other day, over some Egypt shit, your motherfucking son end up on the internet or some shit like that. So you really don't want to. That's really a superpower. That's a young nigga superpower too. That's what they got over the old niggas in the street. Them niggas will really kill your whole family. You might not be what them niggas is really willing to throw it all away. Like fuck it. 50 years, what's that? I'm 17. Or get out for saying shit, shit like that. They don't give a shit.
You know who that's like, Brass? On the internet recently, this nigga Corey Holcomb. Now, the nigga Anton, he's a coon. We all know them, right? But it's certain lines that most righteous people we just not gonna cross. You feel me? It's no women, no kids. This man depicting the man children as monkeys and all type of shit. Come on.
And he got a video,
decking shorty.
The video came out of him beating shorty up.
Yeah, you might make one video, you might make two, but who the fuck really gonna make 17 videos going back and forth on bullshit? It's what makes you realize it's all bullshit. I get it though. I get it.
No, because after a while you just gonna be repeating yourself.
Yeah, it's the same shit.
Once you get it all out, it's like they not gonna say nothing new and you not gonna say nothing new. You feel me? Like, so.
And that's why the mothers come out.
And that's why you get into family and everything else.
Nothing else to talk about, really.
There's nothing else to talk about. Once you agree that you think the other motherfucker's stupid, yeah, man, where we gonna go from here?
I think it's important though in the conversation. I listen to all of it. I try to follow the conscious stuff, but I really can't. But the one thing that would be really disturbing to me though, if I truly didn't believe that somebody read the material, I wouldn't talk to them. Forget about whether a person can read or whatever. I mean, if I don't think you read the shit that you're waxing poetically about, now it's like that's almost offensive.
And you're scamming.
You're telling me I'm wrong on some shit you didn't read. That don't make sense. So have you always felt like that, or is this something new?
Yeah, remember when Unc was in here, right? He made a whole big thing about Corey not reading
Yeah, I
the
remember that.
general history of Africa.
Yeah.
He pumped his chest like, oh, y'all niggas ain't even read it. How the fuck? Nigga, you ain't read that shit. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
I remember that.
You really tried to get that off. You feel me? Like you read that shit. Why would you read it?
But bro,
Like you ain't read nothing else. So why would you read that?
That's that York DNA. Like
York
that's
wrote
called
600 books and get the fuck out of here. Read all of this shit. These niggas ain't, man, trust me.
And
I remember
Reggie the only one reading all that shit.
I remember when you and Reggie was talking on y'all show, and y'all was talking about page, I think it's either 13 or 12. And I found it funny as hell when you kept saying like niggas literally read the shit just to be able to argue. And because nobody was arguing over the rest of the pages, they just didn't read the whole thing.
Stop reading.
It's like that. But then it's like you'll call it scholarship, and then be able to say you're around a bunch of scholars. How are the people around you scholarly if they ain't pick up on that? Because Reggie agreed with that. Reggie literally agreed. I didn't think he would have agreed with you, but he did. He agreed. Like niggas is literally reading. Y'all arguing over something from 50-something years ago, 50 plus years ago. But even in that time, you're only reading the part so you can argue it. Fuck all the rest of the information. I'm gonna read this because this is what we're talking about. It's like watching one episode of a fucking 7-year season and you just arguing about the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones. But you're versed on the subject. You're so well versed on the subject, but y'all just arguing about the Red Wedding on Game of Thrones, and that's the only episode you actually watch, so you can argue it. It's weird.
If you ain't read a book, a small ass book that you're featured in, called A Place Named Kemet, or whatever the fuck that book is.
That's an actual book.
Yo, yes, and it's small as shit.
I ain't trying to be funny, but I thought you was joking. I kind of ignored you on that part. Sometimes when you get going, you get some, like Stu P said, you get a little vigor with your argument. I really don't want to believe that.
Bro, it's called a discussion, something like a discussion on the place named Kemet. But the thing is, Brass, you got to remember they deciphering old dead language. So that's why there'd be like contention over that. I know you're looking at it. You're not being familiar with the subject matter like that. You look at it like, okay, like how do you write a whole book out of something like that?
Yeah, that's how I was pointing. I hate that. Those are my exact words. That's exactly what I was thinking. How the fuck do you? But I'm saying my question is, why would he be featured in it?
Because that was him and his team was arguing against I guess Reggie and them, that Kemet meant didn't mean land of the black people or whatever. Blase.
Oh, they wrote a book?
Yeah, they wrote a book, right? It was what they was going to present at ASCAP. So they put it in written form, right?
Okay.
But like I said, so Unc had a piece and he put it in there, you feel me? And you're arguing with Asar and them, but you didn't even read the shit. Is that like, maybe I'm the only one.
But you said he wrote. You said didn't he write in the book?
He got a piece that he wrote in that book.
You know what that would be like, Brass? If John Henry Clark writing a foreword in Iceman Inheritance
and never reading the book,
never reading the book, right? And then arguing with you about the book that you never read.
Arguing with me about the Iceman Inheritance, but forgot you wrote the foreword to the Iceman.
Yeah.
You gotta peep the whole play. So you got some pseudos that's writing a book to present to a panel of pseudos at ASCAP. Right? And then you got Reggie bragging about him writing an article that's well respected by the pseudos at ASCAP and trying to pose himself as a scholar to the conscious community. That's a whole circle of some crazy ass shit right there, right? Like, ain't none of the people involved respected in the scholastic community, right? But some kind of way we're gonna try to use them as some sort of authority on any of these topics. That shit is crazy as fuck.
Look, Reggie got an article that he got published in a journal. Guess what? Unc ain't never read that shit. That's his man. How you never read your man? Yo, this nigga come on your panel. That's your man. You never read your article that he got published? Unc was, I ain't never read that shit. What about the Black City plan? Unc ain't never read that shit. You feel that he don't read, yo? If your man's in them is writing and you're not reading, yo.
Stop logic.
It's crazy. Look, he didn't read Assad shit. He used to push Assad books. Then you ask him about Illusion, Volume 1 and 2. He never read the shit. Like, what are you reading? What could you possibly?
Dr. Ben.
But for y'all to be saying this in 2026, I gotta put some questions on y'all though. Either y'all just realized this the Monday after the worst Super Bowl in history.
It was the Super Bowl. It was the Super Bowl. It was the Super Bowl for me.
Did y'all have nothing else to think about during that trash ass Super Bowl? You just
it
like,
was the Super Bowl. Blame the Super Bowl.
It's like if you guys, so it's never been said though. This has never been said.
Bro,
y'all need arguments y'all been in?
It's been said. When Reggie be up here talking about he had them scholastic meetings, who you think he's talking about? He talking about ass-gapping them.
I don't know what he's talking about.
So when I tell him, when I say, yeah, you've been published, what you would publish in the Pan-African meeting.
Oh yeah, I have heard you say that.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Reggie. Hey, Reggie,
I think Freddie said that shit too.
But check this out, Reggie, if you listening, these niggas don't fuck with you, bro. These niggas will sit in your face, be your friend, and they never read your shit. And they don't plan on reading it. The Black City planned it out for I don't know how long. Unc ain't never read the shit. The motherfucking Black Bull, Black Kemet Bull, whatever, the shit that he got his entry, Unc ain't never read that motherfucker. My Unc is cool as shit with Garfield. I guarantee you he never read Garfield book. You know, when niggas walk around, they read and just the third. You know what I mean? So what are we reading? Like, I don't know.
You know what it remind me of? And I hope Bradstone don't think I'm trying to be provocative with this, but it just came to my mind. The nigga LeBron was always taking pictures. He had the autobiography.
He don't read none of that shit, bro. That's an inside joke that is not funny, but it's the truth. I know for a fact. One time he was on the bench, Haskell, and the goddamn book was upside down. So he don't even know. He don't even got the wherewithal to know. Like, you don't even know how to front for real. He was on the bench and the book was upside down. One time during the playoffs, he was reading the Spanish version of a book.
Like, what would make you read the autobiography of Malcolm X during the playoffs?
To go play the game.
But look, that's what make it funny though, because dog, you're a basketball player. Don't nobody care if you read or not really. Like, what are you trying to accomplish, bro? Like, so Chef, he'd have all these different books, right? So some nigga on the internet put it together. Like, he showed the different pictures, and every picture, the book is at like the first couple of pages.
It's the first 15. It's the first 15 pages. He never reads. Apparently, he never reads past the first 15 pages. And in the playoff series, he came out with 7 different books. So he never finished none of, like, how do you read the autobiography of Malcolm X? The second book was The Alchemist. The third book was like the Kingsman Principle or some shit. It was just a whole bunch of shit. Like, you should be reading the playbook or the game plan, like whatever.
But
like,
did you see the part? Did you see where the part where that asshole reporter, motherfucker, knew exactly what they was doing?
Yeah.
They said to him, "So LeBron, I see that you've taken interest in the autobiography of Malcolm X. So what did you think about like chapter 3 when he was?"
He started telling us, asking specific questions. LeBron didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. Yeah, like some shit you just call bullshit. I call bullshit. AJ Brown. AJ Brown for the Eagles was doing that dumb shit. Too. The wide receiver.
He was on that bullshit too. Sending wild. They said whenever he send a wild poetic quote like that, that means he mad as fuck. He ain't getting the ball.
All that mean is all he think he doing is telling Jalen Hurts, "Could you please throw me the ball in plain English?"
Bro, ask that nigga LeBron that shit. That nigga was like, "Well, Malcolm X was a great man, and he fought for black people, you know." So yeah, man, shout out to him. This nigga, dog.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he sometimes, like, listen, I'm a fan, but I ain't no fucking, like, if I was to try to defend that would be the worst. I can't defend that. I can't.
Hey, Brass.
Hey, Jonathan Herring, you got a question? Go ahead and ask your question. Go ahead, whoever that was that was talking.
Brass, did you see Chef last night?
Oh, Big Thunder, what up? No, bro. I get up at 4:00, brother. I was asleep.
Bro, you got to go back.
They telling me I got to go back and see it.
Listen, man.
I gotta go back.
That was probably the best rant out of her. And Cora did a lot of great rants, but I think Chef took the cake, man. That nigga ran.
Some people are saying that it's good, or that it. Some people were saying that it was needed and all of that. Which one was it? Was it a rant or was it needed? Which one?
It was both.
Okay. It was a needed rant.
It was a needed rant.
Okay.
He went down, bro.
Hey, real quick, I want to go back to the whole data thing, right? So if a person runs a red light, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they get put on trial, they go to court for it, right? And it comes out that the person had a seizure, right? Mm-hmm. Now, by the data, they ran the red light. You ran the red light. That's what happened. That's correct data. Now, having a seizure, that's just an explanation of the data. But the data is the data. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's about to start reaching.
Let me answer that. We need a philosophy.
He didn't answer questions.
Yeah, he made that statement. If you read the card, you're going to ask a question, when is a red light a red light? Because a red light is not always a red light. Because under extraneous circumstances, the light doesn't matter. So the data still wouldn't matter.
You know that's not true.
Yes, it is. But it's them opposing. Them have truths and arguments to the red light. It's always a red light.
Real quick. If you're going, it's happened to me in 2 different situations where I thought that was true and it's not. If those movies where they talk about you about to have a baby and you can run all the red lights, no, you get a ticket. And then 2, when you in a funeral and you trying to get to somewhere, this, that, and the other, you trying to go to the hospital, the only time they say that it's actually extenuating circumstances is if someone is shot, like in the front seat or some shit, about to die, and you're going to the hospital.
Yeah, a life and death situation.
Any other situation, you're getting a ticket.
But they can't address that.
But Stoopies, I don't know how you keep missing this. Extenuating circumstances doesn't change the data. It explains and contextualizes the data. So it affects the conclusion that you draw from the data. But the data is still the data. Mm-hmm. If today is Monday, but I was in a coma. I was in a coma through Monday, right? So I don't remember it. Monday is still Monday. Like if you ran the red light you still ran the red light. If you
all right. Let me just say this something. You're right. You're right.
Somebody put a gun to your head and made you eat a roach, right? The data is that you ate the roach. Like that happened. That's the data. You know what I'm saying? Now, a motherfucker could take data and do whatever with it, leave out what they want to leave.
The roach. Yeah, but you still eat the roach.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you ate a roach.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you ate a roach. Well, simplified. Probably because of my writing, why I look at data different. And I look at collection of data different, and I look at how you use data and which data or data you can use. I never learned to pronounce the word properly. Because when you present your data is a funny thing, you know, because the assumption is the data that you present was not affected, especially for certain studies, was not affected by external factors. Because if you present data that appears to be tainted, for want of a better word, that means your study is tainted. That's a problem with it. If you present tainted data, the fundamental foundations on which you build a study on is going to be tainted.
And that's my overall point. So when we talk about like a racist person, right?
Yeah.
And we say, well, the person's data could still be true, or the data is the data. Well, that's true. It is. It is true, but it's the conclusions that they're drawing with the data. You know what I'm saying, and how they putting it in context. Them two different things.
Pascal, what y'all talking about, bro? Like, why you keep saying that?
That's the whole point, yo. Like the data don't stand alone. The conclusions is you don't need the conclusion. If the data is needed, it was needed. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to use the conclusion. That's the part that you know what I'm saying. The shit that where you can deal with well and biases and shit like.
No, but you need to be able to explain it.
He's still not getting it, bro.
Yeah, but data can't stand alone because the mere fact that they use the word data means that it is collected.
Right.
Information it's like with test scores has to, like with test scores, the scores are the scores, but the causation is where most of the contention.
The scores are collected.
Hold on, y'all.
The mere fact they're collected.
Hold on,
that's
y'all.
what makes it data.
Hold on, y'all. Listen, if I take a IQ test of a person when they let's say they talking about. We're talking about IQ tests. Who's that talking?
I'm a little lost. I want to jump in there like double dutch, but
yeah,
I really don't know what y'all talking
about. Right now we're not in a position to do like a remedial course. Like you got to catch up on. You just got to figure it out. Use the context clues, right?
I don't think y'all know what y'all talking about.
No, absolutely. Well, I do. I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think y'all all.
I do too.
4 different things. So we're trying to figure out what the 4 of you are talking about. Not just
we're talking about the same thing, right? So when we speak about racists, for example, who put out papers or whatever on whatever, particularly dealing with Black people, right? And we find out that racist that scholar is racist, right?
Oh,
and we say, okay, we gotta take this information with a grain of salt. But some people counter with, well, the data is the data. You see what I'm saying? And the information is the information. And the point that I'm making is data can be manipulated and data can be cherry picked. But niggas still pushing back and say, no, the data is the data. So
no, that's not true. All right, that's good. I'm with you.
So if I take an IQ test of a motherfucker after he just lost his parents and he didn't eat nothing for the whole day, right? I record that score, right? Whatever the score that I recorded, that is the score. That is
the score.
Hold on, stupid. That is the score. That is the correct data, right? Now, if I give the person another test, same IQ test, right? When they're in the better, they've eaten and they've gotten over losing their parent, right? And they score way higher. and I just choose the lowest score because I'm trying to paint a particular narrative, right? The data is correct. It's just what I chose to which one I chose to put out there.
Yeah.
So are you saying?
I don't know what y'all trying to prove with this conversation.
Yeah.
But it's like,
No,
yeah, but what are you saying? Okay, all right.
at
So by
that
saying all of that, what are
at
you
that point, you haven't manipulated the data. You've actually,
You
you've
cherry pick.
actually. I don't even think it's. I think it's worse than cherry picking. Like you've tainted you haven't released all the data that you collected.
You manipulated the data.
Yeah, you haven't even been honest about the data you collected. So
I agree with that logic, but what I'm saying is the data is still the data. So when a person counters the argument that, hey, we can't trust this racist, you can't counter that with, well, the data is the data. What if the data is still correct?
It was
You feel me?
collected dishonestly.
If
you withhold the information, then if you withhold the full, that's not a collection. That's not a full observation. So you're supposed to record the full
it's
observation.
incomplete. It's incomplete data.
No, let me tell you something. Let me tell you a mistake.
Like I said,
Let me tell you a fundamental mistake. Let me tell you a fundamental mistake that people is making. Information and data is two different things. I can record information, right? But I should not be able to call it data if that information has been manipulated or tainted in any which way. Probably that's a conversation we're having. And many persons throughout time has used tainted information or manipulated information and called it data. And as a result, because data is a science.
You have to name it. You have to name it, stupids. So you would say this is the data result, with extenuating circumstances of not eating for 2 weeks and high stress of losing your parent, this, that, and the third. And then you say the other set was taken in better conditions after being well nourished, and you know what I mean? And then you juxtapose them amongst these, you know what I mean? You say, well, this is the result of the test scores when this was the circumstance, and this is the test scores after these circumstances. Both of them is data, right? But it shows that the circumstances change the yeah, you know what I mean? But both of them can be used as data. And that will show that the stressors play the part in the
if you want to prove
in the result.
And the collection has to be the collection also has to be like double blind. Those is like the standards. So it has to meet certain standards for it even to be considered as
what they're trying to explain is that under no circumstances can a person who considered racist, can their data be trusted. That's basically the narrative they're trying to say.
Especially if they use the lowest scores.
Right.
That's
you can't.
But you would agree. You wouldn't.
And the other side of the argument is that you can't trust their conclusions, and they're trying to say that you can't trust either one of them. Like you can't rely on their data independent of
bananas.
Yeah, you can't trust either one.
When they submit the conclusions, when they submit the data and the conclusion that they come from, it gets scrutinized, right? So that's why it's a self-correcting mechanism. Yeah, it's a self-correcting mechanism, right? So if everybody is always maintaining the scrutiny of it, like I said the other day, people still go and get PhDs on the theory of gravity till today in 2026.
No, but
you don't you scrutinize the data. But go ahead.
Hold on, Stu. The word it says that when you fail to control for the conditions, you're confounding the test.
So it's
gotta be information.
That's what it is.
If the person did poorly on the
gotta be a controlled environment.
Yeah, if you're you have to control for. Hold on, it says if the person did poorly on the first IQ test because they hadn't eaten, fatigue, or stress, then that score doesn't reflect intelligence. It reflects temporary impairment. So
Beautiful.
now you're no longer.
That's why you gotta compare and contrast the scores, and when you do offer them nutrition.
Hold on. So now it says now you're no longer comparing intelligence, you're comparing circumstances. So what you do is it says actually what you're doing is if you do that, because that may happen, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to say that I'm attributing the changes in performance to the wrong variable because I failed to control for baseline conditions. And they said it's called confounding variables. If you start a test off with an invalid baseline, that's selection bias, post hoc reasoning, and poor experimental design. So it says you're measuring circumstances, not intelligence, when you do it that way.
Yeah, but when you look at it, let me add to that. That is why when they find out that somebody has character flaws, they always publish it. Because what they're saying that this person's information cannot be trusted fully. It has to be taken with a grain of salt. Because all information exists. But information is information and data is data. I can collect a ton load of information, but if it's not relative to what I'm studying, I cannot classify it as data. But in this community, we hear the word data, I would think it's data, I would think it's X, Y, Z, not realizing that even the collection person can be influenced. It's like a crime scene and the person who do the blood work and all of that. Their character comes into play sometimes more than actually the data that they collect. Because that's what a lawyer going to do.
Is this somehow, and I'm not trying to start nothing, but this is a valid question. Is this somehow related
the Egypt question? Yes.
No, not the Egypt question. Is this somehow related to the show y'all did yesterday? Is this somehow related to that? Like when y'all was showing, how the resources were racist?
Yes, that's exactly what you're trying to say. Yes.
Okay, I'm just because the thing, sometimes y'all be beating around the bush. The motherfucker ain't got no leads.
I wasn't doing that. Yes.
I know, but I know y'all niggas is some slick. Y'all slick apes, slick chimps, whatever they calling us today. But I feel like this is what y'all doing, and y'all just drag us along.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to disqualify the man so they don't got to deal with that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Because I was wondering because that was real slick, Haskell.
Yeah, y'all about to let us do it.
I ain't trying to bring back this. I ain't trying to bring back this data thing, but I just wanted to drop this point down. So yeah, I see what you're doing, Haskell.
It's called slow.
And that's why Haskell won't let that shit go. Right, Sam Breeze. That's why
he's standing on this for a minute. I give it to him. He ain't budging. I
kept wondering, like, why the fuck does
he tried to see if he can get
about this
agree to something completely different? And then that would go back, but this ain't what y'all was saying the other night.
It got to do with different.
Y'all might as well throw away all the scientific data.
I ain't trying to be funny.
Throw away all scientific data before the 1970s.
Yeah. Y'all might as well just go back in history and just say nothing existed before the end of scientific racism that never ended.
Come on, man. That never ended.
Scientific racism never ended. Like
y'all
listen to these fools.
And you might as well not even drive a car. You might as well not even drive a car because Henry Ford was racist as fuck.
Yeah, scientific
ain't no racist. Ain't no racist.
Or don't wear Adidas.
Yeah, they just got only the conscious community got you thinking that Diop and UNESCO ended scientific racism. But it never stopped.
Information, we're gonna accept it, bro. And that's just what it is.
Yeah,
we gotta accept the source.
Tell the black women mortality rates in the hospital about biasness in science and medicine. To tell them how they get treated in the hospital versus somebody else.
There's major bias.
Tell them they just making that up.
To argue against that, there's 100% biases in science for sure.
It wasn't no racist doctors.
Talking about back in the day how like they diagnosed during the civil rights movement, they was people in hospitals and doctors and shit was classifying black people as like schizophrenic, all type of shit. That shit was crazy.
Yeah, because of scientific racism.
I agree with that. Higher pain tolerance, all type of wild shit, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, they were saying the fact that we, the civil rights and black power, they tried to tie all of that to schizophrenia. Like, I'm like, that's crazy. Like hospitals, all that. Oh, that's nasty.
But that's what Askell said. Askell agree with you when you say that. He agrees with you. No,
Yeah,
and you
but
look at
you also want them to agree that you got to throw out all the other data too.
Right, but
You got to throw out damn near everything.
No, it's not, science improves on itself though. Like, so
that's not reality.
no.
Yeah.
If the data that I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this real quick. But if the data over time that a racist has collected has proven to be scientifically correct, whatever you want, whatever words you want to use, then you throw all that racism shit out and deal with the data.
We might as well burn all Dr. Ben books. We might as well burn all Dr. Henry Clark.
You're supposed to burn that.
I just say that because them niggas.
Them niggas are racist of the racists. They the pure racists. And you want to
damn.
All
wait. And I was with you, but you taking me somewhere else. So give me the first. What are you saying now? Before I said, because I'm in this bitch saying yeah, and then you said some shit.
That nigga got the carrots. As soon as you said that shit, he said, "Hold on, wait."
Haskell and Stu Pease want us to disregard the data collected from racists. We have to throw out Dr. Ben. We got to throw out Dr. Clark. We got to throw out all them Black Power scientists of yesteryear. The same way we're gonna throw out Gullah source.
If that's what you want to do. Consider Dr. Ben and them racist or just trying to make up for Eurocentrism? Well, not Dr. Ben, like the other guys, because I think Dr. Ben be lying about every goddamn thing. But I'm saying like.
You don't.
Somebody
can't even use Dr. Ben on like, I'm gonna be real with you.
That man an outward racist, bro.
Who?
Define racist. Define racist.
Wait, who? When you say that man, who?
Dr. Ben. Define
racist.
I
don't want to talk about Dr. Ben. Somebody credible. I'm talking about somebody credible.
No. That's right.
I'll think Dr. Clark racist.
Yeah, but Dr. Ben ain't credible, so I don't care what he was. I'm saying. Somebody said that joke that was funny.
You don't got no data.
All right,
that's subjective.
They were black supremacists. Because we
they were black supremacists, and yeah.
Black supremacists. They outward racist. They ain't trying to hide nothing. They were changing.
I'm a little. I don't know.
Prejudiced. I don't know about race.
Side on this one.
Brad,
I don't know if you
prejudice, baby.
Asker, was that an Asian?
But don't we categorize white people who prioritize their ethnic group over other people as racist, like being pro or extreme your people? So like,
I think at this point we got to be specific with the words. I think
that's what I'm saying. I think they are black supremacists.
Discriminating and racism is three different things.
We're not talking about discrimination. We're talking about being a. You know what a racist is?
Yeah, I know what
a racist is. A racist is a person that feel that their race is superior to another. That's a racist. Exactly. And I'm telling you, Dr. Ben and all them niggas was racist as shit. All of them.
What's a pure racist in what you just said?
Oh no, that was just was just conjecture. Yeah, that was just
black man is God is racist as shit.
You said it like it was.
I'm
another level.
Yeah, another level.
I was just highlighting. Yeah, you're right. That it really don't mean enough. But the point is, if we're gonna throw out the data collected from, let's just say people who lack, people who I don't know what you want to. I don't want to say integrity. I don't want to say all that. But if they're biased, if they're not objective and they're subjective, if we're supposed to throw out all that data, man, bro, it's very little gonna be gathered. Very little.
I don't think Haskell them believe that though.
No, this is not. Can I say something?
The most racist thing they ever said is that the black man is the true arbiter of morality on the planet. That's the most racist thing that they ever said.
Who said that?
Who said that?
All them niggas would say that kind of shit.
No, the
black man is.
I think Logic saying in general.
You were quoting somebody. That's
I share that sentiment in general is what he said.
That nigga said they're the arbiter. That's
specific as hell.
So many words
specific. I feel it.
When you
it sounded like a bullet for sure.
I'm like, I've read a lot of books and I ain't heard that.
In so many words, they absolutely allude They absolutely allude to for black people being the true keepers of morality, and they look at white culture as like an abomination of this morality. That's why they preach against it so heavily like that. That's absolutely what they say.
I can
I
agree
mean, I
with
don't know
Logic
if
on some of that. I can agree with
I
some of that.
don't know how you can't kind of see that as a
No,
part
I
of
Yeah,
what
didn't
they're
say I
there's an
saying.
didn't. I didn't say
undertone
I
of like
didn't
the
agree,
black
Logic.
man
I
got
thought
like
that
a
was the
higher
actual
moral
quote.
compass.
The way you said it, I thought somebody actually said those exact words. That's
No,
what I thought.
okay, maybe not those exact words, but they allude to it all the time.
You
Yeah.
said
I want the
arbiter
man.
of
Listen,
wrath. I
listen.
didn't even think you was cool enough to make some shit up like that.
Listen. Listen.
Nah,
This is what
arbiter of
I'm.
morality is what I said.
All right.
Oh,
Can I
arbiter
say
of
something
morality.
based on what Logic just said? I would not 100% disagree with that. Everybody knows me. But I wouldn't go to that extent as being the true arbiter of morality. But I wouldn't say what him saying.
Morality is
But
subjective, man. Y'all can't keep using these non-scientific terminologies.
Morality.
Yeah, but morality isn't a question of science, though, Thunder.
Yeah,
that's not within the realm of science.
Well, this is a
I
scientific.
think Logic was speaking on the
That's what
whole
I mean.
the undertone of the conscious community in general, that like black people got the highest moral fortitude or some shit. Like I feel that way sometimes when I hear people
Yeah,
talk.
I mean, I definitely get the sense. I definitely get the sense of that you have to be saying that inside of saying the black man and the black woman's God. Like that's got to be a part of what you actually saying.
Well, no, that's also happening here though. Remember when we was talking about what was that conversation we was having?
The Iceman inheritance.
Where we said that. No. Well, I mean, it might have been about that, but I remember one time somebody in here, I forgot who it was. They was like, if we had the opportunity to do the slave trade, we wouldn't have done it because we don't.
Bullshit. They lying like shit.
Exactly.
We would have definitely
you see what
did
I'm
it.
saying?
We is doing
Y'all
it.
remember that conversation?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
I definitely do.
I remember somebody said that. I was like,
and I didn't agree with it. I was on the button.
I think the majority of us disagree with that. Whoever said that, I remember though.
Y'all talking about what Anathema said.
Was it Anathema? I think so. It might have been.
Anathema said that you'll be selling slaves if he was around that time.
No, you can disagree with what he said, but
I thought it was Kyle and them who said
no, that nigga Anathema took it a step further. That nigga said, I wouldn't be selling shades, I'd be selling the shackles to catch those motherfuckers. Woo. God. I forgot that day. That was a rough day for me and this motherfucker. I wanted to choke his ass.
Yeah, but he wasn't lying. Many people in there would be
shackled. No, he wasn't lying what he would do. I mean, but when you say you'll make the shackles 2 P's, I kind of feel like you the nigga that'd be snitching.
No, but Bryce,
telling on niggas and shit too.
Bryce, if you really pay attention, he's essentially making the same argument that you're making, right? He's basically saying that the atrocities that Europeans committed against people from West and Central Africa, it was purely an economic endeavor, right? And that other Europeans, regardless of race, you'd have certain segments of them who would participate in the economy, and they did.
But I don't think I don't think it's economic. My argument is that it's a human being. Whatever it is, with us being the same, off by 0.1, whatever it is, I think that any human being, regardless of color, if put in the same position of power or same position of advantage, you would do the same thing. I don't think because you're black, you wouldn't do this.
Slavery reached all 4 corners of this globe, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
But that's what he's saying. That's what Anathema is essentially saying, bro.
I know, but essentially, no. But listen, high school. You see how I just said because we're black, we might not, because we're humans, we'll do the same thing that any other human would do given the advantage. I was taken aback when he had the extra veracity to say he'd make
it got too real for you.
Yeah, it got a little bit too like you know what I'm saying? Like,
So wait a minute. You were speaking on a theoretic person right?
Yeah.
Engaging in
and he took the reality like he thought
and
about
he
it before.
and
I remember what he
said,
was saying.
like,
Hold on, Haskell. He was saying that because a lot of people were saying if they like your morals in today's time and saying I will go back. If I was in this time, I would do that. I think he was saying if you born into a certain climate to where Africans enslave other Africans, you really don't know what you'll be. A lot of times you may be the capitalist type of person to say, hey, this shit is inevitable. Like to act like you can use your mentality to go back to Africa at that time and say, hey, all this is wrong. You can't. They're going to look at you like you're crazy. So it's like
but we're not saying he's wrong. It would be like if we was talking, but it's a little different. I mean, half jokingly, Fetty. It's like if we was talking about the Holocaust and the nigga was like, hell yeah, I'd be the nigga cleaning out the ovens and all kind of wild shit. Like it's a little different to say you participate or you take part versus
to say he
you
would do it.
already
Yeah, I
know
don't know.
specifically what the hell you do. That means you've thought about this before.
Hey,
that
but that's why I said.
Yeah, but you speaking
that's
truth.
why I said that
I'm not
shit
saying
is
he was
real
lying.
comfortable.
I just said it was disturbing.
When shit is in the realm of theory, it's very comfortable for us, right? Because Bryce, when you made that statement, you're basically saying that there would be black folks who would do that.
I know
and
for a fact there would be.
Right. All Anathema is saying is, I would be one of those black people that you're talking about.
I get it, but it's different saying you're gonna take part in it versus saying, like I said, yeah, hell yeah, I'd be taking part in the Holocaust. I was German. I'd be cleaning out the goddamn ovens and such and such. Like it's different when you. It just. I don't know. It was just a little weird how he was just so
specific. Let's bring it. Let's bring it a little further. Hell yes, I'll be attending a picnic where they've been lynching a Negro. Hell yeah, I'll be doing that. White people did that. The picnics weren't so. They had trains. They had special trains carrying white people to attend lynching picnics.
Okay.
So
what's your point?
His point is that ordinary appearing people have done very vile things. And he's an ordinary person. And he said that he has the capacity to do very vile things also.
I think you're explaining something that he just said. Bro, we all answered the question. He's the only one that was specific saying he'd make shackles, bro. It was disturbing. We all said, like, we all basically
I guess no, he was applying his real, like he was saying in this times I'm a getting money nigga. So back in that, I guess that was the correlation he was making. If I'm gonna get money nigga right now and a hustler,
I'd have sold a lot of slaves. Not I'm a
I'm saying what he was saying.
I'd have made the shackles. Hey, Brad, I'd have been putting the part on their back.
But Brad, I know that you uncomfortable with it.
I'm just saying, it sounded
uncomfortable with it.
Bro, it's a difference between saying that's like, hold on, whoever's saying rap. Would you hold on, if you arguing with your girl and say you like you get mad, yeah, man, she made me so mad, I'll slap the shit out of her, she made me so mad, right? You ain't gonna do it, you just talking shit. But if you motherfucking sitting around me and you like, I'm gonna cut her ass up and put her in a fucking plastic bag, she keep talking crazy to me. I'm gonna dump off MacArthur Avenue. I might believe you might really be on that type of shit. Like you might do it white or black.
You take offense to somebody saying they'll make shackles.
I didn't take offense, Thunder. Don't turn it into something else. I didn't take offense.
Yeah, they did, Thunder. Yeah, they did. They was tight.
Hold on, before we start talking,
man. I'm using words, Brad.
No. We're not. No. Hey, Thunder. I was disturbed by his specificity, brother. 9 people answered the question. We all said, yeah, well, I would take part. We're all basically the same. The nigga just ended it with, shit, yeah, and I'll make the fucking shackles. I'm gonna get money, nigga. It was disturbing, bro. It was disturbing.
So you were offended.
I'm not offended and disturbed is two different. I'm disturbed by Michael Myers. I ain't offended by the nigga. I'm disturbed by some of the shit y'all say. It don't all offend me. Offense is like something personal. In passing, it just told me what I. Hold on, hey, Thunder. I'll give a perfect example. When motherfucking, I'm gonna be using this as an example for a while. Bud Crawford talking to Channing Crowder. when the nigga was like, bro, if they offer you, you about to retire, you young, they offer you $100 million, you ain't gonna come back? And he was like, yeah, nah, I'm not gonna box again. Channing Crowder says, I'd sell my soul for $100 million. The boxer said, that says a lot about you and your character. The boxer, he was disturbed by what he said. He wasn't offended. But it's disturbing when you got a motherfucker that made $100 million already, know what it is to have $100 million, and then turn around and say, I'll sell my soul for it.
Okay, ultimately, the point I'm saying is when you got a lot of rappers right here, that it's a lot of people who rap, a lot of people who sell drugs. All these things are detrimental to our community. Yes. So to me, making shackles ain't no worse than rapping and gang banging and all that other shit. So
I agree, but somebody in 2026 saying that that's what they would do with a level of specificity, it's disturbing, bro. It's disturbing. Bro, you wasn't one. You'd have had to be here, Thunder. You'd understand a little bit more because we was talking for a pretty long time that day. Yeah. He literally, it's like he offered up unnecessary information. It'd be like if we all was like, what we gonna do about that nigga down the street? And then one of your friends say, let's kill his mother. And we like, hey, we just talking about breaking his window or some shit like that. What do you mean kill his mother? It was just like, it was weird. It was weird. I can't really describe it. It was weird. And we all agreed that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to shoot him some bail, but he was giving like, because you know how Nathan would be. Y'all don't hear my argument. You know what I'm saying? He was talking about African history and like the dynamics of those groups. So I'm not going to like act like he wasn't making some sense. Like, and that's why I didn't get offended when he said it. But he definitely, like, outside of brass, he got a lot of pushback in the Discord. Like, niggas was going at him for that.
But what about anybody that would?
Go ahead.
I see what you're saying, though. I mean, I'm not that. Yeah, I mean, the context he's using, he's basically saying if I attach my personality I got now, which could be a capitalist,
we know
like a drug dealer. A drug dealer
know
ain't
that
got
drugs is bad for us. We know that drugs is killing our community. We know it's probably the number one major downfall of the black community since the 70s. But you still got people out here doing it every day.
Right. So what's worse, Thunder?
Yeah,
what's worse? What's worse though? Wait. Hold on, man. What's worse?
I mean, that's a different conversation.
But what's worse though? A person doing that in today's time where they have other clear avenues to be an upstanding citizen, or a time during the slave trade to
agree with Thunder.
Madam C.J. Walker
when you say you agree,
millionaire. She bought one. Hold on, Madam C.J. Walker was there were at least almost 100 millionaires. I think pre-1920, 1930, black. That I don't think none of them engaged in pimping, prostitution, or no, they was making products and selling them. That's what they were doing. So no, I mean, there was always avenues for black people to take that weren't a detriment to our community. I don't know if Madam C.J. Walker, her stuff was bad for black women, hell or not. I don't know. I wasn't alive. But I do know that, it was legal and it was moral. Either way you go, it's still legal and moral. So we always had avenues, man. You could have took your ass to school and became a astrophysicist. You could have did that. You had the option. You just didn't want to.
Yep.
I agree with the overall sentiment. I don't think he's saying much. No, I don't think he's saying much different than what y'all are saying. If y'all saying that a person who would engage in slave trading and making shackles is wrong, right? Then the contemporary person, black person that'll sell drugs and fuck his people over that way, that would be a kind of the modern day equivalent.
But then that shows that Thunder's not following the conversation.
No, he's right on point.
No, but what I'm saying is no one said that Anathema wasn't wrong. We was disturbed by the specificity of his comment. We all said we all agreed that we would be in the slave trade. Some of us would be slaves. Some of us would be selling slaves. We was just disturbed by the man's comment. What are we trying to make this an argument, bro?
No, it's not. I'm not even arguing with you, brother. I don't know why you even.
No, we're not. No. What I'm saying is, we're not saying he was. We're not saying he was wrong. I don't think anybody said he was wrong, because then I'd have to be saying that we not 99.9%.
Hey, Brass, would it be wrong to be in the slave trade, involved in any way?
Wrong, yeah.
All right, good. So as a capitalist, you're saying that if I'm saying I want to make these shackles to make money to feed my family, now are you saying it's wrong? Now, if you don't understand the point, I'm dumbing it down the best I can.
If my
that's a yes or no, brother.
No, but I'd have to explain. I do have to explain that, though. There's some context. If me feeding, it is. If me feeding my family means that's no different than selling drugs, then. Because if me feeding my family involves destroying yours, then yes, it is wrong. Because there's too many other avenues to.
It's wrong according to who?
You don't set out. Your capitalism shouldn't be in the vein of trying to destroy somebody else's family. It's to help society. It's to add to society, not take away.
So you're saying that my family should die?
No, I'm saying you could. I'm saying if you're brilliant enough to figure that out, because there's a bunch of people that do figure out a way to feed their family without having to exploit somebody else's. So figure that out.
Agreed. Okay.
Yeah. Y'all, we just said, y'all, it's a whole bunch of avenues and different things that we could do. We can't say it's not.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. I mean, but I've also heard people say that wrong is relative and all this, that, and the other. But that just means they regurgitate. It is wrong is relative, but slavery in every sense of the word, whether it was practiced or not. I've heard people say like, well, it's not wrong because they were what is it?
It's still not wrong.
They were what is it? They were, I don't know, it's a word they use. The fuck was that word? Okay. Not anachronistic. It was
me and Chef. Give me 2 minutes. Me and Chef have been arguing with. Me and Chef been arguing with for the last, I say maybe 2 or 3 years, right? About 2 or 3 years, we've been arguing with about Queen and Zinga. And I never forget when it first, I was on the call when they was on, I think, Pseudo Killers, and they were talking about it, and then Chef kind of let it go, and then it came back up. The Chef let it go, and it came back up again. So I know what it was. That movie was coming out. The movie, whatever that movie was. And so Chef pulled up Queen and Zinga, and we read every word of this lady biography. And when we got to the bottom of the page, it was talking about, let's just say, her transgressions and how she was enslaving her own people, killing her own people, feminizing the men, etc. Right? I mean, going crazy, selling herself out for I think the French. I think that's who she was selling out to. Right? And she was doing that all, but morally, we would say, that's the worst bitch. I think Chef was the first one to call her a bitch, right? Fuck that bitch. But was taking the stance of no. At that time, she was doing what was needed to be done to save her people. Now, am I right or wrong, Chef? Which one? Chef, Corey, anybody.
That fell asleep.
You're on point. You're on point.
Yeah. So we say it was morally wrong to be enslaved in Africa, but you had black people right now that say, right now, that defends Queen and Zinga. So you can't even put morality, in my opinion. It's hard to even place morality on slavery. Because some people gonna view it, some people gonna say, hey man, those Africans didn't deserve that. And then some people gonna say, hey, we got these 100 acres and they got to get plowed so we can make this money.
Yeah, I don't think we need to have a too long of a conversation on if slavery is wrong or not. It's wrong. and Zinga was a slaver. She's just not that when you get in a room full of people that don't read that much, but she was a slaver. She can be in the museum and also be a slaver. Thomas Jefferson wrote some of the most brilliant American literature with 300 slaves in his backyard. So we already know that the line for how you get into museums and stuff in the United States has always been blurred. So right and wrong is relative.
I think what Thunder is saying is within his moral, within his moral, what's the word I'm looking for? Within his moral
compass,
within his moral rubric, slavery wasn't wrong, because what he's saying in regards to moral relativism, or however the fuck you say that shit, is that is in fact true, but that extends to everything, right? So when a person says that something is moral, it's within their rubric of how they judge it, right? So slavery was absolutely immoral, it's absolutely wrong. He's countering with, well, there is no such thing as wrong or right, essentially, but you could say the same thing for sleeping with a 6-year-old, right? What if you're from you can say that, you can make the same
I heard
argument
you the first time, but what's the connection?
I don't think so.
I'm making a point to Thunder, because Thunder's counter to the argument that slavery was wrong, quote unquote, is moral relativism. He's basically saying, well, morality is relative, based on the climate that you raised in and all of that type of stuff. And I'm saying, while that is true, right, ultimately the judgment, the moral judgment that you make as an individual is based on where you coming from with it.
If you have a vegan, right, a vegan that doesn't eat meat or anything other than vegetables, right, a vegan will tell you that eating fried chicken is the ultimate sin, right? And we would say, nigga, I'm hungry and I'm finna eat I want some chicken. So they would say it's immoral to kill a chicken to survive when all we got to do is eat these vegetables and this fruit. That's what the vegan will tell you. But we would say, no, nigga, we don't want to eat no fruits and vegetables. We want to eat fried chicken and ham.
That's your greedy ass. But I'm agreeing. If you pay attention, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So by the same token, that applies to sleeping with a 6-year-old, because in Somalia.
No, it don't, man. Do you think the black people in Africa?
Can I finish making my point?
Do you think the Africans that were selling Africans? Hold on. Do you think Africans that were selling black people over here to for the trans-Saharan and the transatlantic, right? Do you think that they believe they were doing something immoral?
Yes.
Some of them did.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some of them probably did. But some of them said, hey, man, we got to make this money. We got to buy these guns. We need protection from these guns. We got to buy these.
But that doesn't stop it from being wrong. Sometimes you do what you have to do. That means that thing is still wrong. So back to my example, and no, I'm not going to use another example. I'm specifically picking that example because it's so heinous that I'm pretty much assured that I'm going to have 100% cosign on it. That's why I'm picking that argument.
That's a cheap win, though.
Hold on, listen. I take my wins any way I can get.
Nah. You don't be in no fist fight and pull out a gun and shoot a nigga in the head. That's a cheap win, bro.
Shouldn't come fight me. Shouldn't come fight me.
Nah,
it's fun. It's fun to come and fight me.
We agreed to have a fist fight, and you finna pull out a Colt 45. Come on,
Hold on, Stoopies. Yeah. No, I think that analogy is unfair, right? For this reason,
it's 100% unfair. It's
hold on, son. Because these are the parameters. The parameters that you set up is basically that if a certain behavior is normalized within a given context or a given environment, then within the rubric of moral. Hold on, let me get it out. Yeah. Within the rubric of what we call moral relativism, then we can't necessarily call that thing wrong. And I'm using a real world example, by the way, Logic. Don't think I'm just being controversial. Let me finish. I'm not done. I'm not
Go ahead.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
I've actually to you.
So are y'all aware that right now in Somalia, right, you had imams and sheiks and other people of the Islamic faith who literally fought. They had put a legislation on the book saying that child marriage was going to be outlawed. And these motherfuckers was crying and saying, no, you distorting our religion. Today in 2026, there are men in Somalia who believe that it's perfectly fine to marry a 6-year-old.
Let me answer your question.
Hold on. I'm still not done yet. And within their cultural dynamic, that is perfectly normal and traditional. Are they wrong?
Let me answer your question. Now, let me use another example. And it's a similar example to what you get. I was gonna say it before you started, so keep that in mind. When you look back, let's just say the 1600s over there in Europe, how they would have different holidays, and during these different holidays, they would rape these little boys in the street, wide open in front of everybody, right? These boys, you know what I'm saying? At that time, do you really believe that they thought it was something bad? I don't know. You see, I would think they would, but I guess it's similar to what you're saying.
They actually did know it was bad because that's why they didn't do it any other day.
Yes, they did. Come on.
Right.
I would go with that.
Those Somalian men, they know they're exploiting them fucking kids.
Yeah.
They know that shit.
Yeah, normally your culture don't make it moral. Just because something is traditional doesn't make it moral.
What about genital mutilation, right? What they're doing over there in Africa.
Yes, they know that shit wrong.
Yes, they know
just
it's
have
wrong.
the power to do the shit to people. Yeah. They just got the power to do that shit to people. It's wrong. Like come on, bro. Like these people know it's wrong. Everybody in those societies don't agree to that shit. Yeah. You feel me? They just strong enough to wield their power over fucking people. That's all it is. Y'all looking at groups of people that at the present time have the power to oppress other people. You know what I mean? It doesn't make. They know right from fucking wrong. You feel me? You think the Taliban didn't know right from wrong? No, they just was in power and they felt as though they could do what the fuck they wanted. That's it. That's why you gotta shoot.
Enslavers knew it was wrong.
Enslavers knew it was wrong. That's why you gotta shoot these niggas.
That's why you got abolitionists. They knew it was wrong. There was a segment of the population that knew the shit was wrong.
And that's why the Confederates had to be shot. Yeah. You gotta shoot them.
Yeah, they knew.
Drug dealers, you gotta shoot them. What else is you gonna do? These niggas know this shit is fucking wrong. These niggas know this shit is wrong. You feel me? Like, but they want their own gangs. They put in what they can get out of it over, you know what I mean? The society, of society, right? Yeah. So you gotta shoot these niggas because they ain't gonna stop. They are morally compromised.
No,
you gotta shoot
enslavers definitely knew it was morally wrong, because then you get, if that's the case, it didn't run like they were selling sodas, bro. They was cutting niggas shit off, putting it in their mouths, cutting babies out and all kind of wild shit. They had the power to do it, and they just was doing the shit they knew was wrong and hid beneath. This is a business. This is the product.
And that's the point that I always make when they try to compare chattel slavery to African slavery and basically saying, oh, well, you're depriving somebody of their freedom or whatever. So it's the same. Okay, I won't give too much of a pushback against that because you're right. But there's a huge difference between taking gratuitous pleasure out of cutting someone's child's baby out their stomach, or what they was doing in Haiti, literally cutting somebody's head off and playing bowling with it for entertainment. It wasn't pure business. You feel me?
Yeah,
like
when you juxtapose
when you juxtapose African slavery versus what these Europeans did, dog. Like I don't as far as the historical record, I haven't come across anything where in the African version of slavery they was just doing shit to motherfuckers to entertain themselves, torturing motherfuckers and doing all type of wild shit to children.
So having sex with the enslaved girl is business. That's a business endeavor.
Nah, that ain't business either. So you talking about like
having a ritualistic ceremony around the enslavement of this little girl is business.
What are you referring to in history?
So some of that enslavement is a part of their religion. That's what some of it they couch it behind a religious endeavor. So you can't say none of it was not some sort of like exploitation of some sort of a kind. Like
no, but I said that.
They might find a different mechanism to abuse their power, but that's exactly what they're doing at the end of the day.
I mean, you could bring it to right now. We got abortion. Is abortion morally right? Hell no. But guess what? You're going to have some women out there that say, hey, it is my body, blah, whatever, all that bullshit they be talking. So, I mean.
Yeah, but why does everybody, I mean, I'm assuming you're saying that to rank up the conversation, but I ain't falling for that. But the
that was crazy.
Yeah. That was so blatantly like.
Yeah, see, that's crazy.
But no, it's not the statement.
That's great.
That
ain't fucking 6-year-old, but abortion? Oh, nigga, you wildin'.
No, the category wasn't crazy. It's just how it's similar to the shackles with that anathema. It's like you just was like, all right, let's fight. So you said that like, all right, now no. What I'm saying is when you know something's wrong, it don't mean that that's what everybody's going to do. The 6-year-old, the reason that there's reasons that make things wrong that supersede your fucking tradition. That 7-year-old can't make a fucking sexual decision. They can't make any decision. They lack the ability. They also lack the ability to stop you. Like there's a lot. It's a lot more to it than just that it's wrong. I don't fuck your tradition. Fuck your culture. Fuck whatever it is you got going on. 7-year-old doesn't have the ability to defend itself against you.
What about a fetus?
I'm not talking about abortion with you.
And why you?
Because I know where you stand, and we just gonna be in this bitch arguing. Unless you want to argue, we can do that. But a woman has the right to make a decision with her body.
Nah, they got the right. Okay, good. So guess what? I got the right to fuck this little 6-year-old then. How about that? That's
What?
It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
But I don't think you agree. That's what I'm saying. Like, let's not just argue just to argue. You're making points that don't match. I said a woman has the right to her body. You start talking about fucking kids.
No, right. I'm using Haskell. I use slavery.
Don't, because Haskell wasn't using it with no rhyme or reason. He told you that.
No, he didn't.
He wasn't using that shit to have a cogent argument. He was trying to blow this bitch up.
He used the win argument.
Hold on. Hold on. Thunder. Is a fetus a part of the mother's anatomy?
No.
Jesus Christ. All right, continue on.
It's in her body.
No. The fetus is separate. It's just inside of the woman's body.
Oh my God.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean. You're just trying to go down the street. I ain't going with you.
You can't tell me that one thing is moral. Fucking little kids is immoral, but killing little kids ain't moral. I mean, ain't immoral. Man.
A fetus is not a little kid.
Are you just posing violence?
A fetus is not a little kid. Y'all can't let him get away with this.
I'm gonna attribute to where he might have something in there misconstrued and miscausing him to take.
Can we just change it from the 6-year-old?
I'm telling you, man, because the attempt of making a 6-year-old like you're trying to force me into a part where you know I sound crazy as fuck if I disagree with it, but it's really not helping your point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just make a different point. So we ain't in this
I don't
bitch talking
think
about
that's
6-year-olds and shit.
Yeah, I agree. I've been saying that.
Yeah, we are on the land. We about to be on the land in a heartbeat. Yeah, niggas, let's chill out on the 6-year-olds.
This nigga over here fighting.
Them dudes in Somalia.
If you got to bring up 6-year-olds to win an argument, you should probably just not even have
them dudes in Somalia know that they sound sick as fuck.
And they know they sick as fuck. They just want to keep that sick ass shit going.
And they supposed to be shot. But this nigga is over here arguing over blood clots. This nigga is arguing that a blood clot is a child.
That's crazy.
Insane. This nigga think a blood clot is a child.
They ain't no sicker than these hoes over here having abortion. They ain't no sicker.
So they hoes now? When did they become? Hey, I'm curious, Thunder. When did they become hoes?
I'm just escalating the argument.
I know you are. I know. I'm trying to get, because this is a show. I'm trying to make some clarity.
Now, that was trolling on that. But the point is, it's not the point. Don't get hung up in the holes.
So you don't agree you don't agree with abortion at no time? That is correct. And that's you. Now I'm triggering you now, because when we have these conversations, I've had these conversations with people that say
I'm sure if the mother's life is in danger,
the mother's life is in danger. Rape, incest, or the life of the mother. That's it.
Okay. What if the woman was raped? Your stance don't say that.
You said that. You said rape. You said that.
I said so you can kill a baby. So you can kill a child. So hold on. So you can kill a child if the motherfucker is a product of rape.
You got him. You got him, Chef. Got him. Got him.
You know what you're saying? If you're saying that that's a child, so you're saying that child should be killed or can be killed if the mother was raped?
Yeah.
Man.
Then I guess you could have them and then kill them.
You know what, bro?
Found out. Like if you found out later, like because sometimes the people find out that it was rape after the child is born. They find out that the father done did some crazy shit. It wasn't her boyfriend. It was actually her father or her uncle or something. So now when they finds out at 5 years old, we can kill that motherfucker. He was a product of rape. You don't make sense, Thunder. When you try to argue points that don't make sense, this is where you end up.
And that's exactly why we shouldn't.
That's why you don't argue shit like that.
That's exactly why you want those 6-year-olds in the middle arguing.
Yeah, that's why we should leave the 6-year-olds out the conversation.
That was Haskell, bro. I didn't do that. But
no, you the one that said rape, incest, or something else. Even you know how many times a motherfucker found out later that it was two cousins and they children?
My son is not blind.
What? Chill out. Chill out. Hey, Thunder, chill out.
Whoa.
Hey, I've done it before. I will take this motherfucker down.
Wait, what is going on right now?
Nothing going on.
I don't know what you said, but I don't know.
Even if that's a part of your new normal, you don't want to be a part of that shit.
Everybody got to stop
talking. Know what you said.
Everybody needs to get quiet.
Whatever you was about to say, don't use that to win no argument, please.
My son is not biologically mine, bro. That's a fact.
Sorry,
what?
You are not. You just put your son smack in the middle of the conversation.
No, man. So I don't agree with what you just said. That's crazy about the killing
him. No.
Hey, 5 years old, so I need to kill him. That's crazy.
You might as well finish something, bro.
I just said it.
Like you just bring it home, bro. You done told us.
You gotta listen. You gotta
like Chief X be listening and shit like this and shit.
You gotta listen.
Go ahead, your son. But what is the point? What are you trying to prove by saying that?
No, I'm what? No, you brought up the fact that it should be cool to abort a child if you find out that it's from two cousins or whatever the hell you
I
said.
didn't,
Right?
no, I didn't say that.
Your logic.
I did not say that. I said by your logic. You said incest, rape. What was the third one?
Threatening the life of the mother.
Or to threaten the life of the mother.
If her life is in danger.
My point is, by you saying only under those parameters that is okay, then what happens when you find out later that the child is a product of rape and incest? By your logic, you can then kill that child.
Oh, I got what you're saying. You're saying okay, all right, I misinterpreted what you said.
Yeah, that's
the way how you get around
that, either that's what I said. People that don't agree with abortion, they back
the way how
themselves
you
into
get around
these things.
the way you get around that.
Hold on, Haskell. They back themselves into these walls where they gotta fully disagree because anything that reason why they say it's okay is tantamount to murder, and they don't agree with murder, bro.
All you gotta say is post delivery. Then no, it's all bad. Sorry. Yeah, they're trying to box you up, Thunder. I ain't gonna let him do it to you like that.
He's been boxed up, sent off. He'll arrive before Valentine's Day, bro. The shit's over. Don't make sense.
Crazy.
Bro, do you know what he just said to us to try to win this argument? He lost 10 minutes.
I told you I misinterpreted what you said.
I know you troll. I know you
troll. No,
it's just son the result of incest.
No, I told you I misinterpreted what you said. That's all.
Like for example, you get those you get the motherfuckers that done raised the child for what 18, 19 years.
That's what I thought he was talking about.
No, I know, but I'm bringing a different scenario.
Yeah.
But that shit has happened before, where like a woman will put a guy on child support, and this motherfucker kills everybody. Like he's just like fuck that. Like I ain't signed up for it in that way. Either you with it or you ain't. Like it's either murder or it isn't. But that's why I just go with on abortion. It's the right of the woman to make a decision and just leave it at that. It's very simple. It's very plain.
So they got the right to murder.
I don't know what you're calling murder.
Murder.
I don't know what you're calling murder. You have a very loose definition of murder, apparently, but I'm gonna say you abortion. The legal definition for abortion is not what you're saying.
I'm repeating what you said. You said murder. I didn't say murder.
No, a woman has the right to. It's a woman's right to choose.
It's a woman's right to choose to end a pregnancy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
but within the God, there isn't. Hold on, hey Thunder. But even hold on, Thunder. Even under that choice, there's laws about how many weeks. There's laws too, bro. So we know the difference. There is a law. There are laws. You can't wait till the day before you have to have the baby.
Why not?
The baby.
Why not?
Because there's law. Why can't you go 85 and a 25? There's a fucking law. We live by laws and rules.
You're ending a pregnancy, man. You're not killing a baby. You're terminating.
I'm gonna assume you're trolling now, because now you can't be what you say you are, and then just say you don't follow law. There's a law. There's laws put in place that you have to follow, whether you like them or not.
Actually, why is it a law? Can you hear what I'm saying?
No, but see, now you're outside of my pay grade. I didn't make the law. I don't know why we can only go. I don't know why when I go home to Ohio, I could drive 85 on the interstate, and in Jersey you can only go 65. I don't know, but I follow both rules. It's a social contract. You follow those rules of society.
That's why you need to stop at them. You don't know that.
What'd you say?
You don't know why we have stop signs and all that. You don't know. You don't know none of that.
I don't know why they. Oh, wait. You know why I don't know, Thunder? Because I know that there are many. Hold on, Thunder. Hold on. I don't know. I don't know why we make the laws. I know I'm supposed to follow the laws. I don't know why we make them. I know when we do. I know there are some. Hold on, Thunder. There are some places in cities that y'all live in where it's a lot of accidents. So, you know, everybody got that street in the area where it's a whole lot of accidents. You're like, damn, why can't they put a spotlight here? I don't know why they don't put stoplights in them places. Why they need 1,000 accidents for it to happen? That's
you
above
don't know
my
why
pay
murder
grade.
is illegal?
You don't know why.
It's illegal, right?
Huh?
You don't have to.
What?
You don't know why murder is illegal?
Yo, listen, you Erman and German with that badass phone connection or headset you got, and you act like I'm supposed to understand what you're saying. I hear half of one word and none of the other rest.
Do you not know why we have laws against killing people? Do you not know that?
It's I know we have them. Could you tell me something? Are you about to say something I don't know?
But you don't know why?
It's wrong. I know you're doing a lot to win an argument. Go ahead.
Are you really saying that you don't know why we have a law that
listen, don't conscious communicate. Hey, wait. Now I see what you're doing.
What am I doing?
Don't conscious community question me to death, bro. Don't do it. No. Hey, listen. I know what you're doing.
You said that you don't know why we have laws. You just follow.
I didn't say I don't know why we have. I said I don't know. I'm saying it's above my pay grade to make them. I know my job is to follow them, not make them. That's what the legislature. Hold on. That's what there are. Wait, there are branches of government, Thunder, that make laws. There's branches of government that enforce laws. Me as a hold on. No. I listen to you. Now listen to me. There are branches of government that make laws. There are branches of government that enforce laws. And under our part, no, I'm not done. No matter how much you talk, I'm not going to be done till I'm done. But there are parts of my part of this particular social contract is to elect those people that do that, and my part is to follow it. So if it's 85 and I normally drive 65 in New Jersey, I can't go to Ohio. I can't go to New Jersey and say, well, in Ohio, it's 85, so that's why I did it. No, it's my job to follow the laws of the land. I elect the people that create them and enforce them. So it's not my. So when you're saying why, hold on, Thunder. So when you're saying why, no, when you're saying why, it's all relative. Because the same people that will tell you that it's illegal to kill people will then go and kill other people in the name of some other shit that I don't know nothing about, bro. And I can't. And I don't have nothing. It's above my pay grade.
Are you filibustering?
A little bit.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I can admit it. I can admit I'm filibustering.
So now, you're saying it's above your pay grade to know why we have laws in place. You just follow.
No.
That what you say?
I don't think I'm saying that, but go ahead with your point. I'll say yes.
You saying yes. All right, good.
Yeah.
So we'll ignore that for right now, because that just sounds dumb as hell. If you don't know why we got laws in place.
I mean, I could give you a simple answer called anarchy, but I'm assuming you want something specific.
Well, we can do that. You can go there, and you can go.
I would say outside of anarchy and chaos and society running orderly, then that's where I'll go. But it seems like you're looking for something literal. I can only say anarchy and chaos. It would be anarchy and chaos without it.
Okay, good. That's fine. That's answer the question. Now, these laws that you brought up against abortion in certain states.
I didn't bring up no laws against abortion.
My brother, now you just told me to be quiet, and I was. Now you gonna do the same?
Yes, go ahead, brother.
All right, good. You brought up laws concerning abortion and how we have certain weeks and deadlines that we can make. I think you be talking and you don't even know you be saying this stuff.
No, I did say that. You're correct. I did say that.
I just think you just talk and you don't even know you talking.
I just said I said that.
Hey, why are you just right now?
Because I'm not gonna because you're not gonna wait, because I'm not gonna let you defame me and not say nothing. You could talk, but you ain't gonna defame me. I know now you're slaying. Now we're doing the slander thing. Go ahead. Yeah. You can make your point, Thunder, but I'm not gonna say you say. That's like hey, Thunder. That's like saying Brad, you a bitch ass nigga, and then I say something, and then you like, well, don't say nothing. I'm talking now. I ain't gonna let you just say any goddamn thing. But go ahead, bro.
Did he say that when
did he lie on you, Brad? Brad, did he lie on you?
Yeah, he's lying at this.
He repeated something that you said, and you said you didn't say that.
No, but I said I was incorrect.
So I did say that. So how was that defaming you?
Because he said you brought up specific laws. No, I didn't.
Chef,
Chef, wait, Chef. Tell me where I brought. I don't even wait, Chef.
Now it's something.
Hold on, Thunder. Chef.
I'm out of it. I'm out of it.
Right there. I want to see what y'all. Now I want to know what y'all think. Maybe I'm saying it's wrong.
Why are you talking?
Nah, because I got a mouth and lips, brother. 1 second. Me and Chef talking now. You paused too long.
What you doing?
When you say, because I'm trying to figure out if I was lying or not. When you say I brought up, wait, hey, Chef. When you say I brought up,
you just agreed. You just agreed.
Hold on. When you say I brought up, hold on, serious, Chef. When you say he said I brought up specific laws. I don't know the weeks and dates to say it's specific. I know it's a law. I don't know what week it is. What's the name of the law or nothing? I don't know.
This filibustering. This is wild. Why are you doing this? Why?
I'm talking to Chef.
Yeah, but I was the one talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Talking. Why are you still talking?
Hey, Thunder. Go ahead, bro. Hey, Thunder. Hey, Thunder. This ain't Sunday morning on Garfield. Be easy. Just talk. Go ahead and talk, Thunder. You got
now you okay. Are you gonna be quiet?
Yes, I'm gonna be quiet.
All right,
I'm
good.
only gonna let you spend me so much, Thunder. Go ahead now.
No, I'm with you. I'm just I asked you 10 times.
Okay, go ahead. I'm quiet. Just go ahead, bro.
No, you're not. You still talking.
You fucking with my pride right now, but go ahead. Hey, Thunder,
so how long y'all gonna do this before y'all?
I don't know, but he fucking with my pride and he know what he's doing. It's diabolical. You're fucking with my pride right now. But go ahead,
man.
I know. I'm trying to get out the way of my pride, but I feel like you treat me like a.
I'm not. I'm just asking you to allow me to talk while you not talking.
That's all I'm asking. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Are you gonna stop talking?
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go on mute. This is fun. I'm going on mute.
My brother, I believe that you say things that you don't even know that you're saying. I brought up the fact that you brought up that you did not know why we had laws. You just follow them. And then you say, no, I ain't say that. And then you came right back and went through this whole 5-minute filibuster. And then you came right back and said, yeah, you're right. Same thing just happened. So I just think that you talk and you don't even know what you be saying. You don't even remember what you said 2 minutes ago. I remember what you said. I just responded to it. Now, when it comes down to 8 weeks, 20 weeks, all this stuff with abortions, these laws are in place. Why are they in place? Why is it abortion wide open? Why can't women just go and have an abortion anytime they get ready, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Why are there laws against something that's moral? Is there a law against you drinking water? Is there a law against you eating Popeye's chicken? No. Why are there laws against these people aborting these children? And why? That's the point. That's all I've been. If you would have, that should be a simple. That's simple. Why are there laws against drugs? Why? Why are there laws against killing people? Why are there laws against abortion? Why? They ain't doing it because they ain't got nothing better else to do. They saying, no, man, these women can't just abort. We have a decreasing birth rate in this country among everybody other than Hispanics. And they're saying, no, man, if we keep this up, if we just take the reins off of abortion, if we just make it so where you can go and buy an abortion pill at the damn neighborhood gas station, all these women would be aborting their child because they were out of wedlock or they don't have money, etc. We got to do something. We got to put something in place to say, hey, man, at least give us a chance to have a growing population instead of the decreasing one. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm done. I didn't defame you. Let me address that.
I was saying, Thunder. I was
slanderous. I never was saying slanderous or defamatory against anybody on their path.
Thunder. I was trying to make humor to keep from I was making humor, Thunder. I didn't mean literally.
What? The family? Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, I didn't mean it literally. So,
No problem.
all right. So, my point was saying I don't understand the law. I understand anarchy and chaos, but in the abortion law, I'm not educated as to why certain trimesters are and certain trimesters aren't. That's why I was saying I wasn't being specific. So, no right in law is absolute. So I had to look it up. No right in law is absolute. So the reason why they have gestational limits is because, like Chef said, there's a difference between a blood clot and as the weeks pass, when the fetus develops organs, nervous system, brain activity, ability to feel pain, ability to survive outside the womb. So ability to feel pain is disputed but debated. Ability to survive outside the womb, you introduce a new word into the biology called viability. So the moral weight increases as the development increases. So that's why very early abortions are widely legal and very late abortions are widely restricted. Even most pro-choice countries do this. Viability, I'm sure y'all know what it means, but I'll say it's the point where a fetus can survive outside the womb without medical help. That's around 22 to 24 weeks. The legal idea is once something can live independently, society has a stronger interest in protecting it. That's why the laws tighten after viability, not after conception. It's not about punishing women. So the state balances the rights by saying no right in law is absolute. So you can have free speech, but you can't libel. You can have bodily autonomy, but you can't use unlimited drugs. You can have parental rights, but you can't abuse. So abortion law is a balancing act between a woman's bodily autonomy and the state's interest in that potential human life. So that's why my body, my choice is not legally sufficient by itself. Because at some point when they determine, is there another legal, when you say my body, my choice, at some point there's another legal entity involved. And that's where you start having the viability conversation. So at conception, though, Thunder, at conception, we're not talking about viability. We're not talking about we're not talking about the moral legal situation. The closest to conception, that's why they allow abortions. Even under my body, my choice, after a certain point, they don't. Because at one point, I would suffice to say, I don't know this is fact because I ain't look it up, but I would suffice to say at some point they say that this is a crime, it's murder. Because that fetus has viability at this point. It could live without you. You're essentially killing another person.
Yes. I agree with everything you said, bro.
Yeah, no, you don't agree with everything I said. Because you don't believe in abortion at any point.
I said rape. This is what I mean by I don't think you listen,
I ain't talking
man.
about rape. I'm not talking about.
I said rape, incest, and murder.
So do you agree? Let me ask you a question. Do you agree with
at no point?
Do you agree with abortion after conception? Forget those 3 rules you brought up. Just 2 people having sex. Do you agree that they should be able to abort the baby if she chooses to?
It's legal.
So then you don't agree with what I'm saying.
No, I do agree with what you're saying.
You agree with the law. Hold on. So just so we're clear, you agree with the law that you can abort a child after conception.
Agree with that law. Agree with that law. I'm saying,
your mic is
subscribe to
you said yes, you do.
You can't hear my phone go?
No,
okay.
Your shit is cutting in and out. You said you agree with it.
So I agree with. I might be screaming or something. I guess maybe I don't know.
Okay.
But I agree with the law, right? I cannot. It's just like, let me go off the subject for just a second. I'm gonna come right back.
Okay.
So morally, I'm not with traditionally. I'm a traditional marriage guy. Man and a woman walk down the aisle, say I do. Right.
Okay.
But I have got to when Obama declined to defend the DOMA, right? So now I got to look at, okay, good. So do I believe in discrimination? No, I don't believe in discrimination. Well, now I got to say, Thunder, do you really believe that? Do you really sign off on that? Yeah, I don't believe in discrimination. All right. So what about gay people? And I got to ask myself that question. I got to say, well, shouldn't they? why should straight people only have the right to marriage and gay people not? And guess what I got to do? I got to box and fight myself and go back and forth. And then I got to come up with the conclusion. Yeah, that ain't right. I can't defend it. I can't. From a biblical standpoint, yes. We shouldn't be allowing that. But we don't operate in that sort of government. So guess what you got to do now, Thunder? You got to back down off your stance of being anti-gay marriage. You got to back down because of discriminating against them people. They still people, right? So now I got to say, am I pro-gay marriage? Hell no. But I can't be anti. I can't be against it because that'll be discrimination against gay people. Same thing with abortion.
So wait. So you
hold on, let me bring it back to abortion.
I don't understand what you're saying though.
What you mean?
When you say you're not, I was trying to give some clarity. So you have the belief in your worldview, but in practice you believe it's a little different. Two things could be true.
Yeah, I would say two. Yeah. Okay. So the way I may not agree with you.
You don't agree with two gay people, but you don't agree with it so much that if they wanted to marry, it ain't up to you. We're not having a spiritual conversation.
No, but I'm saying, if you ask me, do I go along with getting tattoos all over your face and 12 damn nose rings? No, I don't agree. That's stupid to me. Getting face tattoos and all that. No, I don't agree with that. But I can't say it's illegal. I can't say, hey man, but you got face tattoos, now you're gonna need to go to jail. No, that's crazy. So I can't, you should be allowed to, if I can get a tattoo on my shoulder, you should be allowed to get a tattoo on my face, whether I agree with it or not. I don't sign off on that. So same thing with abortion. Just because I don't agree with abortion, other than rape, incest, or the child, or the health of the mother, that don't mean I got to be anti all abortion. That's crazy. Because people have different circumstances in which they feel that it's appropriate, although I agree with it or not. But more importantly, the law says that they can do it, so that's it. Okay. Whether I go with it morally or not, it don't matter.
That's only for double talk. 1984.
Yeah. You said double talk?
Mm-hmm. Well, you don't like. Well, you about to hear the Jamaicans version of Bati Man, Bati Boy, and all of that shit.
No. I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that double speak because you came in first and you said under 3 conditions.
Yeah.
What you're saying and then afterwards they concluded with that. You agree with it because it's not illegal. That's the conclusion. You agree with gay marriage based on the fact that it's not illegal. But prior to the fact when gay marriage didn't exist, and somebody would come to you and say, 2 males come to you and say they want to get married. If there wasn't a law, you would say, hell no, under no circumstances.
That's correct. That is 100% correct.
So therefore, we're not having a moral conversation here. To you, it is not. As long as it is
I have said it. I have stated about 5 times. Morality is subjective. That's why I don't even like entering that into scientific conversations. I don't. I said that the damn first minute I was on here.
But marriage is not a scientific conversation.
I know, but
nothing. But nothing. We're not having a scientific conversation here. We're having a moral conversation. Because laws are based on morals. Right? Laws are based on the moral of the society. So therefore we're having a moral conversation.
But morality is not. We had that conversation. Morality is not only subjective though.
I know.
We had this conversation already, and
slow walk.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. Because y'all might think morality is only.
Hey, Brad, did you see that video? Did you see that video I sent this morning?
And it was very good. I was going to tell you that. I did.
All right. I was saying that.
And it was very well. It was very well put. I got to admit, I was going to hate, but it was very well put. I can't even argue. I was going to hate, but I like the way it was done. I cannot. if morality is only subjective, then nothing is wrong, and that's the objective point. If morality is only subjective, then universally nothing is wrong.
No, what I think is wrong.
Everything is on. But do you understand what I'm saying when I say that? I think it's
wrong to snort cocaine, bro. I think it's wrong to smoke.
I ain't talking about cocaine. What I'm saying is, I don't want to start talking about drugs in this.
Well, you can't use it because it's from a scientific perspective. You got to be able to put everything in that box. That's why Haskell played that 6-year-old crap.
The 6-year-old card.
Yeah, that's why he played it. And guess what? It's a bringing of Colt 45 to a fist fight.
Right, I understand that, but when you come in and then come out and say morality is purely subjective, you're supporting his argument.
Bro, it is subjective.
It's not purely subjective. No, it's not.
Well,
it's not.
We've gone through several instances in which some people view it as moral to have sex with 6-year-olds, and
or
some
you can
people
say it's against societal norms, though. The society also has something to do in regards to whatever the norms are. You got cultural norms, individual preference, stuff like that. But it's also a certain level of, on any planet, whether it's your culture or it's your tradition, on any planet, it's wrong to motherfucking force a woman to walk 5 steps behind, to stone them, to not allow them to do that.
They don't view it as wrong.
Whether they view it as wrong, wait, listen. Just because something is your culture or how you view it, I don't give a fuck if your culture or your tradition, whatever your culture or tradition says is right or wrong. Because if that's the case, Haskell, you know what we're gonna end right back up with? You know what argument you actually making? You're making a great argument for fucking the transatlantic slave trade.
You are. I said that already.
Yeah, and you're wrong.
Some people view it as wrong.
Whether some people view it or not, the transatlantic slave trade was wrong. It ain't no argument.
Brass. Can I say something to you, Brass?
Yeah,
why you never walk him slowly to that? That's where I was going to walk him slowly with.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know. Hey, go ahead, take over. I'm not.
No. You already reached conclusion because his base is that once it's illegal, he will abide by it. Once it's legal in the court, he'll abide by it. It has nothing to do with whether it is perceived wrong or right. It's more like legally, if it's legally acceptable. He'll abide with abortion. You'll abide with abortion. You'll abide with
slaves. Somebody sent a slave to be able to take care of their family. Some people will view that as, hey, do your thing. But some people view putting people in enslavement as wrong. I already said that an hour ago.
Yeah, but the ones that are saying feed your family are wrong.
That's fine.
You didn't say that.
You are right. At the same time, though, at the same time, are they really wrong if they're wired that way? Not hold on, wait. That's why I sent the video of like what neuroscientists say, because like we cast these right or wrongs onto people who the way they're wired. We around these people all the time. There's certain people who are more empathetic. They feel other people feel. That doesn't make them right. And the people who may just be seeking out personal gain and all of that and not taking into account of motherfucking feelings, that don't make them wrong at the same time. So it's like, it's just,
right now, they believe it's wrong to kick out these damn Somalians out of this damn country. But you got some bunch of white people that is out here losing their life for these niggas. You see what I'm saying? So some people view it, you can't just do that, man. That ain't how it works. You can't just say what's right or wrong. That ain't that.
The law tell you what's right or wrong, right?
The law
tell you what's right or wrong.
Talk about right or wrong. We talk about what's law.
All right. So
you're having arguments and stuff and not adding any context or whatever. Those white people are not just out there arguing with removing illegal immigrant or asylum seekers. They're not arguing against that. They're arguing that in practice, how they're removing the asylum seekers and how they're removing the illegal immigrants is against the law.
No.
They're breaking the law. In order to remove these people, they're breaking the law. They're telling them, hold on. they're in the same token. Where you in Georgia? Do you know out here they're sitting outside? They sit outside in the courtroom. It ain't even the reason why y'all don't see a lot of the New York shit happening and New Jersey shit happening is because they're fighting a different way here with the ICE, and it's illegal. They're sitting outside of hearings where the person can be granted an extra 90 days to get their paperwork together. But because they're still technically illegal immigrants, they're deporting them from the courthouses.
So what's illegal about that?
It's against the law. They just listen, hold on, because they're going against the injunction that they have another 90 days to get it done. That's illegal. You don't understand that?
No, I don't understand.
If I just left a court hearing and the judge just told me I have 90 days to figure this out based on whatever circumstances I meet this criteria, and then it's ICE agents sitting outside the room to send me back to fucking wherever the fuck I'm from, seeking asylum from, that's against the law.
We just use data, right? Information, right? Just because you are you was eating whatever he said and you ran a stop sign, that don't mean you didn't run the stop sign. Yeah, you may have that 90-day injunction from this judge or whoever, but that don't mean you ain't here illegally.
What the fuck is the injunction for? I was about to call you MAGA. What is the injunction for? Is the injunction legal?
I'm going off what you're saying.
No,
I don't know.
I asked you a question. You said you're going off what I'm saying. So answer the question. Is the injunction that they just received legal?
It is legal.
So then why aren't you respecting it as a person that's enforcing the law? Why are you enforcing your law and ignoring all the others?
Because they are in the country illegally.
Yeah. Hey, Thunder.
Bro,
go ahead, Thunder.
Bro, stop.
Yeah, I gotta stop.
Stop.
They here illegally.
I've reached the limits of my abilities with that conversation.
Get all their ass out, all of them.
Yeah, see that? Yeah, and that's how you fall under. That's what your morality is. Get rid of them by any means necessary, and that's not.
You said no. That's not the truth. I ain't said kill them and drop them. I ain't said they body in acid or nothing like that. I ain't said it. Don't say no by any means necessary. No, lawfully by way of ICE.
So ignore the injunctions. So the same judge.
Ignore the law.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Ignore the injunctions. Ignore the injunctions to get rid of them. You're saying by any means necessary.
I ain't never heard nothing you talking about. I ain't never heard about no injunction.
I said I don't know how y'all doing it out there, but whatever our particular parts of the social media. Our ICE agent issues out here when they do the social media videos and this, it's not the picking them up at the houses and at the schools and stuff like that. Ours is they're sitting outside the courtrooms.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
No, I've already realized I've reached the limits with that. So if you don't have a problem with that, then your moral compass is I don't know how to debate your moral compass. I know how to debate Thunder. I don't know how to debate a nigga that would say that. So go ahead, bro. You got. Go ahead. I don't know how you're for law. You're for some laws, but not others.
I'm for every. Again,
we're not for every law. I just told you they got an injunction. You're not for every.
Brad, we're having to depend on you for telling the truth. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Well, I mean, if you think I'm lying, why are you talking to me anyway?
Listen what I'm saying. I said you may be wrong. I didn't say you was lying. You may be incorrect.
You said you're depending on me for the truth. You didn't say for my accuracy. You said the truth.
Yes.
That's lying. Or that. Hold on, Thunder. You just said I don't listen. If you said accuracy, I wouldn't have brought up lying. But if you say the truth, that's a lie.
What is a lie?
If you say you're depending on whether I'm telling the truth, wait, you said you're depending on whether I'm telling the truth.
Yes.
That's
As in,
so.
you are
So now I got to slow walk it. Then what's the opposite of telling the truth?
You could be incorrect about something.
No.
man.
Okay, I'll ask somebody else, Thunder. Stupid. What is the opposite of telling the truth?
Well, you have different words for it. You have untrue, you have lie, and Brass, you're a fucking liar.
Right. So if I say now, if you was saying, Brass, I don't know if you're accurate or not, and I come back to you and say, what are you saying? I'm lying, then I would be wrong. Because all you were saying was you might be incorrect. Your ass said you depending on me whether I'm telling the truth. But why? I see why y'all argue in the conscious community. You niggas don't use proper grammar. Y'all defeat the. Y'all don't know how to have y'all break the rules of discourse.
You're saying that because you said it's a truth? That what you're saying?
What you saying?
You're saying that because you said something, I got to take it as the truth? That what you're saying?
No.
Yes.
Well, nigga, what the hell are you talking about?
I know exactly what I'm talking about. And that question you just asked ain't got nothing to do with it.
No,
yes,
I said we are depending on you for telling the truth or not. That's what we're doing, right?
Right. Brass. So if I'm not telling the truth, I'd be lying.
Brass, you're saying that you're not arguing in good faith, Brass. Brass, the man say you're not arguing in good faith.
You could be
incorrect.
incorrect.
Come up here and tell lie to win an argument.
I wouldn't. I don't even care enough about the argument to lie.
Yeah.
No, you don't argue in good faith, Brass. I can't use enough. According to Thunder, Brass do not argue in good faith.
An injunction for 90 days, but guess what? That injunction may have some sort of little whatever in there where they can do that. So what I'm doing is I got to lean and depend on you for you knowing what the hell you talking about.
So this is why y'all. This is why. So when you just talk to people on the street, Thunder, I'm gonna ask a question. When you just talking to people on the street, do you ask them, say y'all arguing over, I don't know, whether Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or averaged 32 points to this, that, and some shit like that? I know in the conscious community, everything has a source. Is that how y'all argue?
Is it true that LeBron James the greatest of all time? Is that true?
That's subjective.
Oh, really? Did I lie? Okay, good. I'm saying right now, LeBron James.
That's another conscious community thing that don't work. What you just said, you didn't say anything.
This player of all time. I told the truth?
No, I said it's subjective. I didn't say you was telling the truth.
I asked you was I lying?
I didn't say you were telling it. I wasn't. I said it's subjective.
I said I wasn't telling the truth, right? So good. Now
I didn't say that. There's the conscious community thing you doing. You just changed my answer.
Okay, let's do it again.
No, I'm playing along. I'm not upset. This is actually fun.
Do it again.
Go ahead.
The greatest player of all time. Is that true?
I said that's subjective.
Is it true?
That's subjective. I'm never going to say nothing different. That's subjective.
Is it true? No, you said it's subjective. But is it true though?
It's subjective.
It ain't. Yeah, you ain't answering the question. You know you can't answer the question because you at that point you know you're proving my point. That's why you ain't answering that.
Something that's subjective is not a true or false question.
Answer that. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
No, it depends on who you ask.
Right. Something that's subjective is not true or false. Is 2 plus 2 4? That's objective. That's true. Is LeBron James the greatest player? Depending on who you asking, it's a different answer.
Oh,
and they're not wrong.
6-year-old.
2 plus 2 is an objective question. Is that wrong? It's a subjective question. You have to learn how to ask questions.
Good. 2 plus 2 equals 5. But that's true?
No,
that's false.
No,
that's false. Right?
Yeah.
Is LeBron James the GOAT?
Subjective.
Subjective question again. Does LeBron James have the most points ever? Yes.
That's true. Does LeBron James having the most points make him the greatest player ever? No.
Subjective.
It's subjective.
No, you just said no. You said it did though.
I said no, it's subjective. Can I finish my sentence? You trying to?
Now you need to finish it.
You're playing to pause hard and fast with the rules of discourse. And I thought you wasn't a conscious community nigga, but you acting like one.
I ain't said nothing about I ain't talking about no Egypt.
The way you right now, you yorking me.
You okay? Yeah, so you need to look. That's what I told you, dog.
What you're
I
doing
never
is,
heard.
no. I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose, but what you're doing is a Dr. York tactic. It's how he argued.
This is what I'm saying. I heard what you said.
Okay.
I heard Chef use that as a verb last night for the first time.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
I never heard that. I'm telling you,
that's a real thing. And guess what? We didn't make it up. His students made it up.
Yes.
Yeah, his students. No. Dr. York students made it up. We didn't make that up.
A couple different levels.
I thought Chef made it up last night.
No, Chef didn't make that up. They were having a conversation, and they realized that the nigga, when he'll take you into a conversation, just so we give you the proper definition.
Yeah.
They were having a conversation, old chums having a reunion, and they literally said that they were talking about Dr. York, and they were saying when he talks to you, remember how he used to spin you. He'll start on one thing, take you all around the mulberry bush talking about this bullshit and that bullshit, and then he'll bring you all the way back to the original thing. Now, you've been in the spin cycle for 20 minutes, and you don't even remember what I was even talking about. And they called it a York tactic.
Okay, I got it.
So we might have put a better definition to it.
I like it. No, I never heard that shit before last night.
Yeah, that was his fighting style in arguing. He would spin you around, and they thought it was funny as hell.
That's
like
crazy.
Talking about old times.
It's the weave. It's the weave. It's another version of the weave.
Yeah.
Bobbing and weaving. Okay, I got you.
No, not bobbing and weaving. The weave.
Let me tell you about the beginnings of math and subtraction. At the beginnings of math and subtraction, you had such and such and such and such. And then when Biden became president and cheese, American cheese, you don't know why American cheese is yellow? Let me tell you. And then go back to 2 + 2 is 5. And then be like, you can't follow that? Or they start asking you questions. You talking about LeBron. You don't know who Messi is, nigga? You ain't never heard of Pele, nigga? Oh, well, you can't even talk to me. You don't know who Ronaldo is. I thought we was talking about LeBron. See, it's the same. When I recognize the tactics, I just keep giving you the same answer. It's my only fight. It's my only retort. Remember that? What was that drunken fighter? Who's a boxing fan? What was that drunken fighter everybody was afraid of?
Oh, the man with the glasses?
No, it was not that was him, but it was a Spanish guy. He used to smoke cigarettes and shit. Wild as fuck. Be hitting you with go punch. Mayorga. Your only fight, you couldn't get down there and fight with him with the same style. It'll fuck you up. You gotta slow down, let this nigga get all the penalties, frustrate the nigga, don't fall for none of the tactics, and then when he get ultimately frustrated, then you beat his ass. You can't let no nigga spin you around. Chef and them are chiefs at fighting that shit. They know when it's happening. That's why he kept saying it yesterday. You know when it's happening. How many times do y'all have arguments on Egypt? Niggas be all off into 1,000 other goddamn things, this, that, and the other, and then bring you right back. It took you all this time to realize you don't even know what the hell you're saying.
Yeah, that was his argument last night.
Yeah. Great argument. I'll watch the show later. I didn't catch it.
Bro, you gotta watch it. If you don't watch them at the last hour and a half.
How long was he live? You said the last hour and a half? How long was
it was 3.5 hours long.
3.5.
You saying he was 3 hours long and never got technical about Egypt?
No, 3.5 hours long.
He was banging about the last 2, I'd say maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. That's when he was in his bag, bro.
The only reason I would assume most people is mad, or whoever he was talking about or talking to, is because he didn't open up the panel, and that's the conscious community rule 101. 100%. If I talk shit about you, I got to let you open the panel up and motherfucking defend myself. And that's what drove everybody.
Unc went live right after that. Maybe like 20 minutes later.
He didn't get a chance to get his shit off on the panel.
Yeah, that's it. Classic.
I'm assuming Reggie at some point. I'm surprised Reggie ain't cut y'all out today.
Yeah, Reggie didn't get to go live
on the replay of this show, y'all was talking about this nigga's wife today.
Who?
In this room.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
No, I ain't never
that.
talking about somebody's wife. Y'all tripping.
No, it wasn't anything negative. It wasn't anything negative.
No, I ain't bringing that up.
But y'all don't bring up my wife positive.
It wasn't.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Don't bring her up at all.
Yeah.
Reggie, I ain't had nothing to do with it. I wasn't here then, bro.
How you be so gangster about abortion and then run from Mabry?
Bro, abortion is morally wrong. What you mean? Reggie ain't morally wrong.
That's a great choice of no. I just like your choice of words.
You realize it.
I just love your choice of words. I spend more time listening to y'all to figure out y'all fighting styles than I do fighting with you. I hope you know that. I enjoy watching how y'all fight way more than actually fighting with you. The conscious community is just like Mortal Kombat, bro. You could just move one nigga out of the way, open up the menu, pick up another fighting style. I got to go get another character. That's why niggas be switching up so much, because you got to fight.
I ain't gonna lie. What you did there just now, Thunder, that was genius, man. I gotta ask you this question, just because the way that you decided to word that, I have to ask you. Since you said that morality is subjective, what grounding are you using to decide that the abortion is morally wrong? What are you grounding that? What are you grounding that in?
You asking me?
Yes, that was for you.
This nigga said Thunder's IQ level is that of the rock he crawled out of. These niggas hate you. Go ahead, answer Logic's question.
That's fine. But guess what I do for a living, and guess what they do for a living?
Don't tell nobody in the chat what you do for a living.
No, it's all good. Guess how much money they make, guess how much money I make with this low IQ. No problem. Now, more, you say what am I using?
Yeah, how are you grounding your argument in the subjective morality? How are you doing it?
I already did it, but I can do it again. I said that if you look at birth rates in our country amongst blacks and whites are on a sharp decline, actually. And when you look at the Hispanic community, of course, they stay with 5-6 kids. But if this were to be maintained, then most people consider that adverse to a country of this size and this stature to have a declining. China's going through the same thing, actually. China's having
every country in the world, 90% of the country in the world going through. Jamaica going through that. All the Caribbean country going through that. Birth rates are declining.
Of course.
Right?
But what are you saying? But what is your connection to abortion? What do you flesh out that thought in a plain sentence?
All right.
Why are you, right.
So we can do that. When you a declining population, I would say most of that lends to agendas that were centered around controlling the population. Some people say that vaccines are the way to control the population. Some people say the gay movement is the way to control the population. Some people say that abortions and abortion pills, et cetera, et cetera. These are all vehicles to achieve that overall goal, right? So to me, anything that goes against birth, I'm against. If you go against birth, I go against you.
So is population control wrong?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Reggie.
What up, Reggie?
Hey, how you doing?
Nah, I ain't saying nothing about your wife, bro.
Hey, Reggie. Hey,
You
Reggie.
said something just now.
Hey, Reggie, I want to set some
Hold on,
ground
bro.
rules.
I ain't say nothing about your wife. Hold on. Let me get that out. I ain't say nothing about your wife, Reggie. I ain't had nothing to do with that, bro.
I actually heard it. So this was a situation where Reggie's a pusher, not a driver.
Yeah, I said that.
Reggie,
and this is a situation where
everybody in here just keep your argument specific, because everybody's
going on mute, man.
No,
What's up, Reggie?
Everybody mute out. Everybody mute out. Let Reggie go.
I'm very specific. So on the issue of a driver and a pusher, I was a married man, and my wife was younger, and isn't that what a man is supposed to do? Push and support and help. So my former wife, she was in a PhD program, 2 PhD programs, one for physics, and it was problematic in the CUNY system for her. So she left to get another PhD, to try for another PhD. Both times she was on dissertation level, and she got a PhD in education policy. So as a husband,
A pusher.
I'm going to support my wife. So
I didn't say. That's what I said.
Wife bringing up me and my family, which you know nothing about.
I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up, but I said that you're a pusher. Your personality is a pusher. You're a supportive character. Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak. I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up. What I said is on your personality. You're a pusher. I don't remember who brought it up. And I'd call the name if I remember. Yeah, if I remember, I would have called it that name. I don't remember because it's not that important to me.
Somebody brought up my wife.
Right.
Now, someone said something about. Somebody said something about that's why she left me. Why she left me? Well, you don't know why she left me. I know why. Right? We got a divorce because of a disagreement. But nevertheless, as a man, I fulfilled all my obligations. My wife is a PhD today because of me, right? I paid the rent, right? Okay. So second, when it comes to my son, I'm a father, right? I'm going to my son will be walking. He'll be hooded at the PhD in May, and after that he will defend. So these are the things that people do in their families because they, if someone is in a better position in the family, they will support them. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Men should.
Are you offended by me calling you a pusher?
Man, no, I'm offended by somebody bringing up my wife.
Okay, I didn't bring it up. So I because I understand what a pusher is. A pusher might sound like a minimizing what you did. I didn't
bring up my wife.
I didn't bring it up. Thunder, shut the fuck up, Thunder. This has nothing to do with you. Why are you jumping in there? What the fuck is it? I said what I said.
Hey, Thunder, don't let your pride get in the way.
Stay out of my personal
Hey, Thunder,
life.
don't let your pride get in the way. Just stay out.
Stay out of my personal. I'm talking. Stay out of my personal life. Because I come here to talk about what I know about ancient Egypt does not give anybody here a right to talk about my family.
Reggie,
now,
who are you talking to?
I'm talking, I don't know who said something, who brought up my wife.
Well, you said somebody. So who's the somebody?
I'm not so sure. We have to go back to the tape. And then when I go back to the tape, I will clip it. But the fact of the matter is, yes, Brass, they was talking about my family in an ancient Egyptian conversation. That is something.
It wasn't. It's an Egyptian conversation. You're coming out. You're coming. Let's shut the fuck up. You're coming here without full information and acting like he's a superstar. Get the information and you come in and start acting. You didn't have all the information when you come in. I was being very nice.
I didn't charge you. I didn't charge you with anything.
You're coming here and puffing up your chest without all the information.
I am a goddamn motherfucker.
We will tell you to shut the fuck up. We'll tell you that. Because you're coming here. If you're going to accuse, that's why I jumped in first and said what I fucking said.
Can you give me the floor?
Stu Pease, I think Stu Pease is guilty, bro, because he done interrupted you 10 times.
Okay. What I'm saying is,
okay, man.
1 second, Stu. Let him get it out. Go ahead. Where's that at?
I will rewind the tape. See who brought up my wife, right? outside of that, what I am saying, without making a direct accusation to anybody, right? Anybody, is that you should not be bringing up people's families, right, in a conversation about ancient Egypt. It's not about me being a superstar, but if you're talking about me, then it's relevant to the conversation. So, as you as black men, can you agree that on any conversation, unless it's a crime that somebody's accused of, that we should not be talking about people's families?
I agree.
Okay, great. Now, this goes back to this guy, this Xavier character, right? This guy brought up my family, my wife, put pictures and shit on YouTube, right? To defame me and my family, right? But that's yesterday. Well, a week ago. Today, I'm saying as black men, we have to have some moral respectability about the struggles that we all go through, especially husbands, right? Especially husbands, that you don't bring in people's families in a conversation. Otherwise, we're less than the people that we talk about. We can't blame the oppressor for anything if we do it ourselves. So I will go back to the tape and I'll find out who brought up my wife, right? So it ain't about me being a superstar. It's just me being a community member of this chat, and me talking to supposedly black responsible men. Now I have achievements. I have more achievements than a lot of people, especially in social and political activist life. I do, right? I'm noted. I'm not a superstar, but I was a pallbearer of Dr. John Clark, Dr. Yosef Ben Jokanan, Alambe Braff, right? And several more, right? I am a respectable person in the community outside of YouTube. YouTube, well, is a conversational place, right? But I have a real life. I have to deal with things that I could have done, should have done, and as a man, decided what I could do or not, right? But that's my personal life. My life here is just to argue what I know about ancient Egypt, which I can argue very well. On Chef's situation, I didn't lie to any of you. I always source when I'm doing a presentation, what I'm talking about. I don't do a presentation without sources. I taught the conscious community how to write a goddamn PowerPoint, right? Instead of what was happening before I came on the board. I'm the one that the Hebrews and everybody else, all these crazy people, while they try to source their material, I'm the one. Their problem is only source what they want to source, and then when there is backlash, they don't put up the counter sources. They think that the source that they have is the only source. That means I know that they didn't write papers in college or things like that, and they shouldn't be writing PowerPoints. So I will rest, but we're gonna find out who brought up my family, and then and we're just gonna find out. So I didn't make an accusation on anybody except for I got on at the point where someone says that I'm a pusher, not a driver, right? I'm in my household, I was the head of the household. So if I decided to push, then I was driving. I don't see how anybody who's married and have children, right? I don't see how they don't exchange roles, right? To push their family forward, right? To make a better generation. But on YouTube, everything is giggles. So to respect your time, I'm 60 years old, so I'm older than most of the people on the chat, I think. Right? You probably think I'm your age. I'm not. Right?
But Reggie, you are the authority on ancient Egypt, though. Like, I ain't gonna lie, brother. I learned so much from you listening to you and Smash. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
Get it. You know what I'm saying? You got 30 years in this shit of sources.
You
feel me?
Brass, it's not all about the giggles, Brass. Let him he's speaking to the Bible. Let him get power. Let him give Reggie his power.
Bro, we gotta stop.
We don't take them serious, though.
King J, we gotta stop, bro. We can't. That can't be the response to that. He ain't even talking about Egypt right now. He's not even talking about. He's talking about his wife and his family and something inside of you.
Well, no, he wasn't. He was responding to somebody. No, that's not what he said, though.
King J, hold on.
The brother said he's responding to somebody.
King J, hold on, brother. King J. And somehow something inside. I just want you to recognize the thing inside of you.
The what?
That pause. That compelled you. Something from the depths.
You said the what?
Something from the depths.
Now repeat yourself. I hear what you said. You said the what inside of me?
Something from inside. Hold on. What are we doing?
I'm asking you a question. Repeat yourself.
Every time I start talking, you ask me another question.
Well, yeah, because you cut me off in the middle of me talking. But go ahead. This y'all platform. I can understand. Y'all filibustering. But go ahead.
He was in the middle of exalting Reggie. You cut him off.
I just asked what from the depths of you.
I was giving Brother Reggie a compliment, and then y'all cut me off.
That wasn't even a compliment. That was a statement. He said he is the authority on Egypt.
He is.
In the context,
he is. He is. If anybody outside of Reggie's on the panel, if Reggie comes on the panel, he's the authority. Don't nobody know more than Reggie besides maybe a Smash in regard to the grammar.
So if he's
come on, brother.
Right, so I'll play along.
Let's think about it like this. Reggie is the last. He's been with the elders. We can learn a lot from Brother Reggie, brother. Y'all ChatGPT.
Right there, I agree. Wait. Right there, I agree. All that other shit. See, this is what I'm saying. When y'all, what you're doing is. So let me ask you a question. So when Reggie get on a panel with the guy from Pseudo Killers and Jabari and all of them, he's the authority on Egypt in the room. He's the
depending on if it's in regards to grammar, I'll probably give it to Smash. It depends on the area. If in regards to cultic shit, I'll probably give it to Jabari. But if in regards to all around history of the subject and knowledge of this, I'm gonna give it to Reggie.
Okay.
That's come on, like what's wrong?
Hey, if you like it, I love it, bro. I don't want to argue with you, King J. Hey, King J, if you like it, I love it, bro. Hey, Reggie, I'm gonna say this to you, Reggie. You shouldn't even be comfortable with that level of worship.
That's not worship. That's respect.
How was that worship? That's a statement.
The reason why is because I have actually have a history, right? Having conversations. No, he does not. He actually does not. We
disagree a lot.
We disagree a lot. But the reason why he has some respect for me is once he goes back and searches, because he will search, King J will search my ass. Right? He will research. He will research what I say. And the fact of the matter is, once he does his research, he would say that he will find that I have some semblance of correctness, if not entirely correct. But I don't talk to you, Brass, about ancient Egypt.
Right? Yeah, that's clear. That's clear.
So we don't have these conversations. So you wouldn't know. You don't know anything about my history with studying the topic ancient history.
No. That's not. You're missing my point. Yeah. You're missing my point. And my point in these conversations is I akin it all to WWE. So some people think The Rock is the greatest fighter. Some people that think that Stone Cold Austin is the greatest fighter. And from my perspective, I could be wrong, but from my perspective, you was defending your family. And he came off mute and said, "You're the authority on Egypt." That's why I started laughing.
Maybe that was
I didn't know what your wife and your family and defending the honor and the pushing and all of that. I just didn't know what you being the authority on Egypt had anything to do with that. That it wasn't about whether you know something.
Yeah, okay, we can get past that.
Yeah,
So
it wasn't about whether you know something.
My general point is, last night.
And I gotta let Stu Peace talk at some point. I had him on mute this time. So go ahead. I'm gonna let Stu talk.
If we could talk without cursing and calling me names and shit.
Right? Yeah, you don't gotta keep it. Yeah, we can. You don't gotta be personal. We try to have a conversation. Go ahead, Stu. Let me take him off mute.
Go ahead, let me start by apologizing to Reggie. I said he was a pusher. I should have said that he's the catalyst behind his family. Another statement I said also, if Reggie had 10 children, he'd have 10 PhD. That's what I said, because his personality. He worked better in the background. He might not even accept it, but he himself said that years ago, that I work better in the background. So I use that and listening to him over the years to come to that conclusion. If I offended you by calling you a pusher, my apologies.
No, I didn't argue with you, Stu Peace. I just simply said that somebody brought up my family. And so I just need to know, since I'm on with a group of people, who might have said it instead of me going back, and then we can address it. Outside of that, it's a non-issue. I didn't get upset. I didn't get upset with Stu Peace when I heard the driver and pusher, because I know that I could come on and I could talk about being a black man.
Yeah, I think your family was brought up in reference, like not to like bring your family. It was what we already know. So like we already understand like your family and the caliber of your family members, right? So we were bringing that up in comparison to like how you treated in the conscious community, right? How you take a back seat to some wild ass nigga who don't read the shit that he even featured in, right? So like that's what we were saying, Reggie. Like you shouldn't be taking a back seat to that. I think you might have came in or somebody might have. I don't know if you heard it or did somebody come and tell you what was said,
I was on the bus and I clicked on, and you can see me in the chat says I'm gonna get Chef. I'm gonna get Chef.
I wasn't looking at the chat.
Why did you say, wait. Why did you
say
say you're gonna get Chef?
Oh, because of Chef's show last night.
Oh yeah, I heard he whooped your ass last night, Reggie.
Well, he talked to the wall. Chef talked to the wall, and
he was talking to his chat. He was talking to the world.
For 3, that's the wall. Nobody's talking back to him.
He couldn't bring that jump to ass cat, could he?
Where you at, Chef?
No, well, my whole point of it is, Chef.
I'm just saying, I heard he got you, Reggie, and I think you came in with some level of malice because he was killing you last night. I'm gonna go watch the show, but I heard
he's killing me, but not talking to me. Listen.
Didn't you hear? He was talking to you. You about to tell me what he said?
No. How can I say? It was damn near 2
He didn't allow you to defend yourself, is what you saying?
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I asked Unc, I said, Unc, why don't you open up a show, stream Chef's show, so since he don't want to open it up, we could talk back while he's talking, right? So I went to sleep. I had to do something in the morning, so I went to sleep. And so Unc came on late night. So later on tonight, Unc is going to spin up the channel. Now, my whole point of it is in general. Anybody that wants to talk to me about this Egypt, since I'm lying about Egypt, I heard Chef say that I
thought you was the authority on Egypt.
What is that? How does that change my point?
Because Chef said you was lying about Egypt.
Right. So Chef's
authorities don't be lying on Egypt.
Right. So Chef's position is that I'm lying on Egypt. Chef said that I spent 3 hours I walked him through, I guess, the TLA and some other stuff. Isn't that what people are supposed to do?
That probably mean that Chef don't know what he's talking about then.
I think Brass just forced you to accept your title of the authority on Egypt. You accept that?
I'm competent in this subject. I don't really honk my own horn, right? Unless I have to. But you know, except
Reggie,
for
don't accept that title, brother. Don't let
except
King
for
J.
Smash Rockwell's. But you got to remember, I have a Smash. I communicated with Smash all the way in California, asked him to come to New York to help me out, right? Because he was the fastest transliterator and translator that I knew that might want to do it, because the scholars didn't want to do it. So Smash Smash has never let me down. Smash Rockwell has never let me down. He is in fact the fastest translator that we have on these boards.
Reggie,
And
don't accept that title.
And he breaks it down in a way that people.
But Reggie, the point is, just as a
everybody
human
except academia.
being, yeah. Just wait. Reggie, what I'm saying. All right, so now I'm gonna get to my point about King J. When you Reggie, you might be really good at Egypt. You might be great at Egypt, but with no, and I don't mean this disrespectfully. I'm gonna be having a conversation. To come for a person, it ain't an accomplishment to be the authority on Egypt in the conscious community.
Damn, you are really hung up on that. That man opinion, bro.
No, it ain't. No. Whether that's his opinion or not, Thunder, I'm saying Reggie shouldn't accept that. That's almost it's like hold on, hey Thunder, it's like a backhanded. Hold on, Thunder, it's a backhanded compliment. Yeah, but it's actually disrespectful. To say you the authority on Egypt in the conscious community,
brother, why do you make everything to be to sound negative? When
you're just trying to spin that negative, and it's not.
No, I literally just said his.
Because I'm the person. Listen, wait. Nobody talk. You can't control the narrative every time, brother.
I'm
just trying to respond.
I know you think you. Okay, now I gotta say the same thing I always say. I know you think you can overtalk me in here, but you can't. So just 1 second. If you get a Discord, I'll show you the same respect. What I'm saying to you is, I don't think you should accept the authority on Egypt. Now, he said the authority on Egypt. I added in the conscious community to make it make sense, because there's no fucking way with the people in this world, what they've studied on Egypt, that Reggie is the authority on Egypt. If you believe that,
you are clearly creating an argument at this point.
No, you would have to be in. That would be like going. Wait. That would be like going to a semi-pro.
Why are you trying to dirty the water?
Hold on, wait. I'm about to give you my
trying to dirty the water. It's a compliment.
That would be like going to a semi-pro.
It's a compliment to the brother, and that was all.
Reggie, I think I'm the only person that's respecting Reggie. It would be like going to a semi-pro NBA league and saying that nigga is the greatest player.
Hey, Reggie, all right.
That would be. That doesn't make.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's like between Kobe and Jordan, LeBron. Everybody has their opinion.
All three of those niggas is in the NBA.
I said, in my opinion, Reggie is the authority.
And that's it.
That's a goddamn shame.
You got a problem with that?
That's a goddamn.
You got a problem with that?
No.
To me, Reggie, George,
Like Reggie, yo.
Like LeBron.
Crazy. Now, you know what? You are.
I can see how some people saying LeBron is the GOAT is crazy too.
You are what my brother said.
I like Jordan better. Sorry.
You definitely better than
Come on, bro.
What you're not gonna do is
come on, man.
Be the king of it.
Come on, dog. Come on, man.
Yeah,
hey,
Reggie. In the water.
Hey, Reggie, let me ask you a question. About Kemet. You said that, I think, Chef's overall point was Kemet, y'all was going through the TLA, and you was looking up the word Kemet and how it meant black, the black land, etc. Then you brought up Ethiopian, and you brought up black burnt face. Can you tell us exactly? Well, tell your side. I know you probably heard it, so tell your side up, man. Like, were you really arguing against the TLA?
Okay. So let me just do it this way. Yes.
Reggie, they slow. We read the TLA every day.
Do it this way. Okay. You know, reading the Wall Street Journal, right? Or reading for example, the New York Post, right? Okay. So Ehrman and Graffo, which wrote the Vaudeville, uh, they were in a particular period of time, right? And they was assessing what Kemet may mean as an interpretation, right? And so so where they draw this from is Plutarch's Plutarch, which is in the what, 3rd century or something, or 4th century, something like that. Plutarch is discussing the word Kemet, but he's coming in at a later period of Egypt. So the Greeks are there, so they have lots of terms to describe the people like Melicros and things like that. And they also at this early time period, they name they begin to name the place as Egypt, and it's not Egypt. That's the Greek naming of it. Now, when Ehrman and Graffo, uh, they kind of correlate everything that they have, and they say um, Kemet means the black land. Okay, so that's what they said at that time period. So this is 2026. Prior to that, in 1974, in a UNESCO conference, when Cheikh Anta Diop was talking about the word with Sonoran, Sonoran called Kemet not the black land, the black country, right? The black country, not the black land, but the black country, right? Still thinking that it has something to do with the alluvial soil, right? So my work is okay to introduce other variables into the conversation. For example, uh, the pyramid text, when Kemet is there, they interpret it as the black land, but is it? Right? Is it the black land? That is a research question. So a research question says, well, when is the first time that you see Kemet, and does it mean black land at that time? No Greeks, no anybody. Does it? So what are the words that begin to create Kemet? Then you apply what King J knows. You look at the word not through interpretations, but strictly through morphology, right? So when you look at Kemet with the Nuit symbol, right? So it's Kemet, right? Which is a feminine singular collective word, and then it's attached to the morphology. I mean, it's the 049 glyph, which is the Nuit. Then you have to look at both words, and then you have to do morphology. So the Kemet is a feminine singular word, right? And then the Nuit is also a construct that has a suffix called wheat. The wheat suffix in
Hey, what nigga in here said I don't supposed to be in a conversation and shit like that? I heard my fools in here talking shit.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
y'all just everything the brother just said. You responded with that. Like, come on, brother. Like, Reggie don't even need to be on this channel. That's fine. It's just him.
Well, I
talking
don't
shit,
understand. See, because when I talk to when I do talk to
Hey, go
Egyptologists,
ahead, Reggie. Finish talking.
when I
Yeah,
talk to
talking, man. That was so rude.
Egyptologists, when I talk to Egyptologists about it, and I talk to Western descendant Egyptologists and Black Egyptologists, then they completely understand when I'm talking to them about doing the morphology of the word. From strictly the morphology of the word, it does not mean black land. It means a black polity. So a black polity meaning a country, city, state, a place, right? And so now, if Erman Graffo did the morphology, and but he did not do the morphology. So when we look at the grammar and the morphology of the word, then fine. Now, if someone like King J, he knows grammar, he knows the word constructions. I got a conversation with him. I can have a conversation with him. I can have a conversation with Smash. I can't have a conversation with people. I can I could have a conversation like I'm having conversation now, telling you what the differences are. So now watch this. Sonoran disagrees with the Black Land. Sonoran, he was a grammatician of that time period during the UNESCO conference, and he disagrees with the Black Land. He calls it Black Country. So then, what the issue is, if I have Sonoran disagreeing with Diop on one point, but then disagreeing with the Egyptologist on another point, then we have a research topic. Then Alexandra Nibby, right? She analyzed the word, and I've done a talk on Alexandra Nibby. She makes it a black city, right? So she doesn't do a morphological construct. What she does is does a textual construct. She looks at the word through text, not breaking down the morphology, and she finds that this Kemet at one point was kicked out of Tameri.
Right.
So she cites that. So now, if what I'm trying to do is I was trying to educate Sheffrin about the tools that we use, and he seemed to have turned it back against me, right?
Reggie, have we concluded that the 049 it refers to a district, or is it more than just like
Yes,
an
it's a
administrative
polity. It's
district?
more
Okay.
okay. A district is within a polity. It's all having to do with the old category of Gardner. Gardner created the old category, so it's not land. The land would be in the other category that deals with Ta
The
and
other time, yeah.
and things like that.
And then we
So
literally see it as a piece of land as the glyph.
right, a tongue of the land, a piece of
A
the
tongue of the
land,
land, yeah.
but it's not in that construct because it's not talking about it. So maybe I didn't get to the point of talking to Sheffrin about that because Sheffrin has a different type of job, but he has a different type of job. So he does commentary. He does commentary on based on part of what he witnessed, but I didn't get a chance to I didn't get a chance to walk him through the what different Egyptologists say. And then it's the black the African descent Egyptologists that have entered into the field recently because they were excluded. And that goes to Dr. Diop, Dr. Cambone, Dr. Mario Beatty. Those groups, they're all PhDs. Dr. Obanga, right? They're all PhDs. And then what do they say, right, about it? One thing I do know is that almost all of them, Nibby, and I'll say it again tonight, Nibby, Sonoran, right? Um, uh, and then the four black, well, let's exclude Diop for example, Diop. But the other three, Dr. Mario Beatty, Dr. Cambone, Benachi Montgomery, right? Agree. Oh, and Vanessa Davies agrees that it's a polity. So I have different strands of thinking on what Kemet is. There's only one group which says that it's the Black Land, and they never do the morphology. They just kind of parrot each other, right? Okay, I'm done.
In this,
What's the difference between land and what you're saying?
Mhm.
Help me understand that. What's the difference
Okay,
between calling it a black land and a black country?
okay.
What
Well,
is that difference?
well, a land is just simply uh, uh, whether it's a fertile land, it's a mountainous area, it's just a uninhabited place. The Nuit signals that it's an inhabited place. So it's just not land, it's a place where people are inhabiting it, right?
That's
So
why I
it could
like
be
district. District is a little bit better for that.
correct in one sense. But then what happened is when Mentuhotep begins to name the whole country Kemet, then it becomes a different type of polity. You're right about that.
Exactly.
Okay. So then there's syncretism. What's funny?
Well,
It's the background singing while you singing. It's just,
Yeah.
totally off,
So Reggie, help me understand this.
It's driving me crazy, Reggie. It's not what you're saying, because I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. It's just the ride and the and all of that shit is just it's bugging me out because you respect Chef.
Because we actually understand what he's saying.
I know, bro.
We
I know.
need you to understand what he's saying. You need the scholars to understand what the hell he's saying.
Bro, please don't get mad at me for laughing, bro. It's just funny.
No, show your ignorance, brother. We're not laughing because you already say you don't know what he's talking about. So you
I didn't say that. See, that's where we go. You don't have to. The level of authority to you don't know what you're talking about.
You said that out your mouth.
I'm not. I didn't say you didn't know, Reggie. I have never.
You said you didn't know what he was talking about.
I said I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Exactly. So you don't. So therefore, you're ignorant to the subject. So we expect you to laugh. So that's the point I'm making. The brother Reggie talked and said some extravagant points. The brother
extravagant points. Hold on. Because I know you're going to defend your authority to the last breath. Give me 1 second. I'm not saying that. It's funny that in order for me, give me 2 seconds, Reggie. I know I cut you off. What's hilarious in this conversation is I don't know what he's talking about because I don't know why y'all talking about Egypt anyway, so I don't care about it, right? It means nothing to like, it means nothing to like how my daily, everything I do in my own personal life. But I show respect to it, right? Because the people around me talk about it. That's it. But Reggie, because I don't think that you're the authority on it, doesn't mean that I don't think you know what you're talking about. The fact that I gotta say that you're the authority, and that if I just bring you down just a little bit to a person on the internet that is an advocate and knowledgeable about Egypt, I gotta move you all the way to master teacher or a baba or the authority on a subject in order for me to say that you just know what you're talking about. You may know what you're talking about and not be the authority. I would assume the authorities would be the guys who go into school, they go get the Egyptology degree, then they get the master's in some shit, then they get the PhD in some shit. It's the guys that sit around in the room, go put their hands in the dirt, work on digs all the time. I would be supremely comfortable saying their authority. But Reggie, do you know that in the chat right now, a motherfucker just said to me that Reggie is like the Michael Jordan, LeBron James, and Kobe of the Egypt conversation. Do you know that you should not be, you yourself, you as a man, I don't question your manhood, I can bring that back. You as an educator or whatever you want to call it, educated person, you know for a fact that in this conversation, there may be Michael Jordan, LeBron James, and Kobe, but that you're not one of them, and it ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. Okay, well, don't let these people master teacher you. Don't let them do that. Don't let them do that. Because you know what'll happen, Reggie? Hold on, Reggie. You know what'll happen? 10 years from now, you'll have a motherfucker not knowing what the hell he's talking about, and he'll be telling the same community after you dead and gone that he sat at the foot of you. And you shouldn't be comfortable with a motherfucker saying that. This ain't conscious community. Let's live in the real world.
I'm not tabling like that. I'm simply whatever's going on in the chat. But what I just said, right, in these last few minutes, is probably the most authoritative synopsis of the word Kemet that you've seen in writing, right? That you've heard. So it's like somebody coming in, like, you know, what the Rucker tournaments is in New York, right? Okay. The Rucker tournaments and one. There are a lot of people who play there who never be in the NBA, but they're respected by the NBA, right?
Because if y'all want to crown him, then crown his ass. That's what it is.
So I'm
not gonna give his stuff that title, but he will humbly accept it from somebody.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying, and that's really all I'm saying. Reggie,
I
you know
will
for a
say
fact.
that.
Why do you, hey Reggie, if you are the authority, then why? Let me ask you just two questions. What would the qualifications of somebody being the authority on Egypt? What would they have to have? At a bare minimum, what would the authority have to have on the subject?
Written material, debates on the subject,
Debate with who?
articles. Written material would mean articles, debates on the subject, and that would and then a reasonable acceptance of what they say has merit.
So they don't need a degree, Reggie.
Not necessarily, because
a degree in Egyptology, they wouldn't need that.
No, not accepted. Not. For example, Petrie. Petrie is an Egyptologist, right? He's the father.
Why do you know not to ask me that?
Wait,
bro?
Petrie is the father of is one of the fathers of modern Egyptology.
Okay.
Petrie does not have a degree.
And nothing in Egyptology has no digs, no nothing. He
I don't
just
think
talks.
that they had no official curriculum of Egyptology back when Petrie was doing Egyptology.
What's his name, Reggie? Tell me his name.
I think he's literally so old that the course hadn't begun yet.
No, tell me his name. I want to know his name. You brought him up. What's his whole name?
Let me get his whole name.
He's the father of Egyptology. You don't know his name?
No, but that's for the people. That's for the people. He's the father, right?
Splendor. His name is Splendor. His name is Splendor.
Flinders Petrie. He's Sir Flinders Petrie, and Sir, he was what they call him was he's a English Egyptologist and a pioneer of systematic archaeology.
Okay.
Right. But there was how can I say at his time, before he was doing before he's doing his work, there's certainly Champollion and Lesbius and
did they have Egyptology degrees at that time?
None.
No, I'm saying, did they have that in the school?
No, but they had other. So what you have to understand is that in you've been a university, right?
Master, yes.
Okay, great. So there's cross fields. So what happens is you at some point a new discipline is created. But Petrie doesn't even have a degree.
Okay, it says his authority came from method and results, not credentials.
Right.
He
doesn't have a degree.
Right. So let me ask a question. So you've done excavations at Giza, Nakata, Abydos, Amarna, decades of continuous field work, methodological innovations, created sequence dating, stratigraphic recording, artifact typology, and full site documentation. You've done all of that?
Okay, so let me help you out.
No, yes or no?
Wait, no. The quick answer is no, but let me help you out about Sir Flinders Petrie, because these are people that you really don't know.
I don't. I'm just Googling them. You correct.
Okay, so great. He is Sir Flinders Petrie.
Okay.
So he has a title in the British Empire, right? He has a family. He has money. He can hire support. Sir Flinders Petrie is credited with a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't do it himself. Yeah, he was knighted. He's got a whole team.
He was never knighted.
Like a prince, right?
He was never knighted. He's often called Sir Flinders Petrie informally, but he was never knighted. Why people think he was a sir? He received elite. He received elite British honors. He was a fellow of the Royal Society. To that public, that looks like knighthood status, but he was never knighted. Yeah. He actually but this goes to his credentials. He was professor of Egyptology at the University. Hold on. He was a professor of Egyptology at the University College of London from 1892 to 1933. He founded the British School of Archaeology in Egypt. And you saying he don't have no? So you're saying you talking, and I want you to. I'm speaking respectfully. It's just we having a little bit of a heat in a conversation. I'm speaking respectfully. You think talking to these niggas on YouTube is the same as what this guy did?
No.
They brought a nigga up from 100 years ago.
Was not. You moved the goalpost.
I just told you what he did. That's not a goalpost.
No, it's a goalpost because the fact of the matter is,
you said one of the qualifications was debate. Wouldn't it be who you debating?
It's wait. You're moving the goalpost.
Okay.
So all right. In age 24, Petrie wrote Inductive Meteorology, or the recovery of ancient measures from the monuments, right? At age 24, he wrote that. So he wrote a page, right? He wrote a paper, right? A lot of people write a paper, right? So in one sense, he's like Charles Darwin, right? Right? People in this time, okay, let me say, British navigator, pioneer, hydrographer, and explorer of Australia and Tasmania. Explorer. A frail child, Petrie was privately educated, early developing archaeological and ethnological interests, particularly in the area of ancient weights and measures and in Egyptology, right? So, how can I say? He's a guy, he doesn't have to work, right? His family gives him enough money to do what he wants. He wants to be an explorer. Dad, I want to be an explorer. Fine, right? I'll buy the ship, right? Fine. So in this time period, people are grandfathered into their roles. They're grandfathered into their roles, right? So that's what I'm trying to explain. You can find another random argument. Yes,
well, you brought up, but you brought up.
Ask him the question.
Hold on. But I can find a random. Wait, I can find a random argument. But you brought up Petrie. Now it's interesting because even in the chat they're saying I said all the shit that he did, and they told me he didn't have a degree. But you brought up Petrie. Petrie was born in 1853. In 1853, he was active professionally by the 1870s and 1880s. At that time, the universities were classics based. Archaeology was not even a science yet, and Egyptology was a hobby of gentlemen, not a discipline. The course didn't even exist. There was no undergraduate degree in Egyptology, PhD programs in archaeology, or standardized excavation training. So the fact that he was able to establish a school of Egyptology and archaeology, become the father of Egyptology without all of that.
Okay,
no, hold on.
Now,
but my point, but my point,
you're learning as we go.
Petrie,
Watch this. You are learning. You're learning.
I get that. But didn't you bring up Petrie? No, but I'm saying, hold on.
Yes, and I brought him up.
Reggie,
brought up a nigga from 100 years ago.
We're not arguing, Reggie. We're not arguing. I want to be clear. I want to argue. We're not being clear.
No,
I don't want to argue. Hold on, Reggie. Hold on, brother,
Every
Reggie.
time I raise a point.
No, Reggie. Just listen to what I'm saying. If I get to my point, you probably won't argue it. What I'm saying is, he did all of that when it wasn't even available to him. You're arguing with people where the world is you can go get an Egyptology degree. You can go to school and get an Egyptology degree now. The people that you argue with, do you argue with anybody in this community that has an Egyptology degree?
I have discussions with PhDs, yes.
No, in this community.
Oh, there's nobody in this field that has a PhD and that's in this chat.
So when someone says that you are the authority on a subject in a community where nobody even has an Egyptology degree, it's a backhanded compliment. It's like saying you're the fastest snapper of fingers in a community of motherfuckers that don't have hands.
Okay, so let's change it. That's what King J says. King J, thank you very much for
you shouldn't accept that. It's dangerous, bro.
Now, wait.
Good. Yes,
now,
sir.
Now we're getting to the point. Now it's past that, right?
Okay.
It's now it's really past that.
Yes,
now
sir.
it's talking about the
the discipline, right? You're right. There's nobody on this board, right, that has a PhD. But I talk to people outside of this conversation.
I agree. Yeah.
And I talk to people who won't give most of the people on these boards, how can I say, a chit chat.
Similarly.
Right? Why? Because when I talk to a person, I know that I have to first send them my work, send them my paper, let them know that I am that I have skills, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
in conclusion,
then after that, they will have to decide to talk to me. Now, what we have another group of people here, not you necessarily, Brass, because you're not lowballing me, you're just bringing out your points.
Right.
The majority of the people who have the nastiest shit to say about me, right? They can't get into places and rooms that I can get into.
Confirming.
No, that's true. That's true. So, but when y'all say on y'all shows that we're not the experts and we cede to the experts, when y'all try to settle arguments, y'all go get the experts. How can y'all be the authorities and y'all go get the authorities? I'm confused.
Oh, because I'm not saying that.
I've even heard y'all say stuff like I'm not y'all advocates and shit like that. Like stick with that. That's cool.
In my particular work, Brass,
yes,
which is a very, very narrow place. I don't cover lots of parts of this civilization. My work is really around cattle culture and the word Kemet. Everything else is skill building for me to be able to do that. So I have a very narrow part in this work, right? In Egyptology. However, I do have to understand time periods and dates. The people, the nasty ass people in the chat and the other people, most of you are not effing accomplished in anything, right? I happen to be accomplished, right? So, but I choose to talk to you as long as I have the time to, but it don't float my boat, nor does it float your boat, except for when you come into this chat. So I argue with people who believe that the church fathers are the devil, and that they're the devil, but the Bible was put together magically. God used the devil. So I argue with people like that on the chat.
Mm-hmm. Your mic going in now. I would agree that you're accomplished, but the fact that I got to defend the fact that you're not the authority is the danger in this community.
You're choosing to nitpick.
No, I'm not nitpicking. I'm not nitpicking.
Minimize, Reggie.
I'm not nitpicking. I'm not nitpicking. I'm trying to make a point.
Are you telling me? But what point? I'm saying
you shouldn't want this kind of love and admiration. Even when somebody says that, you should check that.
I mean, listen,
or Reggie, you run the risk of becoming his. You run the risk. Hold on, Reggie. You run the risk of becoming his master teacher. You understand that?
But I am, however.
Do you understand that? Do you understand the dangers of a person that looks at you as the authority on something? Hold on, wait, Reggie. I'm not arguing with you. I'm talking to you. You don't understand the dangers, and I think you do. I think maybe we may be talking past each other, but you don't understand the dangers of allowing somebody to call you the authority on a subject and not correcting them.
Not only called. Watch this. He also talked about Jonathan Owens, right?
Who is that?
He also talked about Jonathan Owens. Smash Rockwell.
He's not an authority.
On what in this?
He's not the authority. No, he's not. He's not the authority. He's a great rapper, and he knows Meta Netter and can show it to you. He's not the authority on Meta Netter. You go to a college and find somebody. You go to a conference and find the authorities on subjects. You don't go to the YouTube. You don't go to conscious community to find the authority on that. Grifting.
So I think what you actually missing, Brass, Brass, I think what
You
actually
believe you're
missing,
the authority on Egyptology?
Brass, hold up a second, bro. What you actually missing is that what Reggie's actually saying is that they don't have any intentions of raising their level to the scholastic level. They would love to maintain their standard here in the community and be completely divorced of this scholastic level that you're hoping that for to one day achieve. He's not trying to become the scholastic authority. He's just fine with the community authority, bro. That's exactly what he's saying. I don't know if you want to hear that.
A little bit more because I write papers.
Okay, no, I can't argue with that
I
logic. Yeah, okay, logic. I get off that.
love to explore my ideas. So I write papers and I try to get my papers analyzed.
Great.
Because I can write. Because I
Now,
can write.
that's the part I don't understand, right? Now, why he writes papers to the scholastic community, right? And then, in some kind of way doesn't really attempt to use that rigor on whatever they say about his paper. I don't understand that part. But he's got to be saying that he's not really trying to.
Logic I'm talking to.
That's
I'm talking
logic.
logic now, right?
Yeah, that's logic.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, it's me.
Okay,
How you doing, brother Reggie?
I think I'm doing fine, but what I am saying is that this is something that I have been working on since I've been kind of forced out of my career, right?
Right.
So so I have an interest in this until I have an interest until I don't have an interest in this, right?
Right.
So this is something that I grew up doing since I was 22 years old. I'm now
all
60.
dope. All dope and amazing. All dope. That's why the chat thinks I'm disrespecting you by saying you're not the authority. I'm not.
Well, you don't realize how you are disrespecting him.
I'll make other people the authority.
I don't make no one the authority, bro.
No, not you. Not you. Maybe you have a higher standard. But in the subject,
see what I'm saying?
I'm a reliable person to ask.
I agree.
Okay, so let's just leave it there and move on.
Yeah, I agree. I agree on
You
that.
see what did you catch what he almost said right there? Maybe you have a higher standard than what Reggie has. And in some kind of way you think what I'm saying is disrespectful. And he was about to say this.
But logic, you enter this conversation a lot, right?
Here we go.
What I have yet to know, except for you applying what you believe is logic skills, right? What you know about the subject. But you do have a lot to say, and you know what?
This is what I know. I know that you have to constantly correct even your peers, right? Even your peers at ASCAC, you need to step in and correct them, which means that
don't go to ASCAC conferences.
That means, but I've heard you say that you've. I've heard that you
even met you.
Oh look, I let you talk. I let you talk, bro. I let you talk. You say that you have to correct your peers at those type of environments, right? Which means they actually do not they do not agree with you, right? And then what I'm saying is even when you go up higher, right?
No.
When you actually go up higher than that, right? You say you write scholastic papers.
Stop the cameras.
I ain't let that nigga up.
No. Stop the cameras. Where have you been in my company while I have been conversating with any scholar in ASCAC or anywhere else? Where have you been in my company?
I was right there on your shoulder, bro. As soon as you said that you've been to those conferences and you have to argue with your peers, that means that you don't agree with them, or they don't agree with you. It's one of the two. You're the one who was open enough to talk about the conference, right? And then, so what you said is that you have to correct your peers, or they correct you. Am I right? Or am I wrong? Or do y'all agree on everything? Which one is?
I never say with my peers and my peers outside of this that I have to correct them. I usually have common communications. Like you see me have a communication with Dr. Walter Williams. Communication, conversation, right? Why? I want to know what you know, and if I think that I differ, I'm going to tell you where I differ at. But you have never been around me, so you
What
don't
does that
know.
mean?
You don't know who I talk to.
When you say that y'all argue back and forth, I don't need to be specific about who you back and forth and with. I can understand that if y'all having a back and forth, that means y'all don't agree.
That's what you do in conferences.
Okay. So what did I say wrong?
I go to conferences.
And when you go to the conferences, are they saying the same thing that you're saying?
No.
Yes.
Not all the time.
Okay, now you're a goddamn liar. So now I gotta pull up. Now you're a damn liar. So now I gotta pull up a conference. What with Dr. Mario Beatty and a debate between me, Thor, and Dr. Mario Beatty.
No, but you just have conversation with you all the time. Just come and say no. Because you can't agree with you all the time.
I ain't even look. You trying to make this out like I said something offensive. And I didn't even get to that part yet. Like I didn't even get to the part where you could possibly take what I'm saying as offensive, right? Because I know we know Kara Cooney didn't agree with you. So when you actually were sitting in front of somebody that needs this into why I gotta stop? I'll let you talk. Why I gotta stop?
You said that you know Kara Cooney didn't agree with me. How did
I know she didn't agree with you. I know she didn't agree with you.
Goddamn clip of Dr. Kara Cooney. All right, so I'm gonna pull up a goddamn clip.
Pull it up.
Let me go and
up.
Find a goddamn clip where she's talking. Right?
Pull it up.
So let me go and find this shit and shut your ass up. Because you don't
know pull
shit,
it up. Shut me up right now.
So give me a second. Give me a few seconds to go call up to find this clip. And
I'll give you 2 minutes.
So hold on. So you
nigga.
So
you a hearsay nigga because you think. No, you wasn't there. You wasn't there.
Let him get the clip. Let him get the clip.
No, because I don't want to get him a clip. I don't want him to get a clip of where they are at an agreement. Right? We're not saying Reggie don't say things that is correct.
Hey, Chef. No, Chef. Yo, you just popped up.
No, I think Reggie got more integrity than that. He not gonna go get no clip of them agreeing that Egypt is in Africa. No, he gonna go get a clip of Kara Cooney agreeing that the cattle culture bulls is got something to do with the word timid or something. He gonna verify one of them outrageous claims that he normally be making.
You don't know what I'm gonna pull off because you wasn't there.
You're right. Go ahead.
You wasn't there. So I mean, these are people talking out their goddamn ass. Wasn't there.
What is she? What is she?
Reggie, hold on 1 second. Reggie, give me 1 second.
Why you always take this?
Give me 1 second.
I don't know why you always got to bring this crazy energy to it. Just go get the clip.
Give me 1 second, stupid. Hey, hold on, Logic. Listen, the actual issue is he came in here to speak to Chef. He's just talking to us. We got sidetracked on some other shit. Him and Chef are where I was having a conversation. This ain't got nothing really to do with me or you, Logic. This was the plausible deniability on steroids earlier, and we just addressed that. The conversation is about Chef's show last night and what he said. So if we're saying
we about to hear a first time ever him talking to Kara Cooney and Kara Cooney agreeing with one of Reggie's claims. That'll be the first time ever aired in the conscious community, and Reggie threatening to pull it out right now. I want to hear.
Logic, we eating beef tonight. Brass, we eating beef tonight?
Yeah, we eating beef tonight, brother.
We eating beef tonight.
Yeah.
Sacred codes, we eating beef tonight.
I want to hear it.
Chef set it off. It's only right that is some clarity that's brought into it. And it doesn't have to all be disrespectful. It's just the Cox community got different definitions for different terms. But I'm not ceding to the conscious community's definition of the authority. I'm just not. I'm not backing off that, and I'm not being disrespectful.
And me saying that Kara Cooney do not agree with you should not be disrespectful at all.
Yeah.
at all. It shouldn't be disrespectful.
This has led to something else. This has led to somebody who has heard I had a conversation with Dr. Karakuni, right? And thinks that he was in the room to know what she said or not. And now he's spreading lies. So I gotta go and I gotta try to find the damn clip.
While you doing that, can you have a conversation with Chef? Yeah, can you have a conversation with Chef while you doing that?
So why was the video never posted in your interview?
Oh, because Dr. Karakuni decided that after she consented for the video and after the video was done, she decided for her own purposes not that she did not want it aired. It had more to do with Dr. Karakuni's Karakuni's thinking about her how can I say she did in the conversation, rather than how can I say rather than that's the issue. So it was more personal issues.
So what you're saying is y'all either agree too much for her liking, or you just straight up put the pause on her, and that's why it ain't never ever. So that's why I want to hear the clip, man. I want to hear, you know what I'm saying? I want to hear exactly how you backed it down to where, you know, she was uncomfortable with this. I'm with you. I'm rooting for you, by the way. You know what I'm saying? I don't think
you're not rooting for me. You're a straight up hater. You're not rooting for me at all.
Oh man, what?
You're a straight up hater.
You right, bro. I wish I could get in that ASCAP conference. I'm mad to the motherfucker about this.
Y'all go. Okay, now let me.
I'm mad. I didn't get that email.
No,
too.
just have the conversation with Chef. That's what you came in here for.
Yeah, I'm looking for it with Sheffrin.
Yeah.
So Sheffrin, why last night you didn't open up the line?
I ain't feel like getting joked by y'all.
But you was jumping up.
I ain't want to. You all up together, y'all would have tried to. No, y'all would have tried to.
So I took out my time. I took out my time to explain to you the arguments on Kemet, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Did we talk? Can you say that we talked for about 3 hours or something like
that? Yep.
Right. So was I defensive with you? Was I defensive with you when I talked to you?
No, you wasn't.
I showed you the TLA. I showed you where the arguments were. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know if they were arguments because everything was saying pretty much the same thing. But go ahead.
Okay.
The argument is on your side that it don't mean that.
No. It's okay. So while I'm talking to you, so I showed you the border bush, the TLA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the border bush said what? Black land?
Yep.
Okay, great. Okay. So Sonoran. We discussed Sonoran. What did Sonoran say?
Who the hell was Sonoran from the
Don't play dumb.
The UNESCO conference.
Does he call it black land?
The would have.
Yeah, the would have. Does he call it the black land?
Yeah, that was his general conclusion.
No, it wasn't.
What?
No, it wasn't. He didn't call it the black land.
What he called it?
Why don't you go and read it?
No,
I'm working.
We
did the would have for like 3 weeks.
Bro, they had the conversation on would have. I ain't even getting that dumbass shit.
Yeah, but you know about it enough to talk about it.
Yeah, that because it's funny. But I can clearly read the paragraph.
Funny, I'm laughing too.
No.
I'm laughing too.
No.
So when you say,
I don't even think Reggie, hold on, Reggie, calm down. You wasn't even in that conversation, as I remember.
I was in a conversation when I was walking you through as somebody that I respected.
Right, your argument.
Somebody I respected. I was walking you through the arguments.
Right, but your argument is not the same as everybody else.
Can we agree on that?
Oh, we
Your
can definitely
position.
agree on that.
Right. So
why did you?
what are you
What was the
defending?
purpose of bringing me up yesterday?
Because even in your position, you're wrong too.
Okay.
But your position ain't everybody else's position. But you're wrong.
Okay. Stop right now. Stop right now. You open up a goddamn YouTube channel right now. You open up a YouTube channel right now. Forget this Discord bullshit where we can share our screens. And you tell me where the fuck I'm wrong at.
We already done went through it.
No, motherfucker, let's
so we
do it
gotta
now.
do it over.
Yeah, motherfucker, we're gonna do it right now.
Reggie, why you cursing? Calm down, Reggie. Reggie, you so far outside your character right now. Come on, Reggie.
Jeff can take it.
No, I love the
Jeff can
energy.
take it.
I love the energy. I love the energy.
Yeah, you can take it because your ass went on 3 hours.
Hey, remember my yacht? My yacht.
20 minutes. 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not no worshiper. Right? My mind is different.
Let Reggie get his bars off, y'all. Let him get his bars off.
Yeah, you're right. You got your bars off last night.
Right.
Now, here, Sheffrin.
I shot my gun. I'm all out. I shot my gun last night.
Sheffrin, it wasn't you today. Who brought my family in the conversation? Who brought my wife in this
conversation? And I think
I don't know the general, but who brought my wife in?
I think we was given a general assessment that you was accomplished and your family was accomplished. I think that's what we were saying, bro. Like, I think you misreading that. Like,
okay, wait, did somebody bring up my wife?
If we're talking about your family, obviously, yes.
Why are you talking about my family?
Bro, I'm telling you, that's what the conversation was talking about.
Why are y'all talking
Reggie
about my family?
Is accomplished, his family is accomplished, like he's an accomplished type dude. That's what was the conversation.
Okay, Sheffrin, I know that you can bring up my wife. I know that.
No,
right?
I was in the conversation. I'm saying,
while I was on the
that
bus.
wrong though?
But I'm asking you, who brought up my wife?
We all did. Is that wrong? By saying you and your wife is accomplished, are we fucking wrong, Reggie?
Don't. Okay, so
is
what y'all do is
what y'all do is some backhanded bullshit. No, if your wife ran for mayor, is that disrespectful? Ex-wife ran for mayor of New York City and got a PhD. If we acknowledge that and say that that's some dope ass shit, is that disrespectful?
It's not that part. But first, why are you bringing up my why are you bringing up my family? I ain't talking to this nigga no more. Because you can't answer a simple question. I want to know. I don't bring up your family. I don't bring up people's family. And here's the thing about it is, Sheffrin is trying to protect somebody else.
Didn't you say you heard it, Reggie? You didn't hear the voice you said?
I was on a city bus. I was on the city bus, and I heard this conversation, and then I got a phone call, right? And
Who
then
called
I
you?
said I'll get back to it.
Oh, it's a business call.
Business.
Okay, yeah, it's a business call. All right, no.
Yeah, actually,
so I don't know for sure, but I gotta concur with Chef that I don't think it was brought up disrespectfully. I don't think it was in that. I don't think it was in that vein. I don't know.
Okay,
don't quote me.
Watch this, Brad.
I don't
know. Okay, Brad, because you think the better of black people. You really do.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're assuming you're like me. If somebody was talking about brass tacks or brass real estate, right? You would think that there's no reason to bring up anybody in your family unless you're a partner, right?
Okay, yeah, I get where you're going with this. Yeah,
okay,
yeah, I get where you're going.
So they were talking about something about the chef show yesterday, and then they started talking about me because I was one of the people involved in this, right? And so So and somehow I heard something about my ex-wife, right? And it was somewhere around this push and pull, this driver and pusher bullshit about me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so somebody then brought up something about when my wife grew up and she realized that I couldn't take her where she wanted to go, something like that. And I just says, okay, that's just nigga talk, but they shouldn't be talking about my family at all.
Okay. You off mute, King J. Mute your mic. We can hear your background.
Okay, I'm still looking for this thing. Sorry.
Mute yourself, King J. This ain't going with the sleep. Okay, I got you. But yeah, you came on about the show. Now,
now watch this, Brass. Watch this. Okay. Now, Brass, when I'm talking to Chef, right? I'm not being disrespectful to anybody. I just asked him some questions. Right? True. So why am I the goddamn bad person?
What did you gather from the show? What did you gather from the show last night?
You told me to go live and show my screen when I told you I'm at work right now. So it's like you want to have.
I didn't hear that part. That's disrespectful.
No, it ain't disrespectful. I told you I'm at work right now.
I didn't know that you was at work.
Okay. No, I don't take nothing as disrespect. Like, listen, this is great. You go off, go crazy. That I love it.
No, I'm not gonna go crazy.
I love it.
How did you feel? All right, so I've been trying to catch a little bit of Chef Show off and on while we've been talking because I'm trying to hear the part. So, do you disagree? Because he said that y'all don't read. Do you disagree? Or when he said that y'all kind of like just be making shit up? Do you disagree? And because see, like you've been talking to Chef all this time, and I've heard you give Chef his flowers. I heard you say he was pretty intelligent on the subject. So is he right on that and wrong on this?
You're talking multiple things. What is he wrong on? Do I read?
I mean, I know you think you read. That was more of a rhetorical question, but I'm saying
no. You said you think I read?
No, I said no. See, I be having to catch myself.
He's gonna trip everybody up on every word.
Try to trip me up. Okay, let me say this, Reggie. I think I saw you have a conversation with Chef less than a week ago. I said this morning. I saw you and Chef have a conversation this week ago about you saying one of the things that irritates you is you read the whole UNESCO paper, and that the majority of the community pretty much just read a page or up to like page 12 or 13, I forgot. That and that's because that's the pages that they used to argue and didn't read the rest. But now it seems like you upset with Chef for essentially saying the same thing. Y'all agreed last week that most people don't read all of this stuff. They just read the argument.
What? No, I'm not upset with Chef for saying that because me and Chef was talking about that.
Right. So you agree that most people don't read this stuff. They just read and argue.
Right. But so what I'm trying to say is that's two different things. Chef's criticism of me, he might have been talking in general. Specifically, I talked to Chef about reading the final report, right? That's what I talked to him, and I said that some people might have looked at the UNESCO book, but very few people have read the final report on UNESCO.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the final report on UNESCO. So that's where they put together what the findings were.
Right.
Right. So, yeah.
But you would agree that most of the people that are reading this, they are not. I mean, that are arguing the subject, they're not really very well read on the subject. They just read. Correct. They've read enough to like be able to participate in a conversation and argue. Similar to like it's so much political shit that happens every day. I don't know every single thing. I could go off my base education, do a quick read to be able to have a conversation on certain topics. But I know there's some things I can speak in depth about, things that I'm studied on, things that I've researched. But for the most part, daily conversations, I don't know, like I don't know I can't tell you what Bad Bunny was doing at the Super Bowl because I don't care about it. I just watched it like you did. We could have a vanilla conversation. But I think it's criminal. This is where I go back to, and I'm not talking about you, but there are other people that'll say other people are the authorities on a subject. And then I hear you say about essentially the group of all those other people that they think are the authorities, right? Those people don't even read the shit. They just good at making you think they read it, or they're good at arguing or good at entertainment to where you don't see it, right? You would think like some of these people that dance are classical dancers and shit, or these actors on movies, you think they're Shakespearean taught, when in actuality they're just good at what they do, and that's that. So I think it's a difference, and I think stating the difference that you agree with, don't disagree last night. Don't disagree with what Chef was saying last night so much that you don't agree that his point is in general terms is valid. Most of these people is just grifting and selling snake oil.
Yeah, but he was also talking about me, and I think he called me a liar.
Yeah, he did call you a liar. I heard that part, but I don't know what you lying about.
So why'd you leave that out?
I know. I said no. Listen. Did you hear what I just said? I haven't seen the show. You were there. I did hear him say you were lying, but I don't know what he was saying you was lying about.
No, lying. But he called me I think he called me a liar.
But he's right there. He could call you a liar again. He's right there.
Right, Chef. Did you call me a liar?
I called you a liar.
Or you just saying these niggas is lying?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So, but still, you know what I mean? If we read.
Okay, wait, no, but still, what do you mean, but still? So what am I lying about?
If we're reading the dictionaries and they're saying a thing, right? And you're reading them and you're showing me where it's saying this at, right? And then you turn around and disagree, you know what I mean? And make a whole nother point. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? If this was anything else, when you go get primary sources, you get the dictionaries and you get text corpuses and all of that, and they all agree into a point, and then you turn around and say you don't agree and go get some old obscure shit and try to make your point off of that. I don't think we've been totally honest.
Okay, so now wait. So let's walk this back. All right. So I'm getting some obscure shit. I do research.
Yeah.
Now, I just told you that Sonoran called it the Black Country, not the Black Land. Right? The new Egyptian grammar by Lane, right? The languages of the Near East. They don't call. Wait. It's playing. It was playing. So I don't know how to play. I don't know how to play this shit. I don't know. I don't know how to play it on this goddamn channel on Discord.
You can share your screen. You can share your screen in Discord. You've done it before, as a matter of fact.
All right. So let me.
And ATI, if you really want to participate in the conversation, come on in, brother.
Okay. So let me. Let's see. Okay. So here it goes right here.
And I'll make your screen, the screen big and everything. Matter of fact, I'll do it now. All right. Now, if you share your screen, you'll be the majority of the screen right now.
Okay, I'm waiting for it to come up. Give me a second. Okay.
Shouts to the chat. Y'all having a lot of fun. We appreciate y'all for watching.
But I'm gonna get back to Chef at another day because I want to know from Chef.
You want to know what?
Okay, wait. This is a
King
short
J,
clip.
text me in the general chat when you muted yourself, and I'll unmute you. But I don't want to hear your background just in case something gets said crazy. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
King J, you there?
So this is not the long form, but let me go back. This is just a short form because I'm not, because she doesn't want the whole thing shown. So, but I'm gonna show a portion of it. Right? Let me go to Discord. I had a lot of things open, so let me just.
Oh, you were serious. You won't show them. This is a serious nigga right here, y'all. I keep telling y'all already. Serious.
Yeah. Give me a few more seconds. Just waiting for it to
try
come.
to tell y'all, yo. He gonna show and prove.
I'm not arguing with you, Chef. At this point, I'm arguing with somebody called Logic, who knows what Karakuni says to me.
I don't even
right?
think
And
Logic here. Logic here?
Oh, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah, I'm not okay.
That's about to become the authority. That's about to become the authority.
I can't believe I had to spend 30 minutes trying to explain to King J what the authority means. It's deplorable, bro.
No, you need to explain that shit to Reggie.
I can't tell him not to accept the compliment, man.
Okay, so this is not. I apologize. It's not the long clip, but this is one of the clips that I don't think would be problematic to share. Right? Okay, here.
I think your research is all on the right track. I think you're doing amazing work. I think you've got you know what direction you're going in. And I think you should just keep going. I think it's great. Really. I think it's great.
What was she talking about?
Yeah, what was she talking about?
She's talking about my work.
What your work?
From what I heard, it said, I see, it sounds like she said,
I'm gonna play it again.
She said
I'm gonna play it
that,
again.
okay, hold on, I don't do the chat in here. Go ahead.
We're talking about my work, this whole conversation.
That thing, turn it up. Can you turn the volume up on it?
Yeah, I'm gonna work on trying to do that.
Yeah, turn the volume on max on it so we can hear.
It is unfortunately on max. So, let me just try something else.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if you think that there was some big disagreements or whatever, well, first, you don't know any of the things that we talked about, but I can give you part of what she said about my work.
If we don't know what y'all was talking about, how we know what you agreeing to?
Shut the F up. Just shut up. Right?
No, you ain't finna come on here and start scamming now, goddamn it. You ain't about to use us as a conduit for y'all shit. If we don't know what y'all was talking about, how do we know what she agreeing to?
He told you to shut the F up.
Logic makes
I'm telling you, bro. Chef been disagreeing with you for 20 years, and you don't get this kind of animosity, bro. This ain't nothing new. That somebody disagree with you.
Logic, shut the fuck. Damn.
Watch this.
That nigga don't want to hear nothing.
She's going to mention in the conversation my work, right? My work. This was my conversation with her about Kemet and the Black Land.
Y'all could have.
So you want to talk? You don't want me?
Hold on, Stu. Let him finish. Go ahead, bro. He was talking to somebody else. He wasn't talking to us. Go ahead. Go ahead, Reggie.
So she's going to mention my work because I reviewed my work with her, right? Which I've reviewed some of the work with you. But here, this is a head of an Egyptological department, right? The head, the chair, and she took the time out to listen to my work. and she's going to mention
For
that.
real, for real.
Okay, so here goes.
I think that your research is all on the right track. I think you're doing amazing work. I think you've got you know what direction you're going in. And I think you just keep going. I think it's great. Really. I think it's great. I think that
I'll play it one more time.
your research is all on the right
Can you just say what they
You
say?
don't gotta play it again. And nowhere in there did she say I agree with any of that. That's not what she said.
Logic, can I say something? Logic, let me say something. That is Professor Talk. I've been in too many classes to know Professor Talk. Professor Talk says that in Professor Talk. Let me decode that for everybody. Professor Talk. I don't know what direction you're going in, but continue. You might find some conclusion that sounds palatable or sensible. That's Professor Talk. She committed to nothing. She agreed with nothing. She just said, continue fishing around. That's Professor Talk.
Now watch what she says and watch this motherfucker.
In no shape or form.
She said,
I agree with that.
No, you lying motherfucker.
You said that she agreed with you. She didn't agree with anything.
She did not commit to anything. That's
She didn't say I agree with any of that.
She said my work.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
She said it was amazing and she told you to keep going. She didn't say I agree. She did not say I agree.
She gave you some Professor Talk, Reggie. She gave you some Professor Talk. You been in Reggie, is the first time you hear Professor Talk, Reggie? Reggie, be honest with me, Reggie. This is not the first time in your life you hear Professor Talk. She's student you, Reggie. She's student you.
So many universities, you fucking failed.
Yeah, but guess what? Guess what?
Don't fall for it.
Yeah, but guess what?
Don't fall for it.
You got a flat.
No, I know.
Don't fall for it.
Don't fall for it anymore. Look at Eve Laport now, brass. I have been to so many universities, but you have known so many. You've just been schooled, Reggie. Reggie, you have just been schooled. She schooled you. I'm going to say to you, acknowledge it, that's why you're behaving this way. She schooled you. She student you a while ago.
I'm not even trying to antagonize you, Reggie. I'm not even trying to antagonize you. I'm actually just dissecting what she said. She did not say she agreed one time. That's not what she said.
Logic.
No, you said you was about to pull up her saying that she agreed with you.
No,
that's exactly what you said. And she did not say she agreed with you.
I didn't say that.
And then that's what made you that mad. That's what made you that mad is that you said that she was going to agree with you and she didn't agree, and now you're mad.
No, that's not what I said.
Your first paper student in. That's when you write your first paper and you go to the professor and the professor don't want to kill your confidence. That's what you just did. Everybody in here who went to college who did a class. I've never failed a college course, you know. I've never dropped out of school for failing a course, you know. I've never failed a college course. I have a 3.8 GPA with all of my credits. And guess what? No, I didn't give a fuck anymore. I got bored. I got bored, but I've never failed a class. I've never failed a class. That's one thing I can tell you. I have a 3.8 GPA. I've never failed a class. I just stopped boring because I got bored. So, but I understand. Like you, the person would direct me to me and say, help Reggie to understand what I'm trying to say. She schooled you. She first paper you. That's what she did to you. That's what professor did to first papers. That's what they do.
That's why you dropped out.
No, I got bored. I told you I never failed a class.
You got bored.
I've never failed a class. What they want to be? What they want to be psychology? I've never failed it. What they want to be a physics class? Physics. What they want to be calculus? I've never failed it. What they want to be calculus 2? I've never failed it. I've never failed it. What they want to be?
Psychology. You got to be.
I just did it because I was bored. I signed up for classes. But guess what? The professor first paper you. That's what the professor did. He didn't understand what she did to you. That's so. Oh Lord. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What?
Hold up, Stu. Hold up. So Reggie, if you didn't pull this up to show,
because so smart.
hold up. So Reggie, if you wasn't pulling this up, to show that she agreed with you, what was this supposed to verify in y'all's conversation?
Who had to leave this? A stupid Jesus this smart. Stop going to school.
Hold up, that good guy. Hold up, bro. Hold up.
No, let me explain.
I'm just mute you. I'm trying to get somewhere.
No, let me tell you who I am.
Hold up, stupid. Hold up, stupid. You ain't No, you gonna derail the conversation, bro. Hold up.
No. It's going to take 2 minutes to answer.
Yes, it is.
Logic. It's going to take 2 minutes to answer. You ready now? All right. Early in my life, I went to school and I became a public health inspector. I was a public health inspector. And then after I did public health inspector, I went into disease intervention. When the HIV crisis was high, I went and I became a disease intervention officer. It paid well. Let me finish speaking, please. It paid well. So I was a public health inspector first and a disease intervention officer. And then I said, let me go back to school, go do something else. Let me go back to school. But while I was working, I was going back to school. So school wasn't the highest priority because I was working.
What are you doing in your country that you helping your people out since you're so smart?
That's not a conversation that we're having, though. That's not a conversation that we're having, though.
Exactly.
I'm not purposely ready. I'm just saying, Reggie got schooled by a professor. Did it hurt you that much? Did it hurt you that much that you came to Reggie defense?
I just want you to
Stu, we got it. We got it.
No. It hurt him that much that it was fucking Reggie that he took my penis in his mouth.
We got it, bro. We got it. And that good guy. Wait till Logic is done. And go ahead, Logic.
So Reggie, if you didn't bring that up to say Karen Coney was agreeing with you, why did you bring it up? What was the point of showing us? What was we supposed to get out of it?
Okay. I brought it up to hear for you to hear her comments about my research and my talk, right? There are some disagreements about Kemet meaning the black land, right? So the benefit of the chat, I showed that I had a conversation with her and I showed what her general comments were about my research. If you roll it back, she would say that my research is good, right? She said that I should keep going, right? She has, but at the end of the day, she decided for her purposes not to grant me permission to post it, right? However, the problem is that the channel itself, it was on Sanetta's channel. So one way or another, if Sanetta wants to post it, that's a whole nother story, right? But she agreed to the conversation, and we had a conversation on the black land. In the beginning, I think I told you, she believes that it means the black land, and I challenged her with some of the things that I talked about today, right? Some of the things she was familiar with, some of the things she wasn't, because she's an Egyptologist that deals with lots of broad issues of ancient Egypt and not just very narrow. So I had all of my citations, etc., all of my arguments. At the end, what I did try to share with you for the professional people in the chat, generally her comments, right? Now, this college graduate, this college dropout, right? Who didn't complete, who's bored and wants to take college and waste money and time. He wants to say that that's professor talk. But you would expect someone to at least accomplish at least an early degree, 1 degree, to understand professor talk. From his, he might went to several universities because he was bored. Then he made the biggest mistake to saying that he went for psychology, but he started talking about HIV. So why would you take?
I said that was my job first. I said that was my job. I said I was a public health inspector. I don't lie.
So
I've
go.
never lied. There's nobody in the, I don't have to lie to anybody in here. That's Professor
there's a
talk.
lot of people.
You and
There's
I
a
know
lot of
Professor
people
talk.
that they don't lie.
When you was in
But
school, you carry a paper to the professor. Wasn't that the exact thing the professor to do when the
no,
paper
but this
need
is
work?
different.
No, isn't
This
that
is
Professor talk?
stupid.
It is, Reggie. Stop it. Reggie, you and I too smart. You and I too smart for this.
No, stupid. This is
You
a
and I too
PhD.
smart for this. The
No,
professor,
I'm way too smart.
little boy, you.
I'm
She's
way too
student,
smart.
you. She's student. You way too smart not to know when you've been student.
Yeah, you're right.
Student,
You're
you.
right, I'm
She pat
I
you on
got
your
a
head.
PhD.
She pat you on your head and say, good try. Go
Real quick,
back and do
hey,
some more.
all right, Stu-Peas, come on, we got you, bro. We got you. we all down the road. It just sounds crazy to the chat. Real quick, and brother, right? Is this show like public?
No.
Why didn't they post this show?
Because after we had agreed on a conversation, this was the time period where Garfield and them was getting experts and stuff like that. So we agreed. I contacted her, and some people gave me a reference, and we agreed to do the show. The show lasted for about an hour and a half, and we discussed lots of things. There's a lot of things that we agreed on, but it was about the word Kemet and the construction of Kemet, right? And she agrees with Dr. Candelora on Kemet means the black land. But I noted in the conversation I brought up what Dr. Candelora said, and Dr. Candelora says it means both the black ones and the black land. And I noted to her that Dr. Candelora did not discuss in her paper the black ones. She only discussed the black land. And then we started discussing a little bit about the morphology of the word Kemet, right? And because I don't want to say something that to in any way because she is a great professor. We had a disagreement on what the Nuit meant, whether the Nuit meant land or does the Nuit mean city or polity. So we had that conversation. The difference
didn't put out
is
the whole show because y'all disagreed on a few things.
no, because she decided that she didn't want the show posted.
She didn't want to what?
She didn't want to post the show.
Why not though, Reggie? Why not? What was her reason?
She
Unless you can tell us. I don't know if you can.
All she has to say, all she has to say is that she didn't want the show posted. I know why, but that's my opinion. That's just why is my opinion.
Okay, what's your opinion?
That's my personal opinion.
Okay. You know, you can end all of this by
understand.
just saying private in the beginning.
Say what?
Just say it's private. You don't even got to go through all of that.
So she does an interview with Unc and Garfield, and their show goes up. But she does the show with you and say, don't put it up. So what was the difference between the conversations that she will allow one and not allow the other one? What is it, some type of racism?
No, of course not. What it is that what is Garfield and Ankh know about the morphology of the word Kemet, the old 49 glyph?
Everything.
What do they know? All they can just do is agree with her because she's the professor. I can agree with her based on I can agree with her if I thought that what she was saying the Nuit was. She said she was trying to tell me the Nuit means land, and I just
so y'all disagreed.
Wait a minute, didn't Logic just spend like an hour basically saying that you don't agree with her? I thought that's why you went and got the clip. He said that y'all didn't agree.
No, I told I'm pretty sure that I said in the very beginning before I posted it that that she didn't want it posted. And
No,
two,
that ain't what I'm saying. Logic said that you. Logic, are you there? He said that you and Caraconi didn't agree, or something like. I don't want to speak for Logic. I went to Logic.
I don't see the point of posting that. I could have sworn all the energy was behind. Oh, I don't know what y'all was talking about. I'm just saying that y'all disagreed with each other, right? And then he went and got it to show me that they did agree, and then it sounded like maybe I misheard something about them agreeing or disagreeing. But when I heard her speak just now, she definitely did not say that she agreed. That much is clear.
That seemed sound weird.
The reason why I got is because first Logic was talking as if he knew what we talked about, and I asked him, what did you know about it? Right? What did you know about it? I said, I'll show you a clip. I'll show you a clip that I think is acceptable, right? That wouldn't be problematic. The only problematic is the nature of this show, right? That in fact, if you want to know a little bit of what we talked about, I can show you what she said about my work.
And what she said was, you did an amazing job and keep at it. That's not the same as I agree.
But she also said that whatever's going on in this goddamn show, this shit better not touch YouTube. And I goddamn mean it. And then on top of that, this is what I mean by them backhanded compliments. And I know you didn't mean it this way, but you just gave the other guys where you're like, the only reason she let that one go out is because they didn't even know what the fuck she was talking about to argue with her.
No, this didn't go out in public. I just showed it for you.
No, I'm saying, no, not that. I'm saying when you said why the other one went out, you said they didn't even have the ability to argue with her. That's why she let it come out.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And then now, okay, now I hate to belabor a dead point. Some people think they're the authorities on Egypt.
Yeah.
See how dangerous it gets? It ain't just you. You're the authority to him. The other guy on the other channel, he's authority to them. The other guy on another channel, he's the authority to them. You got all these authorities running around disagreeing with each other. It's just madness at some point. Somebody got to say, I'm not an authority. I'm having fun. We're just having good conversation. Yes, sir.
Okay. You're really new to this conversation.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Right. So this conversation on the Black Land has been going on for at least 9 years.
Jesus Christ.
For 9 years. And so it started out with a debate between Asar Imhotep and Netaneb. I don't think that you've ever met Netaneb. He's from Baltimore.
No, I never met neither one of them.
Right. So in that course, none of these people were here. None of these people were involved in that conversation. So then Netaneb had this debate with Asar, and I brought up in front of there was a panel of PhDs that were witnessing the debate. That was the last time the PhDs decided. Well, it was Dr. Richetti and two other PhDs.
Right.
Cambone, Dr. Obadelli Cambone, Dr. Richetti, and another PhD. And when I commented on the show about the feminine collective T, to show that Netaneb was correct. After that, it becomes a flurry of controversy, right? It actually becomes a flurry of controversy. So I worked with Netaneb for about 3 years. Now, Ankh wasn't involved. Ankh wasn't involved in this part of it really at all. But he always had a separate view that
well, you got to tell me what the hell that is, bro.
Yeah, his
I don't
separate
even know
view.
what does that mean?
His separate view is that it's the case has been settled. They're indigenous Africans. and but Asar Ujawa was arguing that Kemet means riparian land. So then we took it from that early debate, then we took it in front of more scholars. So I wrote an abstract with to ask ASCAC to allow us to debate it in front of ASCAC. So then we debated it in front of ASCAC, and then it was me. Neb didn't come, so it was me against Asar Imhotep, and Dr. Mario Beatty joined in to give us his comments. Asar Imhotep didn't argue any of the things that we talk about, but he argued quantum physics and E is equal to MC squared in a debate to prove his point that Kemet meant riparian. And then he complained and said that he has a forthcoming book. But at the debate, he argued scientific method and E is equal to MC squared. He said that Egyptian language is equivalent to E is equal to MC squared. In a debate.
Okay.
He argued that. Myself and Dr. Beatty, we argued based on Egyptian text, what it may mean. What it may mean, right? So, but he argued, he went to the scientific method and
would it be safe? Would it be safe to say some people think Asar is an authority?
Some people may say yes, that he's an authority.
And you're basically if I didn't know, I don't know the man, never met the man, and I almost damn near don't even think he's competent after what you just said.
Well, we can show what he said.
No. But do you understand? I'm trying to. Right. I guess I'm trying to do another point, but that's neither.
Some people. There was some people in the affiliates of the Amin-Ra squad who were
Wait a minute. Wait. What's ASCAC? Wait a second. What is ASCAC?
The Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations.
What is it? You said you spoke in front of it. Is it some form of like accredited university or something with a degree or something like that?
Yeah.
Or is it just like what is it?
It's a professional association, an international association that began in 1985 with Dr. Jacob Carruthers and Dr. Malana Karenga and a host of Black scholars.
Have y'all ever? What would be the accredited academic thing where experts and scholars would be at? Is that this?
Black scholars have been going to ASCAC since 1985.
No. I'm not. Stay with me, Reggie. I'm saying, okay, that's what that is. I'm saying when y'all are there in any field of science, engineering, any kind of science or soft or hard science, there's always like a conference, right? Like the engineers have a conference where they sit around with the experts and they discuss, and sometimes a consensus will come out of that, and that'll be what the field is saying. Is that what ASCAC is?
Yeah, ASCAC is largely run by PhDs.
Okay.
Always have been run at the top level. Most of the majority of the presidents, the national presidents, have been PhDs. So it's like the Black psychologists, any of those type of organizations.
But it's mainly Black though?
Yeah, it's mainly Black.
Okay. So it's like okay, stay right there. What is the white, if that's mainly Black, what is the I don't even know how to say this without being racist, but what is the white version of that?
There are a number of Egypt, but these days they are largely mixed.
Okay, well, yeah, what's the mixed version of that? I'm more comfortable with that anyway. What's the mixed version? Because what I'm saying is, I've heard the term being that y'all like. If this is the thing y'all talking about, I think this is the thing where I don't want it to be like y'all just spoke in front of a bunch of black colleges type shit.
No.
Mute your mic, Chef. Me Cuban.
So you can sleep.
Come on, man. Come in here.
I gotta pour water down the
Nigga got his tub clogged up. What is the like I'm saying, just so I can get away from the y'all just spoke in front of Pan-Africanists or some shit. What is the scholarly mixed version of ASCAP? Have y'all ever presented as something like that?
No, we many of the scholars share between the Nile Valley Coalition and the Nile Valley and the I'm just drawing a blank. Sorry.
No. That's fine.
I thought it was the Nile Valley Collection.
Leo
I think it's all fire.
The Leo Hansberry. It's called the Leo Hansberry Organization or something like that. So the Nile Valley Coalition is more mixed. The Leo Hansberry is also mixed, but primarily black. And then the newer mix, because they have been now after UNESCO have been incorporating black African scholars, has been ASAR and RC.
Real quick to the chat. Hold on real quick, Reggie. To the chat, just so y'all, because I think y'all might have misconstrued something we're saying. We're not saying there's anything wrong with black professionals. We're not saying that only black professionals are Pan-Africanists. A lot of times in these arguments, I try to get the answer because I already know the response. I've heard, I don't know who said it. I just know I've heard in some of these conversations that ASCAC is a bunch of blackologists, or they try to demean it in a way. So I was just trying to see if you presented anywhere else.
I don't know if that's. Hold
on. But I think presenting the ASCAC is beautiful. The fact that it is black professionals, I don't see nothing wrong with that. I'm just trying to see if you present it anywhere else. So shouts to ASCAC.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Logic. Go ahead, Logic. Hold on. Go ahead, Logic.
No, but I mean, if I'm not mistaken, and Reggie can just correct me if I'm wrong, but a part of that whole thing is that they are kind of accused of not being as rigorous as other
Right.
And I think that's the thing we're kind of tiptoeing around, but it definitely needs to be said as far as how much weight can we put on what ASCAC finds versus how that stands up to I guess the what's the word, the consensus at the time. They don't seem to line up.
Okay, so here's the thing, and so I think ASCAC is right now
because that was
40th conference. So I think it's going on 39 countries.
You got background noise.
Come on, bro. The fuck?
Among its in its conferences, it allows community people to also participate, to give them a pathway, and so they still have to apply to speak. And a lot of the community people that speak, a lot of them, not all of them, but the majority of them are degreed people, right, in various fields. So so when people say that it's not rigorous, well, it's rigorous in the sense that there are always PhDs presenting, right? But they allow community people come in and how can I say get suggestions and feedback on their work, because that's a pathway to academia instead of just blocking community people. And so they give feedback. So I presented at the first, was it the first? It wasn't that, no. I actually presented in Egypt, in Aswan, right?
in 1987 on the big stage in Aswan.
That's fire.
And then I presented several of the about maybe 4 or 5 times. Uh, there's plenary rooms where there's groups of people presenting, and then there's single. So I presented twice on the big stage.
Now, just picking your brain. Why would you say y'all haven't presented anywhere else though?
Who hasn't presented anywhere else?
No, I'm saying that particular what y'all presented at ASCAC, was it presented anywhere else?
No, it wasn't presented.
Right. So why wasn't that presented anywhere else?
Asar did present part of his work to Temple University's Diop conference.
So what?
That's one of the ways it started, because Asar went to the Diop conference and he got how can I say, and he presented there. That's why he said Diop was wrong. He made mistakes and
he said that at a conference called the Diop conference.
Yes.
That's brave.
Yeah, because he was introducing his linguistic stuff, and how can I say? It's nothing wrong. That's what people do. People
Is
look
Asar
back
the
at.
dude that was plagiarizing?
No, that's Ujal.
Okay. Is Asar the one with the garbage bag on his door?
Yes.
Okay. I know. I don't know the man, but I know what they said about him. Okay.
So I don't want to be defamatory in any.
No.
way.
That was a fact. It was an actual garbage bag on his window. I don't mean the disrespect. Reggie, I don't know these people by their scholarship. I usually only know by the defamatory stuff
I'm
people
glad I
about.
know you. I'm glad I know you, but for your chat, for what you're trying to do, people do come here, like myself, to have professional conversations, and I always answer the questions as best as I can, and I'm always.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Right?
That's why I cleared up the ASCAC thing, because of the chat. The chat assumed that we were saying there's something wrong with Black professionals, and that I don't. That's why I tried to clear it up with the authority comments and all of that. That's not what I mean. I wanted to be clear. ASCAC sounds solid to me, but I've heard it basically being called something that wasn't solid.
We
so
have
I was just trying to see if you prefer someone.
We have all of our criticisms about different presentations. A lot of people do come and they do speak about things like spirituality and stuff like that. However, this mandate that ultimately it was trying to always understand the spiritual stuff and to actually lead it or give it as some advice. So that's one of the mandates of ASCAC. I don't know if I can share my screen.
You can share it. You shared it before.
Not share my screen, but share my face. So my camera wasn't working. So let me see if I can get my camera working.
Your camera's working.
Let me read.
Did you and Chef ever sort out what
Hey,
y'all
still mad about what I said way early this morning. That was like at 9 o'clock this morning. But
what? Oh, he in the chat.
You gotta put it down. You gotta put it down, Gella. Leave it alone, bro. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Wait. Oh, so you said it.
Corey,
I've been trying to figure out this whole time why the fuck Gullah was so bad. So it was you. Goddamn Corey McKinney.
So that was 8 hours ago, bro. That was literally 8 hours. We didn't get a whole work day. Like, come on, man.
He done argued about what Stu Pease and them did 3 days later, bro. You on his list now. I got to go back and listen to this video. I did not hear this shit. I had him on mute because he was going crazy. I took him off mute though. But yeah, go ahead and read it. But at some point, you and Chef talk because we kind of like
I just need Chef Chefrin I just need the shepherd to articulate now after I took up my time and I did try to let him know what the arguments are. And I think it was a good conversation. I need to know what Chef now, the way he characterized it last night. I need to know where I was lying, right? And I just need to know that so I can try to clear it up without being argumentative.
He doesn't feel any different, I'm sure.
So ASCAC's objectives is development of tool and liturgical materials for African-oriented spiritual groups. So that's the encouragement of the entry of Black students into fields related
Say
to
that again. Say that one more time.
Development of scriptural and liturgical materials for African-oriented spiritual groups.
That's what ASCAC is?
No, that's one of the objectives.
Okay.
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah, what does that mean? Before you go any further, what does that mean?
Meaning, it's in plain words, written by PhDs, meaning that it's the development of scriptural and liturgical materials, meaning that there in ancient Egyptian textual sources, there are scriptural and liturgical materials that are primary, right?
Okay.
For African-oriented spiritual groups. So
okay, it sounds like church. It sounds like to the layman that I just don't know what they're talking about. It sounds religious to me.
No.
Okay.
Definitely sounded like the Catholic Church.
Yeah, wait. When you said that, I was like, "Damn, that sounds like the
You're
Catholic."
always gonna try to find something negative against what Black people are doing.
No. Based on the people that you brought, I was trying to figure out. Maybe you don't. It don't matter to you, but I'm trying to figure out why an atheist would go present information in front of a religious group.
Oh no, because
right. So that's I would just need to ask. Reggie, I know you've been in these arguments with these people for 9 years, this and other. Just understand that every time I ask a question, I'm not trying to be. Sometimes I like to get clarity before you do the same thing. I try to get clarity before you move on because I can listen to you for 30 minutes and still be stuck on the first sentence, thinking it's a religious.
So I read that to let you know that ASCAC wasn't into having people make up shit, right?
Okay.
They were saying that if you're going to use the stuff, we'll help you, right, with finding the actual liturgical and scriptural textual sources instead of making up shit like in a conscious community, like singing and all that dumb shit, right? And doing all these crazy rituals and shit that they're making up. ASCAC was like, no, we'll show you what they said, right? Okay, so it should align with what you said. And there's a whole bunch of developments, but the second one is important. Encouragement of the entry of Black students into fields related to African civilizations through scholarship and counseling. Third one, develop a long-range international research strategy based upon a multidisciplinary approach to the study of African civilizations. Archaeology and linguistic projects will be features in this approach. Publications of research findings and other pertinent information. Development of an international research strategy based on a multidisciplinary approach to the study of African civilizations. Archaeology and linguistic projects will be, so development of an international educational agenda and dissemination of educational materials and study guides for the study of African civilizations, right? Encouragement of African artistic and literary projects, and a couple more. So, basic objectives in any professional organization, taking into account that there are lay persons and people that they want to kind of guide and counsel into the field.
Why did they allow y'all to speak?
What do you mean?
Like you said, well, the way I'm reading about ASCAC right now, you're correct. But ChatGPT speaks highly of it. I'm looking at it online, speaks highly of it. But like you said, there's a lot of doctors and people in that field. Why did they allow y'all? Why did the doctors and stuff? What was the process for them to allow you to speak?
Okay, because I have been a founding member of
Oh,
ASCAP Eastern
even
Region,
better. Okay.
and
Even
I so I remember I worked under Department of Black Studies and Dr. Leonard Jeffries and the
Leonard
Black
Jeffrey.
Studies and the African
Okay.
Heritage Association, um, and so I'm affiliated, of course, with Dr. John Clark, Dr. Jeffries on a kind of professional as to help their professional organizations and endeavors. So I'm a long-term loved person in ASCAC, and I simply asked ASCAC in the abstract, can we present this debate on the meaning of Kemet, because that has something to do with ASCAC's general agenda. And so,
no problem.
Because I'm respected in other places, even if you want to call them names, but these are professional people. So I had to write an abstract that was accepted and then follow the rules of the abstract, right? Of what we decided.
They were being charitable to the layman. Layman. That's a pretty word of saying it.
They weren't charitable to
Bro,
your
why do
fucking
you come off mute and choose violence every hour?
They weren't charitable. They weren't charitable to you. They didn't give you no degree. You drop out.
Yeah, but they were charitable to the layman. Let's be honest. Call it what it is. You are a layman in ASCAD.
Drop out.
They were being charitable to the layman. I've been to several conferences also, so I know what you're a layman in ASCAD. Just call it that, and they were being charitable. They opened the door to say, let's see what these people are capable of. And one dude went up there. One dude went up there, and the E equal MC square. No, imagine that. Imagine that. You're having a presentation, and one dude went up there and showed E equal MC square.
Okay, so wait. On my panel,
was mass times the speed of light squared.
Watch you dump
don't let them get you off don't let them knock you off your shit, Reggie.
Okay, but watch this. In my panel,
be honest. Be honest. Honest. When you made the presentation, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? When you made the presentation, did you not have to say they were layman? Do you know what a layman is before we have the conversation? Was anybody who presented that day a professional, or was they layman?
Okay, you dumbass. So let me explain.
Are you a layman? Are you a layman? Are you a layman? In ASCAD? In ASCAD, are you a layman? Answer the question, Reggie, please. In ASCAD, are you considered a layman?
Tell everybody how this is this person is stupid. On my panel was myself, Asar, and Dr. Mario Beatty. You dumbass. Dr. Mario Beatty was the head, is still the head of the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization. You dumbass. So Dr. Mario Beatty presented with myself.
All right, let me apologize. Let me apologize. Allow me apologize. No, I'm not apologizing to you. I'm apologizing to the doctor that was on your panel, because he was a necessary component that allowed you to present. Without him, you couldn't present.
He presented with us, you dumbass.
No, but you wouldn't be able to present if he wasn't there. So,
you dumbass, if you
right, y'all. Y'all just
if you played his comments, Dr. Mario Beatty, if you listen to it, and I could probably pull that up too. Dr. Mario Beatty pulled me into his conversation and used part of what I said for his presentation. You dumbass.
I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm fundamentally saying to this young man is that
you're not saying nothing.
I know that you would not be able to present without Dr. Mario Beatty, or they would be charitable. They're charitable. Yeah, I'm old. I'm 68. I'm 68 years old. I'm 68 years old.
You conserve your goddamn breath, because you ain't got too much time on the fucking earth.
Y'all niggas about to have a debate on who the oldest. Ease up. Let it go.
I'm 68 years old.
Niggas, you had all this time to go back to school?
I'm 68 years old. But let me speak. You're a layman, are you not? Would you disagree with me when I call you a layman?
Nigga.
Are you a layman?
You're the
Are
most
you a layman?
unaccomplished
Yeah.
68-year-old person that I know.
Are you a layman? Let me answer that question. Answer that question. Do you consider yourself, are you a professional in your field?
I'm not a professional in my field, but I'm not a layman.
Then what are you? Then what are you then? How would you describe?
What does it matter?
Are you the authority?
I'm about to kill you on this show. I know exactly where you're going, Reggie. I don't know if you're gonna get this one off though. So just y'all should stop. Y'all should stop.
Hey,
because if you're not a professional in the field, you're either interested, it's a hobby, or something. But it ain't. Go ahead.
Brass, you need to stop doing this.
I'm trying to, because everything don't gotta be a get Reggie moment. Some of this should be interrogation.
No, because I'm gonna get this old ass nigga.
Brass, why you always do this, Brass?
He's on our panel.
Bro,
let me slow walk in the Brass.
Like Lazarus, bro.
Let me slow walk in the Brass.
You've been doing this for 4 hours and you slow walked him into some bullshit. Stop. I saw it. I saw it 10 minutes ago what you was doing. So please. Please.
Wait.
For me,
please. Non-accomplished person on this chat. He is not a role model to anything that we want to do. He's not accomplished anything in his 68 years old, but he comes on here to knock us all down. So he wants to take one of the best of us, right? And I am one of the best, right? And then, so for his purposes, he wants to knock me down so the rest of you won't have no hope for your intellectual endeavors. Right? Oh, shit. Right? Because he failed. Because he failed.
God
Brad, can I ask you a question, Brad?
God damn,
Brass, can I eat some sacred cow?
Go ahead and eat the sacred cow, bro. Go, you deserve some beef after that pause. That was crazy.
Yeah, you know,
you have nothing to aspire to, Reggie. Come on, brother.
No. Reggie, you have sat at the feet of Dr. Ben for 20, 30, 40 years. And you say, and according to many in the conscious community, I'm not disrespecting Dr. Ben, he's the best among us. So you sat at the feet of like Plato, right? You were with Plato. And you're still dumb as fuck. I don't understand it. You're arguing points where a professor had to school you. And you come on here and you show the professor schooling you. And you don't even understand when you were being insulted. What you did when you went to college. You don't know when you were being insulted. You got a charitable opportunity to present at ASCOT with a doctor. And the information that you present is still garbage. You have been presenting garbage information for the last 20 years. And then somebody has audacity you to come in here and say that you are what? You are the best of us when it comes to Egypt.
You are listening to a crab in a barrel, an old ass crab in a barrel.
No, I'm not. But guess what? You're not even in the barrel for me to pull you down, Reggie. Reggie, you're not in the barrel. You're outside the barrel. In order for me to pull you down, you have to be in the barrel. You're not in the barrel. You're saying that I'm a crab in the barrel. And I'm telling that you're not in the barrel. You're not even in the barrel.
But you're old ass goddamn crab. You like that dude in Django, Mr. Stevens. You hate black people.
You have nothing to contribute to Egypt. Matter of fact, you have been studying the Mennonite for longer than the rapper has been alive. You have been studying the Mennonite longer than the rapper has been, and yet still you come last. When I compare him to you, I don't know what you have been doing for the last 40 years.
Hey, Brad, this is jealousy and envy, bro. This got to be, man.
No, this is not jealousy and envy. He started it. Sunder, remember Sunder that you renege on a bet with me, you know. I don't talk to Sunder really, you know. Sunder renege on a bet with me, you know. I bet Sunder one time that Garfield won a debate, Brother Jabari, and him didn't want to pay me my money, and him come up with some bullshit excuse. And I said, I let it go. I don't talk to you.
Hold on, Thunder. You reneging on bets over here?
Yeah, he did. He did. He didn't pay me my money. Am I lying, Thunder? Thunder, am I lying? Did you not renege on a bet with me?
Yes, you are. The bet was that
the debate would not take place. That was a bet. The bet that the debate would not take place.
Y'all talking about that
was the
dumbass
bet.
Jabari and what's the name shit?
I got feel, and the bet was the debate would not take place. And then he come in and I said, Thunder, you owe me. And he said, the bet didn't take place because Garfield. The bet didn't take place. That was the bet. You reneged on a bet with me. And you hopped out here, jumped out of it. So when it comes to you, your word don't mean shit to me.
Hey, hold on, Stu. Hey, Stu, sit back, mute your mic.
This is what I was telling.
Sound like you eating your microphone, brother. Please.
I said it the other day, man, because everybody now. Do you get it, Brass? I thought you said you wasn't privy to Reggie being disrespected or whatever before, man. Now
yes,
this is what we're talking about, man. I don't know why Reggie is the target for everybody's hatred and jealousy. That man has done more in his 60 years than a lot of people, right? And especially dealing with this whole subject matter. So when he said he's an authority, if you look up what an authority is, it's basically just somebody who has accessible knowledge on a subject. That's pretty much all it says. That's all it is. But and he does. Now he's not the prime. I mean the numero uno or whatever. He is an authority.
That's all I'm saying.
That's fine. But the point is the disrespect of Reggie Mabry. I don't know where it comes from, man. It's something that's there, and it's in the water, man. And I just wish it wasn't because it's not necessary. It ain't necessary. Reggie been cool and calm. He came over here to discuss people bringing up his wife. That's why it came up. And then, of course,
they never finished. I've been trying to get them to talk about it this whole time, but they ain't talked about it.
And Stu P's doing this thing and egging them on and all this other stuff, man. Now Stu P's on the hate train. Like, come on, man. Like, it ain't necessary. You're not gonna discredit Reggie. You're not gonna take away his work. The man got articles, he got newspaper clippings, he got pictures. This man pallbearer for all these people. He done sacrificed all these people that we look up to.
Whoa! I'm out.
What?
I'm out.
Let it slide, man. Just let him go. Just let him go, man.
Okay.
What's the problem?
No, just let it go. Let it go.
Go ahead, Thunder. I apologize. I cut your wisdom, brother. Go ahead. I cut your wisdom. They're right. I'm gonna let that go. Because you are right. You're not wrong. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Thank you, Rush. I
want you to tell me where you wanted where I was wrong at. So the man that he has sacrificed at a lot of the people that we look up to and we reference, even to this day. Dr. Ben been gone a long time, man, and we still bring him up. And Reggie's had a personal relationship with these people. I'm not saying appeal to Reggie just because he had interactions, but I am saying.
Have you ever read anything Reggie written? Have you ever read anything that Reggie have written? What have you read?
The Black City Plan.
You have read the Black City Plan?
Yeah.
Are you saying you're telling me that you have read the Black City Plan?
I read the Black City Plan. That was years ago.
Okay, could I have your opinion of the Black City Plan since you're so learned and since Reggie's so bright? Let's hear your opinion.
I think the Black City Plan, if it was implemented, I don't see how it would be because of Congress. That just wouldn't be something that would be feasible in most cases. But in a place like Atlanta, a place like, well, it used to be like DC, where they had a majority, they had Marion Barry, especially during them times right there. When you had that going on, yeah, they had a good time where they could have possibly got some of that stuff off that he was referencing. And now, of course, you got to have city council on board. You got to have the state reps. I mean, it's a lot to that, right? But the fact that he put it down on paper, something that most of us couldn't do, and we talk about reparations.
Thunder. No, I know why you never want to pay me my money. You're disingenuous. You're fucking disingenuous. You're the one of the most fucking disingenuous dude in the world. I read the Black City Plan. And that's the biggest pile of bullshit anybody can read. Anybody who attempt to read it after the first couple of pages is pure torture. And you come in here and you're acting like it's a piece of literature that can't even work. You're fucking disingenuous. That's why you never want people money. It's your nature. Your nature is to be a fucking disingenuous dude. You're a fucking disingenuous dude. Picking up that bullshit piece of paper. Nobody else in here ever read it. And up there, anybody who read it, because I read it. Because I wanted to attack him. You're a fool, Reggie. You're the biggest fool in the community. You are the biggest fool. When you go my nighttime and masturbate, who you masturbate? You're a fool. You don't have a woman, you don't have nobody. Right?
That's
it. This dude come and talk about Black City Plan and him fucking never read it. I'm picking it up. I can bet I say I've never read it Thunder. It's all disingenuous. Just say it's not the best piece of literature you read. It's bullshit. Now they ask you one more time. Have you read the Black City Plan, Thunder? Man to man, real talk. Have you read it in its totality?
What's your test?
No, Thunder, have you read the Black City Plan in its totality? I'm asking you that question, Thunder.
What's your testimony on that?
No. Have you read the Black City Plan in its totality? Man to man. Honest Christian man. Have you read it?
Stupid.
What's your testimony? Yes or no. Have you read it? You realize that Thunder is a liar.
Hey, it's too many people talking. One mic.
You realize that Thunder is a liar. Thunder, let me ask you one last time. As a man, and your manhood, have you read the totality of the Black City Plan?
Thunder has not read, I don't think Thunder has read the entire Black City Plan.
Thunder did not read it. Thunder did not read it.
I don't think it's that he's lying. It's just I don't know.
Yeah, that read or something.
You're okay if you did. I'll take your word for it.
Okay, good. I think that should be enough. Y'all ain't never heard me lie.
I'll take your word. I'll take your word for it.
Anybody else in here read it? Anybody else in here read it?
I read some of it, but it's like 200 some pages.
Whatever it was.
What's your opinion, Brass? What's your opinion?
I didn't read enough of it. I didn't read enough of it to make it.
Thank you. Let me come on for
the thing is, I started reading it, and then it's very long, Paul. So I didn't really know. I didn't know Reggie to have no connection to it. Somebody just said, "Take a look at this." And then they
long and remedial.
I didn't even know who Reggie was when they said it.
Long and remedial.
It was too many pages. It was too many pages.
And remedial.
Well, I don't know if it was remedial. It's not a work. It's not a work. It's not a work I would read without knowing. It's not a work. Hold on, I want to be clear because my words be getting fucked up. It's not a work that I would read without knowing the author. I wouldn't take that much time to break, because when you read a book for real, it ain't just, people think reading a book is just reading the 200 pages, that's that. You got to read the shit, go do some research, look up a couple of things, reading the 200 some pages.
And it has to grab your attention. It has to grab your attention. It has to be interesting. There's nothing like...
Go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead, brother. Nobody's stopping you. He's just laughing. Nobody's stopping.
Say right there. 5 seconds. Look at what that say. Certified cloud security professional, right? So this book right here is 327 pages.
Okay.
327 pages, right?
Yeah.
Now you telling me I got to know who Mike Chappell is or Dave Seidel is?
Yes. Why did you read that book? Let me ask you a question. Why did you read? Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
That's your generation.
Hold on, bro. Thunder to tell me a lot about you. Why did you read that book?
What? I'm getting certified. I just got certified.
Right. I did not have to get certified in a Black City Plan. I had no reason to read it, bro. It was honestly, I'm not going to say the names. Now I'm going to be more transparent. It was brought up to me as a joke. I came around some people, they found out what my degree was, and they said, here, read this, destroy it. Hold on, let me finish. I read the first 3 pages and stopped because I didn't know who Reggie was, and there was no need for me to try to destroy some shit I'm not gonna spin. I'm not doing that.
All right, now let me ask you this question. Could you have done whatever you are into, right? Whatever your profession is, whatever your interests are, whatever they are. I'm not asking what they are.
I got you. Yes, sir.
Is that anything that I don't know, I can't remember how, I haven't downloaded, but how many Reggie, approximately how many pages is the Black City Plan?
200 some pages. 200 some pages.
Life, write anything about any subject that you know, anything that you're into, 200 plus pages.
Have I written to it? No.
Okay.
Exactly. So that right there in itself, to me, that right there in itself deserves respect. Just with that right there. You ain't even got to go no further.
No, that's
he
not.
did
Wait,
something
that's
that
wait,
somebody write
hold on.
200
Wait. But that's what. Yes, but let me just finish with Thunder. Yes, you can, Reggie. Let me just finish 2 seconds with Thunder. You can go next. Everybody else is yelling. I'm not cutting you off. I'm just responding to Thunder. But Thunder, if it's presented to me as something to destroy, and in the first 3 seconds, three pages of reading it, I don't think it's like, I don't even know the author. You're telling me to destroy a work of a person I don't even know, and I'm not even coming into the game for that, then I'm not gonna, it's no point. I didn't say it was good or bad. I just didn't have a reason to read it.
It couldn't grab your interest.
Hey, Thunder, you can't read everything, my brother.
Did it grab your interest?
You only read that without knowing the author because you was trying to get a certification. I'm not trying to get a certification in whatever that shit is about.
No, it's not about a certification. It's about education. You want to be educated on what the author,
why
the desire of the author. Well, not the desire. Well, I guess it's a desire. Whatever the plan that he feels is best for.
Do you remember why it was offered to me, Thunder? It was offered for me to destroy. Like, give me some credit. Like, it wasn't presented as a knowledgeable work. It wasn't presented as a plan for us to move forward. It was presented as read this to destroy it, bro. You should actually be, not saying I toot my own horn pause, but you should be glad I didn't fucking, that gave me an idea to the conscious community. Read this bullshit so you could destroy it. Why would I do that?
No, you still read it, but you don't have to destroy it. Right, so
no. I'll explain the rest to you. I'll explain the rest to you privately, and you'll understand more. I'm being vague. That's why it's kind of.
He's being political.
Go ahead, brother Reggie.
He's being sensitive and political.
No, I'm just not gonna do it in public. But I gotta be honest. Like,
know.
Go ahead, brother
It couldn't grab your interest. It never grabbed him interest.
Let Reggie go, bro. We've been talking for a while. Let him go. Go ahead, brother.
All right. With these, with all the years that we have been in America, there are very few plans for our people. There is the message to the Black man, right? Then came Powernomics, right? Then there's a blueprint to Black. What is it? Blueprint to Black Power. Blueprint to Black Power. And that page that is about 700 pages, right? And then there have been smaller models, the Organization of Afro-American Unity, right? And there have been some there's certainly Noble Drew Ali's works on sovereignty and and so what I did is that I looked at a lot of those books and I incorporated what I thought were good ideas and bad ideas. And then I narrowed it down to the only place where we would have some sovereignty is in our cities, in the majority Black cities, where we can hire mayor and city councils, and then we should expand our Black cities to take its municipalities, which are not money earners, but largely funded by tax, but to expand those municipal into businesses, right? And and then the last section that I still haven't really added was to keep the city council and the mayor accountable is to create a town hall, which was uh, something that was very overlooked but very necessary in the American Revolution. My book talks about how white cities, majority white cities, have been successful, right? How they have how in those white cities, if you are a white citizen, um, the government works, the city local government works for you. In our cities, the usually our leaders, mayors, and they're usually co-opted and down to how can I say corruption? Why? From large companies like Walmart and even now transportation organizations, Uber. I talk about how Motown was a great Motown Records. Well, and I talk about the other Negro leagues and other sports where our best talent is drained from us from corporations. Corporations actually drain our cities from its productive personnel and then leave us with nothing. So the it talks about land usage and land ownership of cities uh, and schools and things like that. That in our situation we need to scrap the the concept of what we have as a school that opens up just for the children from 7 in the morning to 3, 4 o'clock, but to make those same buildings, since the city owns them, accessible to education for adults. Talk about yeah, and I talk about a lot of the strategies that Republic of New Africa and a lot of great ideas, but the problems within those things. So for someone to come around and to say that uh, uh, it's garbage relevant to what plan? I took the organization Afro American Unity, which I'm pretty much a part of, which was Dr. John Henry Clark wrote the structure of it, but but when he was writing the organization Afro American Unity, what happened is at that time period there was not a one mayor in the United States. Then certainly after Malcolm died in 1968, you have Cleveland becoming the first city black with a mayor and a black city council, and then for the years after that, you have a spread of black cities. This is kind of new to us from 1968. So, so we have power within our cities because we can elect police officers. We can elect, and we can do it without being racist, right? We can actually do this without being racist, right? But one thing is racism has been put on us. That doesn't mean that we have to be racist in our city design. That where we do hire the best people. Unfortunately, a lot of black cities, like the first thing they do with their police departments, in black cities, a lot of the police departments still overwhelmingly white, right? And which seems really strange in a situation where it's a majority run black population. Um, that kind of why maybe because people are scared of racism and stuff like that. But you can hire a mixed group to and the best them and discipline them when they go wrong instead of creating a kind of internal outside group that's going to be counter to you. So within that, why do I do that? Because personally, I worked on several campaigns in New York City for elected officials. I worked on See Virginia Fields. That was my first campaign. I worked on Hakeem Jeffries, who's the congressman now. I worked on when he was the running for the assembly person. I worked on him. He's a congressman now. I worked with Patrick DeLises for his city council run and his Congress run. And I worked for my former wife who ran for the city of New York, for the mayor of the city of New York. So how can I say so? I know the process of how can I say of starting from the petition to going to getting your petition certified so that you can be a candidate, so that you can and then the rest of the processes, right? Uh, to run for different offices. So this college dropout who doesn't have my experience, right, is going to tell you that my thoughts are trash, right? But the difference is you can Google me in the local newspaper in Harlem. That's Amsterdam News, and you can Google Brother Reggie Mabry, and you can see. I also have, by the way, I have a congressional citation from a congressman for my work in the community, right? So I can go on and on with my resume, but for Black people in the United States, particularly in New York City, where I live. Now, this college dropout who failed in America, who ran away back to his own country, wasn't shit in America, and is not shit in Jamaica, is going to say that my work, among all the works that are out there and ideas, is trash. So I got that. I got that because this is Stefan and Django. I got that. I'm just appealing to you that listen, we all have one life on this earth that I know of. And in this life, you want to contribute not just to yourself, but you want to contribute to your community and you want to contribute to your family. If you look at my record, I've contributed to my family, right? In spite of all this stuff. So I'm just not a hobbyist in this thing called ancient Egypt, but I get a lot of hate. But I've contributed. I've written. I, I have written to the New York State Commission on Reparations. I have articles on reparations in the Institute of Black World, right? And how can I say? And I continue to write, right? Because you know, being rich and having a big car and your children are failing and your community is failing is not a life that I want to live. Now I come to this community that we call the conscious community or these channels, and I try to come to inspire people. But what I find out is I get attacked, right? When I try to inspire people that yes, you can have what you deem as an academic pursuit or intellectual pursuit, as well as contribute to your family and to your community, right? I try to inspire people to do that. Any young person that I've met on these boards that ever asked me a question, I take time out. I've taken countless of people to museums just to see the arguments, not to dictate to them, but at least to take them to a museum for the first time in their goddamn lives, right? For them to actually see it. I tell people you should go to museums first. You should learn about the cultures before you take a trip to with some of these people to Africa, right? So you can be dazzled. I've taught people how to go to Egypt themselves, um, uh, and spend only $1,500 when they're charging $4,000, right? So I tried to save people money, but I ultimately end up having conversations with people that want to talk about my family, right? Not talk about the issue that I'm talking about, right? For example, black uh, or Kemet, not Kemet. They want to talk about it because it's something to talk about. And yes, it makes some people some money on content. Yes, it does, right? Yes, it gives talking points. Yes, it contributes to long shows like this show, right? But I'm talking to my people. I'm talking to my people, right? That you can be great in your life by helping other people. It's not about money and jewelry and big houses and what kind of car you drive and saying that the next man is poor, right? It's about not willing to live in a cesspool and trying to make a contribution. So I've worked with some of the greatest scholars, right, to see what they have to say. Some of them I agree with, some of them I don't. Just because I study with people doesn't mean that I agree with everything. But what they did was leave me a legacy that I could contribute. So I'm on these at least 85% right. My diction and the way I articulate things, uh, I agree is a problem, but at the same time, that's a gift because I'm not a charismatic Negro that you people, majority of you, will follow like Umar and the rest of those people, right? Take these exorbitant trips to Africa and learn nothing, come back as unlearned as you, except for you've been able to climb the pyramids. But I can have you do that for less, right? So I get somebody like this dude and some other people. Matter of fact, this whole conversation is about trying to single me out on in talking about someone else. And I actually love Black people, struggle with Black people, in the funerals, in the pallbearer of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, in the pallbearer of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, right? But you want to throw me in the garbage. So that means you don't, those people that do it, y'all don't love Black people because you don't put yourselves in a position to be, hey, Brother Reggie, look, we want you to be a part of this because these people loved you, right? And guess what? And these same people, these other people, they didn't love them. They didn't love Malcolm. They didn't love none of our heroes. None of the people that I did. Women, certainly not the women. So I've talked enough about it. So you can let this person put me in a garbage can and call me a layman and all of that stuff like that, right? But but some people will remember me. Hopefully that's why you have children, right? Some people will remember me. Some of the people that I've helped, right? They'll remember me. You can't ask everybody to remember. And on these boards, you will remember me because at least I ran an argument. At least I held my and where I'm wrong, right? I'm completely wrong. But you have to guard yourself against trash talking failures, right? Who merit their lives who mirror you based on their failing lives. Always got something negative to say. Ask a man who said they read my book. Ask another man who said, I don't know enough about this person, and nor do I care to destroy the book, right? It's an ebook. It's a work in progress. I didn't publish it, and I'm certainly not selling it. Why would I sell a book for Black people? That's my gift to you, whether you accept it or not, right? Because I knew a lot of the people that I talk about in the book. But I have to bear it because our people can be the worst devils, right? The worst devils. So
sometimes I think I appreciate that, Reggie. And we just don't got to be a defense tour. It's just it's really about you and Chef, but Chef been busy. It was really about you and Chef show. All the other shit just came.
No, Chef is easy, and Chef is, and for the most part, Chef is my man. I like Chef. I think he's intelligent. You know, I listen to him.
You sure?
I listen to
Me
all.
too, Ray. So then when he says you're a
don't
liar,
leave me out.
so when he says that you lying and you don't read, is he still intelligent?
We'll find out.
So hold on.
Gullah has to be unmuted.
So
no, don't leave me out,
right now, and Corey not here. You about to cuss?
I'm on your side.
The reason why Reggie got dragged.
Still out, Gullah.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
The reason why Reggie got dragged into it is because he jumped out there last night. I wasn't even talking about Reggie, but you know how a motherfucker come in and, you know, act like you better not be talking about them.
Yep.
You dig what I'm saying? Like, because I didn't mention no names. So Reggie, like, who you talking about? So, motherfucker, like, I'm not scared of you, bro. Like, so
I said you, not you, nigga. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, you like what that down what? Like so Reggie, I wasn't talking about you, but in defense of my masculinity, I went on and put you in there because of the way that you was asking was I talking about you? So I really wasn't, but you know what I mean? I was just having fun.
Yeah.
So you just gave me more ammo to keep talking.
I didn't even come on your
It's
show.
no different than Hey, Chef.
Hey, can I say something?
Hold on, Gullah. Hold on, Gullah. It's just, it ain't no different than when I was telling Thunder earlier. You're attacking my pride, so yeah, I'm gonna keep cutting you off, bro, until I get my pride out the way. But I ain't gonna let you just sun me. Talk about you gonna be quiet now. Yo, sometimes we men, we got pride too. And it takes a man to admit it. So now, Reggie, you see what y'all came to clarity 5 hours later. You came on here to cuss him out. He wasn't even talking about you.
No, I didn't come in to cuss him out. But the fact of the matter, if you watch the show, he was talking about me until I got in. I wasn't
I wasn't.
It was Super
He just
Bowl.
showed you he wasn't, Reggie.
Okay,
Bro,
well, we could go back to the show.
Community at large. You came in. Who are you talking about? Reggie, if I'm talking about niggas don't read, hold on, Reggie. If I'm talking about niggas not reading, yo, I'm not talking about you, bro.
See,
you get that?
You got your clarity. There's your clarity, bro.
No, it's not true. Go back to the show. See when he mentions me by name.
Yes, that's because you jumped out there.
Yeah, he just told you why he mentioned you by name. Reggie, do you
Why
want
did you believe Chef? Why did you believe Shepard? Shepard was talking about me before
He
I
said,
got
why do
on.
I got no, don't do that, Reggie. I ain't going. I'm out of it.
Reggie,
I'm out of
Reggie,
it.
did you ask in the chat who you talking about?
When you went, no, wait, hold up. Yeah, because I knew you was talking about me. You said
you assumed I was talking about you. And when you said, yo, who you talking about, then fuck it. Now it's up. You know what I mean?
I gotta watch this show. This show sounded like it was entertaining.
Hey, Prince.
Hold on, and I gotta let Gullah talk. I done had Gullah on mute for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
But hey, Gullah, just realize Corey is not here.
Yeah.
That's who your
I
Irish.
know. I wasn't here either. I wasn't here either when he said the bullshit. Because he
Okay, go ahead.
We need a big crayon and a motherfucking number 2 pencil to understand this shit. Because my presentation is clear, crystal clear. That's because that nigga's a male version of Clem DeVille and only see white and fucking black. My fucking stance is not confusing. I tell you exactly what it is. You're confused. You came up with the made up shit, 11 niggas, all that shit. You confused. This ain't no ABC 1, 2, 3 conversation in the first fucking place. And if you can't handle the conversation, just go to the construction yard and have your motherfucking politics and sports and pop culture conversations on that. And don't talk about anthropology conversations and trying to make it fucking change. That's what I'm talking about. I add to the fucking conversation. If you don't understand the motherfucking African, a Northern African is related to an Egyptian on certain levels, no matter how fucking light or dark a motherfucker is, that's your fault. You didn't study in algebra. That ain't my fucking fault. You didn't do your own work. If you ain't do your homework, why the fuck you even talking or even have an input on the fucking conversation? Don't be talking shit on me, motherfucker. The fuck?
So I wanted Corey to be here. Hey, Chef, can you text Corey or something? Because this shit gonna go on forever. I don't even know.
I tell exactly what it is. I don't give you the fucking Chief X bullshit. And the motherfucker, I'm gonna tell you what I tell you exactly what me and the girl said the same fucking shit. This ain't no motherfucking ring around the rosy ass conversation.
So I think he was speaking to the way you come in conversations, right? So if somebody makes a point about something, you'll take it to monkeys and apes and shit, and it'll confuse people. I think that's what he was talking about.
It don't really, because this is a kind of scientific conversation. That's why it shouldn't confuse people. Then people shouldn't be talking about
telling you how, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Motherfuckers shouldn't be talking about scientific shit because all that shit.
I'm saying that would be confusing to most people, especially when All right, so if I'm in an argument with Reggie, right, and then we make a point about something, and somebody might feel like I got this nigga nailed down, and then you come in and say something, right, that you connecting to other primates, right, and it derailed the point that, you know what I mean, I was making to this nigga. That's what he kind of saying. Like, you know what I mean? But it's like following the general conversation. Sometimes you will reel off into something else and it connects, but it don't connect with the argument that the person was making, and it kind of let other niggas get off
the whole conversation, because everybody
but
be
a nigga
stuck.
feel like you got a nigga on the hook. You know what I mean? A nigga want to have that nigga on the hook. You feel me?
Because you really don't. No, nobody be having no nigga on no hook. Because everybody's stupid in the conversation.
Jesus Christ!
It's a scientific conversation. I understand science and the other shit. To even talk about, like you gotta understand the evolution, all that shit. You talk about skin and all this shit. You gotta understand that. How the fuck it works. When we talking about Egypt and shit, I'm going back to the Afro-Asiatic population. That's what the fucking Egyptian is. The Afro-Asiatic people. At the base level.
The Egyptians are Egyptians.
I disagree with that.
Exactly. And they're Afro-Asiatic people too. They ain't isolated. They ain't never been isolated. They're Afro-Asiatic people. They're part of an ethno-linguistic family.
I disagree with that in the sense that the language is just one part of who they are. They have deep African connections before.
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. If they're Afro-Asiatic people, they have deep African ancestors.
But no,
Afro-Asiatic language starts in Africa.
Right, okay, so other people look at it differently. I just disagree with that because the Asiatic factor, that's really problematic when it comes to the formation of Egypt.
No, really, you said Africa first. It's Afro-Asiatic. Only language is being Asiatic is Semitic. Most of the languages are in Africa.
What's an Afro?
Even Semitic spread from it. You said what?
What's an Afro?
Rush, meet your
Afro mean African.
Afro mean African, Reggie?
Yes.
No.
When I'm in Colombia, when I'm talking about family in Cuba, they say we Afro-Cuban. I mean, we're African descent. My wife, she's Afro-Colombian. She's not more proud with it. I'm black. I'm Afro-Colombian. It's synonymous.
Right. Afro means African, yo.
Other day. Look. The other day, my wife told me, because my stepdaughter is the only black girl in the class. She said, baby, Daddy-Anna's the only Afro in the class, meaning she's the only black girl in the class.
Yeah.
Afro means black.
Africa, so we're not even trying to be scientific.
So you said right? Afro don't mean African?
Okay. So
hey, Reggie, real quick before you go. Just because I want to give you what a layman just thinks, right? So now Gullah just said that Corey don't understand science in these conversations, or that people that fuck up the Egyptian conversation don't understand science. But here's the thing. Reggie understands science, and he don't even agree with what you saying. Chef understands science, and they don't agree with what you saying. So why they don't understand science?
I don't think they do fully. I don't think so. Fully.
You don't think Reggie and Chef understand science?
I don't know. I don't know the levels to what they do. I might know shit that I know. I went to the actual anthropology school. I ain't finished, but I took biological courses.
Oh, I don't know. I have a bachelor's degree in science. So I So
You took,
at
you
least
took, I mean, I don't say I don't know. You took biology.
This shit got to
yeah, I
stop.
took university biology, university chemistry, university calculus, all the way down to differential equations. I took university chemistry, university level chemistry. Right, you have to take that as your prerequisites before you can go into your major. So
Let,
you don't.
Corey right there. Let him explain himself. Corey right there. But that's what I. But you see what I'm saying, Reggie? That's the dangers of this authority bullshit. Because you got
Reggie was about to. But I got a clear understanding of science, evolution, and how people group and population groups move.
No, that's cool. But then you said that the people that don't basically agree with you in this Egyptian conversation don't. And I would say that Reggie and Chef do.
But I don't think they understand the population, the aspect of anthropology, bro. The fucking population movements.
Okay, I can't argue with you because I don't. But
Because at the end of the day, when you take a motherfucking like another Afroasiatic group, they even say it in the papers. The fucking Egyptians cluster with other Afroasiatic fucking people. When you take motherfuckers like Emperor Haile Selassie, a fucking Beja group from motherfucking the Red Sea Hills. No matter how the fuck they look, them motherfuckers is genetically connected to Egyptians. At the base fucking level.
So Reggie was about to explain what Afro means to him. Like I need to hear that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So first we have to go how it was coined, and the fact of the matter is that people do feel that it's problematic. All right. So first of all, the name was coined by Della Fosse and later popularized by Greenberg. Reflect that this is the only major language family with large populations in both Africa and Asia, not to imply equal African and Asian origins, right? So before Afro-Asiatic was proposed, there was another phylum which makes more sense, right? It was the Negro African languages by Lilius Humberger. Now, a language phylum and people in population movements, certainly two different things. Well, when it comes to Egypt, Egypt is populated certainly by the south, by the western and eastern deserts, right, and by its own interior, along with elements of North Africa, which could include the Libko populations, and we know them. Some of these groups is called the Rakites. The Egypt in its textual or its inscriptions was saw that the Levant itself was really problematic. So these groups of people who or people who want to say or Afro in Asiatic, the Asiatic part, these groups have been in Egypt. I don't think there's a problem with me and Gullah on this for thousands of years, right? Aspects of the Green Sahara, some of those groups of people. But what makes those groups Asiatic? The more recent groups that came in, right? So I think there's a conflation coming from scientific racism to first Egypt was Oriental studies, right? And then while it was Oriental studies, it was how can I say it was white black people that founded Egypt, and a lot of this stuff comes from the 1800 racism. So Afro seems very suspicious because Asiatic is geography and Afro is not, right? So if you want to talk about migrations and people,
you say Afro is not.
Yeah, Afro is not a geographical region. Asiatic.
Afro mean Africa. It's even a scientific term what they use that archaeology and anthropology they say Afro Levantine. I mean, even it's even a term called Afro Eurasian.
Right, but
even Eric, he say Afrasian. He say Afrasian. He put an I at the end instead of O.
Well,
I mean, Afro is clearly talking about talking about Africa.
Okay. Well, there's a difference. You accept the terms without any skepticism. My problem is Afro. You're talking about Afro-Asiatic, especially languages. Afro, why not African? African is one of the biggest continents. Why minimize that and not have any skepticism on it? Because Europeans named it Afro-Asiatic and they downplayed the African part and they highlighted more
Yo,
Asiatic.
y'all argue the
No,
craziest stuff.
That's not true. That's not true. I don't believe that, Reggie. They don't play no
If
African
we're
for it.
telling you that Afro means African, right? And then you somehow arguing that it's being limiting of Africa. When one of the terms around the same time African American was Afro American, right? I think it kind of we had newspapers in Baltimore called the Afro. That was like I always were African, so this like kind of another fringe argument, Reggie, is
No,
the
it's
same
not.
thing I said.
Now here it goes because I can argue back with you. Older labels before it was Afro, it was Hermetito-Semitic. Again,
No,
downplaying
you understand that?
Afro. And
Yeah,
then
and
another.
Greenberg went against that because they didn't even include the Chadic language because of racism.
Well, that I
So
can include that.
yeah.
I'm just saying that what I have is skepticism why you include one whole geography and not and you minimize one geography, and especially yes, I'm listening. And all the language found most of the language families, if you want to do it, language families have to deal with African. Only one of the groups is Semitic. So it's not balanced. It's not a balanced term. But again,
I don't get how it's being minimized. If they saying it started in Africa, if they call it Afro Asiatic, it's like when I say I'm an Afro Cuban, that's not minimizing my African. It's just saying I'm a black nigga from fucking Cuba. I'm not just a Cuban. I'm African Cuban.
Right, but you're missing the point of the geography. It's not balanced. It's not. If it's not even half African and half Asian. It's not. It's suggesting that the Asian component is greater than the Afro. So when you say
where does it say that though? Like how is it saying that? Like how? Like I don't understand.
Just by grammar. Just by grammar. Afro is an adjective to Asian. Afro-Asiatic is an adjective to Asiatic. That's just simple grammar. It's just simple grammar.
I don't know, bro. I think
You said it's an adjective?
Yeah. Now we're getting into a point where the function is if most of the language phylums are African, most of the people in the culture and the populations are African. Even the people in North Africa are still African. And how does that all get minimized?
Hey, I like what you just said though, Reggie. You paused me for a minute. I think you on to something. Keep cooking.
I just add scientific racism because in these periods we didn't have all the genetics. We didn't have all of that. So they still suspected, and they still push that that Asia had a lot to do.
I just looked it up, yo. I looked it up ChatGPT. I short and it say no. Afro and Afro-Asiatic is not an adjective by itself. They say what it actually is in Afro-Asiatic. Afro is binding form prefix like element meaning related to Africa, Afro-African, Asiatic, Asia. Afroasiatic, a language family spanning parts of Africa and Asia.
Okay.
So Afro functions like a bond morphine, a form that attaches to another word, not a standalone adjective in this term.
Well, I just looked it up too. So my search says Afro-Asiatic functions grammatically as an adjective and then is typically followed by a noun like language. So a language phylum or
What were the
a family.
questions? What were the questions that you asked versus what he asked? That's what I'm curious about. What did you ask your ChatGPT to get that answer?
Oh, okay. I just Afro-Asiatic is an adjective.
That was the question.
No. I asked. You said the Afro part was adjective. I asked it specifically. Was Afro and Afroasiatic an adjective? And they said no. You asked is Afroasiatic an adjective alone?
Yeah, it's gonna tell you
Yeah,
yes.
I combined the words. I said Afro-Asiatic as an
You
adjective.
said Afro was an adjective.
The argument, wasn't
Right,
the
Afro
argument Afro in Asia? Hold on. The argument was Afro, the word Afro in Afro-Asiatic, the adjective, not is Afro-Asiatic an adjective.
Right.
Right. So you asked it, is Afro-Asiatic an adjective, but that's not the premise that you stated to begin with. You get me?
No, I said yes. I said Afro-Asiatic. Y'all hate me.
No.
Right?
I think in this case you might have misspoke. Like I do this shit all the time.
So let me explain.
Okay,
let me explain all the language phylums, right? Well,
no, don't explain the language phylum.
Afro,
we were talking about the word Afro. We were talking about
my goddamn screen.
We were talking about.
Can I share my screen? I'm gonna share my screen.
Yeah, ain't nobody gonna stop you. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so good. I just want to ask permission from the host. I'm respectable.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. Share my goddamn screen. Okay. So
he said we hate him.
Yeah, you hate me. Right? Okay, so
That's because, hey Reggie, that's because Afroasiatic alone, when you put Afroasiatic alone as one word, that's an adjective. But the Afro part of that word is not an adjective alone. That's what we were saying.
Okay, you're talking. I got it. I got it. All right. So we got ChatGPT, we got AI program. So Afro-Asiatic, this is the thing. Afro-Asiatic is an adjective. That was my point. Right?
What?
No, you didn't say that. You said Afro in the Afroasiatic was an adjective. Of course, it's an adjective.
It's an adjective for Asiatic.
An adjective is a word that describes. Of course, it's an adjective as a whole. This is a word that describes.
No, I'm not listening to you. I'm listening to AI. Is Afro?
That's basic elementary grammar. You know, like what the adjective is.
Wait. Am I sharing my screen?
No.
I'm sharing my screen.
So maybe we miscommunicated. Hey Reggie, could we possibly be miscommunicating?
No. I am sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, but you ain't even trying to get clarity.
I am. I'm asking, is Afro in Afro-Asiatic?
Okay, now you're saying it right. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the question. It's the Afro part adjective in Afroasiatic.
Okay. All right. So in this case, you're right. Afro is not an independent adjective. The whole compound Afro-Asiatic functions as a single adjectival unit, right? Morphology, Afro-Asiatic is a compound built from Afro combining form, meaning African or African plus Asiatic. Symptomatically, you do not normally say Afro languages, but the grammatical active modifier is the full compound Afro-Asiatic language, Afro-Asiatic family. In other words, Afro behaves like a bond morpheme that only appears inside compounds like Afro-American, Afro-Caribbean. So in this case, I'm going to give up the argument.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
However, watch this.
Yeah,
However, watch this. Wait. Well, however, I'm gonna give up that. I'm gonna give up that argument, right? But then I'm gonna ask, why is Asiatic problem mental where why wait am I spelling right? Problem mental. Okay. I'm just gonna ask a basic question. No, it's not gonna give me that because I should say the name. Why is the name Afro-Asiatic problem mental? Okay, so I gave up the argument as that it's a functions as a adjective because it seems to be a compound word, but and so I gave that up. So you win that. Now, why is it Afro-Asiatic? Right? The label replaced Hamitic Semitic, a term rooted in the racist Hamitic hypotheses, rank some Hamite Africans closer to Europeans. Right? Implied Africa, Asia hierarchy.
yeah, because the early one was racist. The early one was more racist, so they changed it. Greenberg changed it because of that reason, because it was racist. And he added Chadic because they was excluding Chadic to the language family because they was being racist and doing look based on how the
So it says the implied Africa Asia hierarchy.
And it was Greenberg who added it to that because of that racism.
Can I finish? Implied. See, here's the thing is I gave up the adjective part. I lost that argument, right? I lost that argument. Okay, but now my initial argument was okay, so it says implied Africa Asia hierarchy. The family is mostly African in branches, right? Berber, Chadic, Cushitic.
Gullah said that.
Plus African Semitic, yet the name pairs Africa with Asia in a way that conceptually pulls it toward Asia, especially in the Semitic branch. That's what I said.
Okay.
It's not balanced.
True that.
Politics of naming and alternatives. Because of the naming codes, Africa, Asia, linkage born in specific colonial scholarly mellow, it is read as reflecting European ideological interests rather than neutral taxonomy. For that reason, some purpose alternatives like Afrasian or question the microfamily label.
It's the error used.
The Afro-Asiatic keeps reinscribing older power relationships and how African languages are classified. So I gave up my argument, right? And I said that it's not balanced. The minimizing of African into Afro is still problematic, right? It's not balanced since most of the language phylums are in Africa, so it pulls it toward.
I don't see where it says it's imbalanced. I don't see where
it says it right here. Wait, the family is mostly African in branches and early distribution.
It's describing the language family. That's not saying it's imbalanced. It's describing the
language family. Listen, Gullah. Let him finish.
Yet
he about to read it.
Yet the name pairs Africa with Asia in a way that conceptually pulls it toward Asia, especially the Semitic branch, right? So then it says, because the name encodes Africa Asia linkage born in specific colonial scholarly mellow is read as reflecting European ideological interests rather than a neutral taxonomy, right? So that's where it says it's not equal. Most of the language families are in Africa, but still it pulls the phylum toward Asia. That's it. That's it.
Okay, that's all. I see.
I still have to say on my screen. I mean, when we have dialogues, we can have dialogues. It's just my point, and you won a point, and I think I won a point.
That's cool. But no, it won't matter what we name it. At the end of the day, them people that speak that language, the genetics of them people is related to different, no matter what the hell they look like. You know what I'm saying? They might have some overlap with other, you know what I'm saying, groups or whatever, but they still got that motherfucking underlining substratum damn connection. You know, that's all I'm saying. And I don't take away from no motherfucking conversation. I add to the motherfucking conversation. I ain't having no motherfucking
Is the underlying substratum Asiatic though?
No, it's not.
Wow.
It's not. It's northeast. It's northeast. No, it's not. It's northeast. It's northeast African hunter gatherers.
I ain't say East African hunter gatherers. You just said that.
You said what?
I said that they connected
to
the Asiatics and the Levant. You don't agree with that?
Yeah, they are.
So
But no, it's not the underlying. That's not the base stratum. The base stratum is the hunter. It's the northeast African hunter gatherer group. That's the baseline. When them base Eurasians niggas mixed in, you get another layer. You know, for a long time. That's when you get them Cushitic looking niggas. But the original niggas, the original East African niggas, the original Afro-Asiatic niggas, the Mamotic niggas is them Hammer niggas. It's the motherfucking example of them niggas before they stop mixing with motherfucking base Eurasians.
I don't have a problem with that.
Or even a later Eurasian. So the Northeast African hunter gatherer group is the Northeast African hunter gatherer group is stuck. That's the baseline.
So the Semitic branch, right? That's in the Levant. Are they connected to those East African hunter gatherers?
Yes, they do. Yes, the Tufians
is East African hunter gatherers.
It's the base, yes. Look at the fucking DNA. The motherfucker, the history. The Natufians is a mix of Cape culture. It's Cape Red culture mixed with northeast hunter gatherer culture, which is these motherfuckers got in that was already mixed with base Eurasians. If you look at the lineage of the Natufians, they baseline vested them E markers coming out of the motherfucking East African group, and they populated motherfucking mixed with motherfucking indigenous West Asian population.
Okay, well, I still have a problem.
Even the Proto-Semitic come out of North Africa before it became single branch Semitic. The Proto language comes out of North Africa, out of the Fayum area.
Okay, so
what is this back migration?
No, wait, Sheffrin, wait 1 second. So I have a problem with Gullah again. Okay,
I'm having a problem with this too.
The earliest attested Semitic language is Akkadian, right? And that appeared 2600 to 2400. So prior to that, you can only be talking about Proto-Semitic, right?
That's what I said. I said the Proto language comes out of Northeast Africa.
What?
Okay, so
yes, the Proto-Semitic comes out of Northeast Africa. It splits. It's the mother language. The proper language of these northern Afro-Asiatic language splits.
We can't make out what you're saying because you're yelling. We only hear every other word. You gotta. Even if I know you got the passion for it, but it's fucking up your convo. We can't even make out what you're saying.
Yeah.
You gotta stop yelling.
So what I have a problem with it is that there is Proto-Semitic. And that goes to the 54th millennium.
I said the proto. I said the proto language comes up Africa before it becomes single.
Won't you let me talk? Won't you let me make my point? So now, if I know that the Akkadian language is born roughly, which is a true Semitic language, 2600 to 2400 BC, which is pretty young compared to what the people were speaking in Africa, all the other language families, then this whole so you can go back to what you call the Bayesian studies. You can go back to 7400, but that's not That's not really what you would. That's proto at best. That's proto best. So when they mix Afro, well, you know, when they mix Afro-Asiatic, right? The Semitic phylum or the Asiatic phylum that contributes to it, which is the Semitic, is really young. So there's a balance problem in their creation of that word. Yes?
I understand it. But at the end of the day, that whatever the fuck language it is, it comes out of that group. It's split from Egypt, Egyptian, Amazigh, and then you got Proto-Semitic and the Chadic language, Northern Afro-Asiatic languages. Split from a common root and the people. You know, so you can see with the idioms, the languages, and the damn autosomal DNA and all that shit. They just mix and overlap with other motherfuckers. The same base group.
We're convoluting two different things. One language, one people. Right?
So what?
There's a separation. When there's a time to talk about language and there's time to talk about peoples. So now you're putting the Afro-Asiatic onto peoples.
Yeah, they spoke a language. Oh, they spoke. They wasn't quiet. They weren't just sitting there with their hands folded.
Well, they wasn't speak at the time of the Egyptians. They were speaking at best a proto.
No, they wasn't. They were speaking Afro-Asiatic language. It wasn't no proto, nothing.
No. Okay, so this is the problem. This is the problem. You do know that this is a convention. You do know that this is a social construct. You know it's a convention.
It's not a social construct.
You don't know it's not is it a convention?
Nah.
So a linguist can come up with the
so it's a convention. So you disagree with Christopher Aaron and
no, I'm not disagreeing.
A lot of people disagree with Christopher Aaron.
Yeah, okay. Family, I do have a meeting at 7:00, unfortunately. But I'm just gonna leave you that these terms are created by people. They are social constructs. They are conventions. It's like the Egyptian language with the transliterations. Transliterations are approximation. Anybody speaking, trying to speak ancient Egyptian language, they're not speaking ancient Egyptian language. They're speaking a convention, right?
Yeah, Coptic is the last remnants. You know what I'm saying? The last piece of the Coptic language. They base stratum language is Egyptian, Middle Egyptian. Even though
but the language is not called Coptic. It's called Remi Kemet, and the people you might say are Coptic people, but the people themselves, we have evidence of what they called their language. So I hear you. Maybe this is not for me. I just thought I give you my points and show you the imbalance and the conventions of so-called scientific terms. Yeah. All right, y'all can continue. Good night. Peace.
Damn, Reggie is a problem.
That nigga's confusing. He danced around some whole other shit, some fucking race construction or some shit. He made this shit up. So at the end of the day, people fuck, okay? People move around and they fuck each other. That ain't hard. That ain't hard to get around, motherfucker head. When the motherfucking Nipsey Hussle niggas, motherfucker out of Northeast Africa, within them Nipsey Hussle niggas, it's them Northeast African hunter-gatherers mixed with them beige Eurasians, them early dark-skinned Eurasians. Them niggas was them niggas for a minute. And them niggas spread it out and went into motherfucking, into the Tufi era, they went into motherfucking Asia and fucked them motherfucking West Eurasian motherfucking pussy. And this is what you get Middle Easterns and Semitic languages and all that shit from them indigenous populations that was there and the motherfucking East African populations that migrated in that motherfucker. Easy, simple.
So the East Africans.
And you got back and forth shit too. I'm just giving you the layers. Look at shit. Y'all seen the presentation? I broke this shit down. Step by step.
All right, so it's all sorted out.
But look, it ain't a lot of people.
Hell
saying,
no.
a lot of motherfuckers saying
that shit.
we let you run again.
I'm saying you don't gotta read the book, but if you want to have a conversation, shut the fuck up. Then logic.
See,
what? I didn't even say nothing. What the fuck that came from?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Where the fuck that came from, yo? You must got something deep down inside brewing that I don't know about, bro.
No, what it is
It's gotta be. I ain't said nothing in an
Logic.
hour, nigga. In some kind of way, I get targeted. I ain't even talking about this shit.
What it is, Logic. He got some shit he got to get off with Corey, but they not got it off.
What kind of shit is that? This man got something to talk about with Corey, and he talking about me.
Yeah,
I ain't said this nigga name. I ain't said nothing about what he been talking
the nigga
about.
is already on.
As a matter of fact, I've been very complimentary towards Gunner the last couple of days because I thought he did a
He
good
doing
job.
all this shit on Black History, man.
Well, you shouldn't have been, bro. You should have kept your motherfucking shit to yourself.
I should have kept my compliments to myself.
Yeah, that nigga don't fuck with you.
I see, bro. My fault. Well, I shouldn't have been politicking, man, trying to be nice to everybody. That's my fault, bro. Fuck you too, Gullah. I don't get no fuck. Fuck you too, nigga. Bald head bastard.
This shit is off the chain.
Nothing in over an hour, yo.
Yeah,
where the fuck that came from?
I'm telling you what it was. Y'all just don't want to listen.
Nah, nigga, I done tried to squash this shit with Gullah so many times, and for him to do that, bro,
there's
where
some
the
other
fuck
shit.
that
I ain't
came
know this
from,
was
bro?
long lasting.
I'm asking you sincerely, like, where the fuck did that come from, dog?
No, when I was making
hey, you don't ask no nigga to say fuck you where that shit come from, bro. That ain't the next.
I'm dead serious. Because it ain't gonna end no other way for me. Because I can't bring myself to actually be upset. I'm just confused. Like, what the fuck? Like, where did that come from, bro? Real shit.
Black Egypt, man.
From his heart. It came from the heart.
If a nigga ain't logic,
motherfucker got a black heart, nigga.
You, bro, you mean it, bro.
Who the fuck about no black Egypt? I like talking about West Africa. But this shit's so fucking easy.
Why you say fuck Logic then if you don't care about Black Egypt? You ain't got nothing against Logic.
I mentioned the book. Y'all was like, motherfuckers should read that. He said, nah, some shit.
Nah, he ain't say
nah. None of that shit.
Yeah, he ain't say that. That's what you heard because you feeling some kind of way, but that ain't what he said, brother.
Cuban said nah.
Cuban on mute.
That's crazy, bro.
It's just fuck you.
It's just nuts, nigga.
I wonder why, bro. That's what it is.
My fault, bro. How dare me?
No, hey, Logic, you don't understand science neither, bro. You too.
I don't.
This shit is fucking hilarious. Y'all let Reggie run up out of here, man.
That nigga was here for 5 hours. We ain't let that nigga run.
Yeah, but he was all over the place. Like, that's how he get to dance around. Like, you know what I mean? He get to jump from topic to topic.
That nigga came in here to sort something out with you, and your ass was on mute for 3 hours. He didn't even want to talk to us. He wanted to talk to you.
That's because he had 10 other beefs that he was trying to squabble with at the same time.
Sometimes when y'all be describing this shit, I cannot tell the difference between gang activity and Black Egypt.
Right, Brass.
You just described gang activity. A nigga,
we can't give Gullah no gun. This motherfucker shoot the wrong nigga, bro.
No, he shot the you just denying it. He shot the right nigga.
No, Gullah shot the wrong nigga, bro.
Yeah, bro. I ain't mean to set the switch off in it.
See, okay, now he apologized.
Put the safety on, dog. I ain't even saying shit.
Tell me what
I have a problem with you. I have a problem with you. You know that the professor, the doctor, treated him like a student. Everybody in here who do a college class, know when a professor talk to you like that, them telling you that you need to go and do some more work. Have you never heard that speech before from a professor?
Yes, because you let them down easy because you can't always crush them. You can't always.
What was the point of him showing that video if he wasn't pointing out? If he wasn't talking about how she agreed with him, what was the point of that whole thing?
When you crush hold on, Stu. When you crush a young scholar,
Yeah.
What you're doing is you actually might push them so far because they be feeling really good about certain shit, and you gotta let them down in a certain way. Because if you don't, you might just fuck that nigga up for the rest of his shit. And now he on the block. Now he on the block trying to get into a nigga window versus trying to try again and build on what he already started. I know exactly what you was talking about.
He knew it too.
We're doing a show too. Some of this is
Yeah, but he knew it too. He knew it too. That's what hurt him so bad. Because he knew it the instant I brought it to him and he thought about it, he realized she student him. She treat him like one of her first year student. Yeah, she treat him.
I was just surprised she let the other niggas get to show off though. That's the part I never got my answer to. And why did she let the other niggas? Because he kind of hit them with a shot too indirectly, but
yeah, because his argument
why she let the other niggas get that shit off?
Because it was condescending. It was condescending. I think I watched it too. It was condescending. It's like, remember me and Oscar talked about that earlier.
You couldn't have watched it.
She gave. No, it was live. It was live.
He said they didn't put it out.
It was live. I'm not sure. No, bro, I'm mixing it up with the Garfield one. I'm mixing it up with the Garfield.
Which one is true?
Yeah, I'm mixing.
They had a conversation and it wasn't.
I'm mixing up with the Garfield one. But she schooled him. What she did was she student him, and him don't even understand it. And when I brought it to his attention, and him realized that that's what the bitch did. Sorry to call her a bitch, but you know what I mean. Yeah, well, you don't know what I mean. That's what she really did. And when he realized that she did that, now he went on the attack on me. But she pat you on your head. Anybody who did a college course realized what she did, how she answered, how vague it was, how encouraging it was. You know, do some more research, go out there, find some more information. You know, she's not saying that I'm going in the right direction or the wrong direction, but find more information.
Because it's actually not her job unless it's whatever her name is. Unless it's her versus him, it really ain't her job as a professional to come onto a platform and just start disrespecting the people that are there. A professional educator will just shut the fuck up.
What she did.
They'll just sit that one out, and they'll say the politically correct thing. Because you got to remember when she leaves that shithole, when she leaves it, she got to go back to her professional life where somehow she got to maintain something. There's a lady with a, you said she's a doctorate, right? She has a doctorate?
Yeah, she teach too.
Yeah. She got to go back. She got to go back and maintain a certain level of professionalism. Because if she crash out too much, that should be all over the academic papers.
Right.
And in academic circles. She'll be seen as some nigga on the internet made her go crazy.
No, but let me say this before I'm done. Let me say this and I come back on mute. That's why I jump off. When you talk about Ascot, and I was slow walking him down to death. But I realized that he catch me and stop me. He stopped me because when I asked him, say, are you a professional or are you a layman? Right? And he said, I'm no layman. I said, okay, then you have an interest in this. I was going to slow walk him down because the dude came in and pump up his head and make him feel special. When he went to Ascot, remember what he said Ascot is, it's a meeting of professionals. Right? He's not on level with the people that went Ascot. He might be a founding member, he says, but he's still regarded as a layman. That's why he had to petition them to do a presentation. Because if he's an equal member, you pay off the petition about it.
Yeah.
Think about
now.
Ace 2Ps. I'm gonna give y'all a perfect example. Yeah. Brendan is somebody I don't really know about Black Egypt, but as far as how he carry himself, I can respect it. You graduated from a Big Ten school, professional minded, carries himself with a certain level of professionalism. This is what he said while I got to fucking defend my argument about whether he's an authority or the authority or not. When it comes to Egypt, I ain't listening to none of y'all, respectfully. And Brendan been in these conversations with the y'all that he's describing the entire time.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. So if a level-headed person can understand it, you got to be careful when, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but I'm gonna say it this way: when a fan, for no fucking reason at all, just jumps out and says this nigga's the authority on this, that shit is dangerous as fuck. Where's Corey at? That's how you. I'm not saying that's what Reggie doing, but that's how a motherfucker can grift and snake oil from you. That's how that shit starts, bro. When you go from a nigga reading some shit and sharing some information to you, to this nigga is the end all be all. When you the end all be all of a topic, that's the next thing that nigga gonna do. And then thank whatever to Reggie's integrity that he hasn't done that. That's when that motherfucker pulls you to the side and says, I was talking to a mummy and he said that you should give me $30,000.
Yeah, but
and that's how that shit happens, bro. They lean off that bullshit. Now he didn't do it, right?
No, why are you putting that on?
Careful. What?
Hey, why are you putting that on Reggie? Hey,
bro, I'm being so fucking polite, Thunder. I said Reggie ain't do it, but he accepted. But hold on, but Thunder, hold on, Thunder. But he accepted it. That's an issue. Somebody in the bro. Listen. Somebody in the shit gotta be the grown person. Somebody in the interaction between the two people. If one person makes a misjudgment or a misstatement, somebody gotta be the adult in the room, bro. It's not an argument. It's not an argument that this guy said it. But you could politely correct them, bro.
Y'all niggas in here think more of yourself than what you really are. Who are you to correct anybody on anything?
That he's the authority? I think I'm correcting that. You know how I know I'm correcting he's not the authority? Because I've heard him say it. He only agreed to it when the nigga called him that. Bro, Thunder, how have I seen shows with all of these niggas when the glazing gets a little bit too much? All of them say the same fucking thing. I'm not an expert. I'm just reading. I'm just sharing information. So how come in here when a nigga calls you the authority, you accept it?
Come on, bro. Learn. You be doing that shit all the time. Hey, Chef, do you consider yourself a great barber?
Don't say a, the.
Do you consider yourself a great barber? Yes or no?
Yeah, I did.
All right, good. So if somebody were to say let's say how many people in here? 12, 14 people. And let's say in our community, we would say that Chef would be the authority on barbering. Is that something that you would take offense to?
Yes.
No, but I'm a professional in my field. Hold on.
This is how culture start. When you start answering for another man.
I already know what he's gonna say. Hey, Thunder, watch what he about to say. Go ahead, Chef.
Yeah, that's because I'm a professional in my field, right? So, I think it's a little bit different. You dig what I'm saying?
What's a little different?
Because I'm actually a professional in my field.
You have a license, Chef?
Yeah.
Hold on, bro.
You go to
I have a master's license and I have an
education.
education, and I have an education license. So
nigga, you ain't hear the answer you wanted to hear. Now you want to
I just asked him a question. Thunder, you gotta chill out. You came in here screaming, bro. We're just talking. I don't know why y'all be coming. You know what's funny? Y'all be so polite on these other chats. Y'all come in this bitch throwing haymakers, bro. Calm down, Thunder. Thunder, you're gonna have to calm down.
Calm down. How am I throwing it? I asked Chef a question. Number one, you answer for Chef. And then number two, when you didn't hear the answer that you wanted to hear, you still talking.
Because Yeah, wait, he did answer. What the fuck are you talking about?
I said you did not hear the answer that you wanted to hear.
I did hear the answer I wanted. The nigga is certified educationally. He's got a professional certificate in barbering.
So, if you say that in our community, Chef, that you would be the authority in barbering, what would you say, Chef? Why this?
I would be the authority in barbering.
All right, good.
Anywhere.
Now, when it comes to
You
our
won't
community,
even let the nigga finish his sentence. Let him finish his sentence, Thunder.
Now you want to let him finish. When you
go ahead, Chef.
No, my authority is not limited to the conscious community. You get what I'm saying? Like,
not even he's saying a complete opposite of what you say.
You can't even hear what the fuck you saying. Stop screaming, nigga.
He's saying the complete opposite of what you're saying, bro. So let's do this. Let's ask another nigga. Who else? What
No, calm down.
He can't do it. This nigga on 10.
Hold on, Chef.
Behind black motherfucking Egypt, yo.
Yeah, you niggas is crazy.
This shit is fucking nuts.
I'm going.
Brad be hearing stuff he don't want to hear and just go wild.
I'm just trying to figure out why you screaming. Just answer that question.
Let's do that.
Fuck Egypt.
Listen, I can take my credentials, right? I can take my advanced credentials and become and get the same accolades in all the other 50 states. Right? So you know what I mean? So it's not limited to just an online community. My credentials is recognized, you know what I mean, by everybody. Reggie internet credentials do not work in the college and in academia and Egyptology. It only
we're not talking about that. We're talking about the community, our community. When it comes to our community, Chef is the authority in barbering, right? When it comes to our community, let's just say Concrete Corey. Corey is the authority from a concrete.
You're not even listening. The nigga don't even agree with you, bro.
If we want to know anything about laying concrete in this community, the authority to talk to ain't number one. The authority is Concrete Corey McKinney. That's who we talk to.
So because Chef didn't agree with you, now you talking about concrete? I'm talking about concrete now, bro. Because Chef didn't agree with you, bro. You done switched to concrete, bro.
You say Chef didn't agree with me?
He was trying to tell you, and then you started talking about fucking concrete.
Brad, I still think that listening is I don't know what it is, bro, between you and listening. He said that he is the authority. Yes, if I want to close,
did you hear? No, you stopped him and never let him finish.
Brass, again, listening, bro, is an art.
What's that? Hey, Thunder, hey, Thunder, hey, Thunder, I got a lot of love for you, brother. Chef, can you finish talking, bro? Finish saying what you were saying about the rest of the 50 fucking states, bro. Just go ahead. I just want to hear that part without him.
Yeah, my authority, I have no authority. And this, because I don't cut y'all hair, right? My expertise is not limited over here in no capacity, right? So how could I be an authority over here in barbering? That wouldn't even make, you know what I mean? It wouldn't even be accepted.
Would it make sense?
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense.
But hey, Chef.
Go ahead. No, let Thunder start talking about plaster or sidewall or some shit now.
Funny shit, bro.
Hey, Chef. You saying that you got the authority in this community in barbering? That what you say?
No, I don't.
Now your ass can't hear.
It
Who the authority then? Who the authority?
I don't know. Probably also somebody.
Yeah. Any nigga who will accept unnecessary glaze is the authority. You know what's funny, Thunder? You actually level-headed. You actually a level-headed brother. And the fact that you don't understand why it's dangerous for him to accept from one of these people that he is the authority on Black Egypt. The fact that you don't understand how dangerous that is
I think what David did,
thank God that Reggie. Hold on. Thank God that
he did not accept it, bro. And you keep putting that on, Reggie.
Hold on, bro. Did you just tell me I don't know how to talk? One second, bro. One second, hey Thunder. 1 second. Thunder.
You done fucked up. God damn it.
Yeah, 1 second, Thunder. What I'm saying is, thank God that Reggie is not a motherfucker that's going grift a motherfucker into suicide or some shit like that. Like, we lucky, but there's other motherfuckers that have said shit like that or treated people with that bye-bye and master teacher and that's my elder and you the authority on the subject, and you end up shelling out thousands and thousands of dollars going to Egypt and all this other weird. Hold on, we're going to Egypt and all this. Go ahead, bro. Yeah, no, what Thunder? Hey, Thunder, go ahead, bro. You the authority on conversation, bro. Go ahead. You got it.
Why?
Because they view him as an authority on the subject. That's why. Not because he has a doctorate degree.
No, you don't understand the difference between a doctorate degree.
Yeah, we think he's knowledgeable on the level of
I think,
and he didn't. And Thunder, you didn't hear what King J said. He didn't say that he was an authority. I wouldn't have said a word. An authority and the authority is two different things, bro. It's two different things. If Reggie, let me say this. Hey Gullah. If Reggie was the authority on Black Egypt, when y'all niggas have different points talking to Reggie, y'all would shut the fuck up.
Who is the authority?
That's what the authority is, governance and final say. He ain't no fucking the authority on anything in the conscious community.
Anything.
Let me say this, what's the definition of what the authority and an authority means? An authority is expert, knowledgeable, respected. Reggie is an authority on Black Egypt. The authority is
can I say something real quick?
No, 1 second. The authority is official, governing, and final decision maker, bro. He ain't that.
Okay, so who is?
Damn.
Nobody in this motherfucker. Go ahead, Fetty. Go ahead, Fetty.
So remember that convo we had like 2 weeks ago when I was saying in certain communities, that's for them, meaning whatever community or target market Reggie has, if they make that claim, that's what it is. So remember when I was saying you can't really judge people and how they graduate through thought. To a certain small community, unfortunately, where our frustration is that there is a certain sect of Black people on the internet that does look at these people as high authority, but that doesn't negate the fact that psychologically that's what they think. So trying to say,
I'll fall back. You're right.
I was saying this. That's why I'm like, I can't judge. That's why, like, when I was trying to give him some grace and say, instead of me implementing what I know onto a person and a group of people who obviously got a lot to figure out, if they think that he's the authority, it is what it is. Like, what the fuck am I gonna say?
All right, no problem. You're right. I watched that video. That lady was correct. Get out the way. I'm out the way.
But yeah, when I with Chef, when I be saying shit, like I go back to fucking ape behavior and chimp behavior, because it back, because at the end of the day, that's what the fuck we are. That's how I see motherfuckers. I see people that fucking monkeys doing shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, advanced monkeys, but motherfuckers just doing monkey shit at the end of the fucking day. And then sometimes people might think they have somebody on the hook or some shit. That shit be some red ass herring shit to me, because I might have a little bit more information on it.
You saying that's what happens when you say it?
No, when
you be talking about, hold on. When you talk about chimp behavior and chimp shit, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's just science, period. I mean, shit, motherfucker.
So, but you understand that a nigga might use that to demean another group of people, though, when you start saying chimp wars and they exhibiting chimp behavior.
I don't care what they think. Fuck them.
No, I'm asking you. It can be also used to defame, correct?
You said it can be used to what?
To defame somebody's character. The same way you can say we all act like
calling them primitive,
yeah,
and
like when
character
you saying like
historically
motherfuckers like
can be used against black people. Like,
yeah,
that's
it
all.
could be used against us as like as a character
No,
assassination.
no, it's not a character. Because
I didn't say what it is. I said what it could be used as.
Yeah, he said racist people use monkey rhetoric to say that black people are primitive in behavior.
No, I'm
But I
saying
see what
black
you're saying,
people.
Gabba. I see
Yeah,
what
yeah,
you're saying.
black people do it too.
Yeah, they might do it, but
Oh yeah,
shit, at the end of the
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
end of the day,
I
y'all
know that. I know that firsthand.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's all monkey shit and monkey games. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Me.
You just honorable like the mother niggas.
When you argue with certain niggas, they be like, "What the fuck you mean I'm a monkey, nigga?"
Nah, I mean, because I know niggas have used the quote unquote scientifically literate niggas will then use the chimp wars and chimp behavior and all kind of shit. Meaning not, and it ain't using it scientifically. They're using it to like demean some motherfuckers.
Yeah, like Chef did. Like Chef said,
Yeah, like
Homo erectus in Africa. Yeah, Chef.
Like Gullah, I know you appreciate the shit and you be dead serious, but you gotta also remember everybody ain't you. So you gotta leave room for the bullshit too, not just the science and scientifically literate, because scientifically literate motherfuckers use shit ignorant all the time. They don't get a pass just because they scientifically literate and they understand chimps. If you say another nigga exhibiting chimp behavior on some disrespectful shit, that shit crazy.
No, chimp behavior, ape behavior. I mean,
I don't know.
It is.
I know.
That's what he's doing.
I'm saying I don't know, brother. I'm saying I don't know.
Yeah, as a human, you can't help it but do that because at the end of the day, you think you ain't, but you really are. Because I don't know how much you know about chimps, but yeah, you know what I'm saying.
So pretty much everybody exhibits chimp behavior, correct?
Well, human behavior, you ape behavior. All apes ain't chimps. You own chimp, but at the same time, some shit is similar to chimps. You know what I'm saying? Some shit similar to chimp behavior, but shit is all fucking ape behavior, yo. Monkey
Have
shit.
you ever heard the term, Gullah, that you're too smart? You ever heard that term before? That sometimes
I be saying when you talking to certain motherfuckers, that's gonna stress you out, bro.
Yeah, sometimes I find myself having conversations with you, and I know it's probably because I don't know. I'm not at the level of the topics that you on, but sometimes, and it's not disrespect. I'm telling you straight up. I don't think you have a patience for people that can't have a conversation on the level that you can have it. Like I can't. I understand what you're saying, but you're kind of confusing me on what you're saying. But I don't want to keep going because I know
you're not ready for the AP shit, my boy. So either you gotta.
I know you can completely.
So talking to a nigga who say like is very blacked out when it comes to Egypt and abide by racial terms and don't understand none scientifically, is like the frustration comes because we try to explain a concept to them, or you would try to explain a concept that they just can't grasp, bro. They can't grasp it.
Yeah, and he did it on the show. Yeah, Gullah understand that because he did it on the show. He started his show off with, that's the only reason I watched it. He started his show off with Chef. And other people took it as he was being demeaning, but I understood what he meant. He was like, yeah, I'm going to keep it real simple and plain for people like Brass and other people. And I appreciated it because he did, and I understood what he was saying. Sometimes keeping shit simple, only to arrogantly smart motherfuckers do you think keeping something simple is disrespectful. You should be able to, if you have a good grasp of a subject, you should be able to teach it to a child.
Man, that's the reason why, again, they gave niggas a course outline and made you had to study one thing for a week or two and don't miss, no line. It's the reason why. So trying to explain something that requires a fucking 9 weeks to fully grasp in a regular conversation, you know what I mean, it could be tricky.
Yeah, it's because niggas be thinking they the authority on shit.
I missed that shit with Reggie. I gotta watch that again. I missed what I was talking about.
They would have got the 40 mules or whatever it was.
Cuban, come on, brother.
Yeah, Chef, you was cooking on your show last night, man.
Some of this shit.
Nah, well, the way I heard it, he was crazy.
He was
I could teach a child.
Niggas playing, bro. They act like they don't know what black is and all of that, and man, that shit crazy. Niggas too scienced out now.
Weird because it'd be like a child in a grown person's body. You know what I'm saying?
It's
Yeah,
amazing.
next time you talk to them niggas, Gullah, just say you in the wrong hallway, my nigga. The retarded classes over there.
It's a lot.
Y'all niggas be so intellectually disrespectful sometimes, bro. Nigga said the retarded classes over there.
I just think it's almost criminal sometimes what we do, because we give up this. Everybody gets called out, but hey, he gets some type of pass for being ignorant as a motherfucker. Like, that shit be crazy, man. Like, this nigga can damn near say anything. You know what I mean? And he just get a pass. This motherfucker say he don't, that all colored people are black people. Like,
I gotta have a conference, Chef. I just had a sparring session with that nigga and was trying to get him to see the perspective you had, and he ain't letting up. And I started arguing with the nigga. I'm like, bro, y'all can't act like Diop. I'm like, he's saying Diop ain't Afrocentric. They didn't. I'm like, bro, like man, I see why niggas been talking for years and still talking past, because niggas don't even acquiesce into simple shit, man. And it's like, bro. So yeah, that was a good show last night, yeah.
Why don't you would the answer be he's best described as Afrocentric, but not in the modern internet or Hotep sense people argue today?
Right. I was saying in a good way, being called an Afrocentric by the core definition is a person who main premise and how you know them is because they're preaching an African origin of something. Like, that's not bad, but under that definition, that's an Afrocentric.
It just the term done been fucked up so much.
Yeah, you're right.
That it's hard to listen to it and not take it as a pejorative.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just hard. It's just difficult to do that. I mean, I'm not. There's no defense in it. But I remember when me and you was having that conversation. You was like, "You're an Afrocentrist," and I was like, "I guess." I don't think it's a negative. I don't think it's a negative.
You're not an Afrocentrist.
No,
because your main lens is America.
Right? He was trolling. But we got to an understanding about the word. Like, I didn't even understand at the time how that would be like a pejorative, but then you kind of explained that in the modern sense or Hotep sense. But the actual Afrocentrist is what's fighting Eurocentric.
Right.
You need the Afrocentrist
of your content is talking about the African origins of anything, and that's how people know you're an Afrocentric. You pride yourself on uplifting African culture. That's the definition of it.
Yeah, but I think that's another thing of when you don't. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes in these conversations, I think the emotions be so high, reasoning just leaves. Reasoning is no longer in the conversation, so motherfuckers is ready to win.
James Pierce. Nigga, James Pierce, life is gone. That nigga done.
I don't understand that. I saw the girl. I don't know what they got going on or what's going on, but even from his draft, you could tell she was afraid of him at the draft.
He failed.
He got drafted because he just patted him on his knee.
He had character concerns in college.
Yeah. What school he go to?
But look, I bet you they Tennessee. But that's how it be, bro. You a 6'4" nigga that can run a 4.3. Most coaches will enable the fuck out of you until that problem brew up like it did. All the signs was there, like the Aaron Hernandez's of the world. All the signs was there the whole time. When you look at like the full story.
You know what it remind me of? Remember that movie with Mike Epps? Remember the movie with Mike Epps and that white boy that was acting crazy as fuck, and they kept pushing him, but he was on steroids and shit. And then finally he went crazy and beat the shit out of somebody or something like that. And then finally they was like, they should have the coaches should have stepped in and shut it down. You can't the aggression in football. I don't know how them guys turn that shit off when they go home. Some guys are successful at it, but you can't tell somebody to kill somebody for 4 hours I think it's difficult to be two people.
Hey, that stat that Corey brought up might be true, bro. Like how domestic shit go up during the Super Bowl.
No, that's the truth.
That shit crazy.
A policeman will tell you that. The domestic violence calls during the Super Bowl go absolutely out the window. The program, yeah, Timmy Turner, that's the name of it. The domestic violence calls during the Super Bowl are crazy. Because I can tell you right now, based off that Super Bowl, anybody who bet on the Patriots, anything, parlays, first touchdown, anything, them motherfuckers lost all the rent money and mortgage money for February. They broke. They didn't. That car notice due, all of that. Because there was a lot of money put on the Patriots. And I think they only reached like 15, 20% of the bets that they even set. Because they played so bad. If you bet on the Seahawks, you did well. You made a lot of money.
That game was horrible. Halftime joint was all right. I ain't gonna hate fully, but it wasn't my cup of tea. But I ain't gonna hate fully. I ain't gonna fully.
I actually was gonna bring up a topic to you based on that halftime show. It's just we've been live so long, I don't even know if I want to do it. Maybe save it for another time. But there was something Bad Bunny said that made me rethink God Bless America. It really did, bro. It really did.
What he said?
Because at the end of it, we ain't got to talk about it. I'm just bringing it up to you. At the end of it, he says, God bless America. But then he starts naming all the countries in South America.
Oh, yeah, at the end.
And then he started naming, and then he said Canada and then the United States. And what they're saying is that the point of him doing that was America is not just the America or the Americas is not just the United States. So you should be able to say, you should be able to say, when you say God bless America, you're talking about, the Americas, all three. And that's something to think. It sparked a little bit of thought in my mind, because at least I could see how he sees it. Or how
that's
somebody
the only thing I
else
give it props for, like the production and how it symbolized unity. I give it that, but the songs was trash.
It's two continents, America. Like even our country is not America. Our country is the United States of America. America is the damn continent.
That's very profound. Very profound.
The only reason we say America is a colloquial nickname is because the only nation in the Americas with the continent's name in this nation's name.
That and we're
unfortunately majority of black people in America.
I thought South America had that in it also.
No, South America
is a continent.
No, but he said
Brad.
I said nation.
He said
I apologize. Okay.
Hey,
Damn.
Brad, you got. I think Unc rubbing off for you, Brad.
No, please
that
don't.
Was the
First of all, pause. That's one. Two, that was wild. But two, I'm saying I misheard what he said in the first place. But what I'm saying though, from his perspective, he's got a point. From his perspective, not from the United States of America perspective, but somebody somebody living over here.
No, his point was bullshit, right? Because when Americans are saying God bless America, we're talking about the United States. So that phrase is actually a U.S. slogan. You dig what I'm saying?
And I guarantee
you're right. I guarantee you.
But do you know what MAGA said? You know what MAGA says though, Chef? Because he's not talking to me and you who understand that. There's another part. I've been to gatherings where motherfuckers say that. And them on both sides, liberal and conservative. God bless.
But hold on. Let me say that.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm saying that I guarantee you that every country has a slogan bigging up themselves, right? Every American country has a slogan that's similar to, U.S. citizens saying, God bless America. So I think he's being pretty. I think he's,
that's like Mexico with Viva la Raza.
Exactly.
Or Viva Brazil. But listen, hold on, Shaq. But stay right here and don't run. Say this. Don't run when I say this. You know what ICE and MAGA says after God Bless America? God Bless America and fuck everywhere else. That's like a thing.
You know, you feel that same way, Brad.
No. I just said, Fetty. I just said, bro. I am very pro. I am a patriot, yes, but I'm saying when you hear it from another person's perspective, it does kind of make you want to look at the other Americas too. Like we all over here. Yes, we all in the United States. I get it. But we all over
here. But
no
Americans have a pan-American philosophy like that.
But what I'm saying is I don't think he was talking to somebody like Chef who understands.
I agree, yeah.
I think he's talking to the people that's like, God bless America and fuck all the other people. You know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
That's a little different.
The whole Pan-African thing came out of a political impetus, though. So you can't compare like why these people ain't, because there is a Pan-European concept that was really born out of them.
I didn't say nothing about that.
No, Fetty just said that.
I think he was joking though. He wasn't serious.
I'm saying like, philosophically.
He's serious.
He's serious. I'm saying what Bad Bunny was saying at the end that he did was he was naming specific places, and he was trying to overall say, we are one thing, or we should band together. And he, like you said, he was talking to a specific group of people,
not Chef. He ain't talking about Chef. Chef has a clear understanding.
So when he's talking about Canada, so when he says Canada, you think he's only referring to people of Latin descent in Canada?
No, I think he's saying. I think he's saying that we're all like one human family.
Americans, right?
We're all one.
That's
human
what I'm
family.
saying. That's a Pan-American type of. I mean, you can
apply it to that, but I don't think.
Yeah, I'm saying the framework of how that thinking is. I'm not trying to go like politically.
He's right though. He's correct.
Yeah, but I know, but y'all can't.
If Bad Bunny is
on him though. Maybe
if Bad
he's
Bunny
just
is
saying
pushing,
something, bro. Why it's gotta be?
No, but what he's saying is,
you have a hard time accepting what a motherfucker saying, though, bro.
Yeah, you don't have to, like, a person doesn't have to brand something, right, in order for it to be that thing. So if you're promoting an idea where the North Central and South America are pretty much going to congeal into one undifferentiated mass, at least in terms of, like, I guess, politics and socially or whatever.
Saying that at the Super Bowl.
In fact, and Brass, what that equals to is in function, that is Pan-Americanism.
Regardless, you can look at that as something political that being said on a stage to where all of those eyes are watching.
That's absolutely political. That was his intent.
It was definitely a political statement. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Can I say something?
Let me say something.
Hold on. Stupid, bro.
Let y'all say shit first, then go.
Let the one who speaks Spanish. Shit.
Oh God, bro. Just go ahead, go.
You know what the fuck it is. Like y'all just
go ahead, brother.
I figure about that. I love him.
Come on, y'all.
So
come on, man. Let him go. Let him
go. But I'm saying that he right is paying the mark, but he like his whole thing is it's like, you know what I'm saying, all these different cultures, different nations, you know what I'm saying, contribute to what America is too. You know what I'm saying? That's why he even had like the images of the bodegas and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Immigrants, like immigrants too. It's like the whole idea.
He definitely pushing that. That dude Shabuzi was pushing that idea too.
Yeah, Gullah. Let me just say this. Gullah. Yeah, Gullah was 100% right in the statement. Yeah, Gullah was 100% right in the statement. It was a political performance. It started out in the sugarcane field.
I don't want no other country promoting nothing over. You take that shit back to your country.
Yeah, sure. But technically, he's an American.
Puerto Rico got a Pan-African philosophy.
Chef sound like Pete Hegseth.
Man, fuck up here.
Yes, but
like Pete Hegseth. Get away with it.
Also,
let's go.
Also, two things him start with the sugar cane, right? I'm going to miss out this Miguel because Gullah emphasize everything I was about. I don't think like him, but emphasize everything I was going to say in a minute. But in the end, one of the things we must take into consideration many of the countries that he named, especially those in South America, he even named Jamaica, is countries where America politics impacted. That was the game he was playing. He playing a dangerous political game. Because when he called those countries
helping y'all countries. America be helping you motherfuckers.
Nah, see.
Hey, we about to have a MAGA conversation.
Hey, look.
Y'all niggas want all of these MAGA listening to a MAGA.
You can't take my shit from me and help me look for it and then say you helping me. That ain't how that works.
What did America take from Jamaica?
Bauxite?
Go in the 80s. Yeah, go in the 80s. Go in the 80s. Political strife. The amount of gold they introduced into Jamaica in the 80s and the 70s.
Let him finish his point.
Why are we gonna let Chef finish foolishness? He just blurting out crazy.
Let him get that MAGA out.
You said America took bauxite from y'all. Whatever bauxite is, I don't know. But what the fuck was y'all gonna do with it?
Refine it. How about the political? How about the political? How about the political destabilization? Right, that they do in Haiti, that they did in Jamaica, that they did in Nicaragua. That's what we're talking about. Flooding certain.
Doing
Cuba too, yeah.
That's why he listed those countries.
Trying to get rid of y'all dictators that starve y'all.
Everybody's a fucking dictator according to America. Everybody's a goddamn dictator.
They should just let y'all just suffer.
What do you mean? It's not their place to police every fucking body. What do you? You're such an American. You're such a Yank, bro.
Remember that.
You're such a Yankee boy.
Remember that.
Chef. You're such a Yankee boy. You know that?
Yeah,
next time is the genocide going somewhere. Why everybody always saying where America?
Oh my God! Here we go. This genocide shit.
You feel me?
Here we go.
Where America?
Is genocide going on in Sudan right? Listen, Chef. It's a genocide going on in Sudan right now. It's a genocide going on in the Congo right now. It's a genocide going in Gaza right now. And America, in two of those cases, they either indirectly or directly funding that shit. So all of that. The fact that you buy into that shit about America spreading democracy in the big 2026, you still buy into that propaganda. America not going nowhere to help nobody, right? Unless they got some shit to gain. All of that shit about helping people is smoke screen.
We will hope they went and helped people. You came over here for help, so I'm trying to figure out what's the big idea. If a person has the ability to help and don't help, but then when they do help, they get blamed for some bull. Like, you just can't win. You can't win. If America don't help, they're there for ulterior motives. You dig what I'm saying? If they don't help, they evil. Like,
you don't deserve any wins. Once you're an imperialist, there is no such thing as a quote unquote winning.
So Cuba got dictators and all of that. America tried to get rid of the dictator that the Cubans came to America screaming about, that they wanted America to help get rid of it, because he took all their land and all of that.
Cuba said,
Is Cuban in here? Is Cuban in here?
When America tried to help.
Who just talking about?
I don't think Cuba see it that way.
Who just talking about?
Cuba don't see that. Cuba don't see that way.
I don't think Cuba see it
Cuba
that way.
don't see that way.
Be careful. Who just talking about?
Hey, let Gullah talk though. Gullah the authority on Cuba. Let Gullah.
Cuban crisis would be the authority on Cuban if they're even. I doubt that. Let the Cuban talk about it. Well, he sounds like he getting his ass kicked.
He getting put out.
Hey, go back on mute. Hey, go back on mute. She beating his ass. Somebody, she's like, nigga, I done told you.
Hey, he getting to call all kind of maricons and
called that nigga everything.
Bob leave, nigga. Bob leave.
This nigga, bro.
Yeah,
I think Ice went and got Cuban ass.
I can speak for Cubans and African Americans, bro. I can speak for Cuba too. Shit.
I told your motherfucking ass, don't answer that fucking door. And then what'd you do? You went and answered the fucking door. And ain't nobody saying you not an authority. God damn, Gullah. I'm just saying the actual Cuban.
Did you see that shit? You saw that shit, Brass, where they be asking the Cubans on the other side of the door. They like, say Walmart. Walmart.
Walmart.
Walmart.
Yeah, that shit was
Walmart.
funny as hell. That shit was funny. It's racist as shit, but it was funny.
Walmart.
But they was giving them the test to see if they could motherfucking get it done.
That was a Mexican shit. But
Oh, yeah. Bro, I swear to God, Gullah, you will give clarity on the most jokingest points. He's just joking. He's just joking. No, there was no seriousness in that shit.
No, so I feel like America would like they go to hell. You motherfucking Cubans was screaming since Castro got in the power that they wanted that motherfucker gone. America try to help, we wrong. You feel me? America don't do nothing for 30 years. They wrong. Cuba even went and got Russian missiles pointed towards the United States, and America is wrong. Like, I mean, come on now, man.
It ain't about the motherfucker.
Like, that is crazy.
Yeah, but Cuban, you starting off with a false premise. Cuba as a majority was not screaming for us to go get Castro. And you understand history, so I don't even know why you saying that.
No, bro. The Cuban people that came over here, they wanted Castro gone.
That's just like,
because they was Cuban. Yeah, but you said came over here without the word exile. You talking about the Cuban exiles, not the ones that came over here, brother.
Yeah, because of all of the wild shit they start doing to those people. So we gonna act like a dictator. You know what? Y'all can have it.
No, it's not. No. I mean, you can give up on the argument. That's fine.
No,
but when you saying the Cuban
crazy you went crazy on Kwame Nkrumah, yo. You went crazy on Kwame Nkrumah. But now with Castro, what is his phenotype making you?
No. This ain't that. What I'm saying is that you understand history. You understand history. Hold on. You understand history, so I'm saying you would know to get it correct. Those was Cuban exiles that came over here, got politically connected, and then got that kind of shit done. But that wasn't when you say they wanted him gone, you make it seem like the whole Cuba wanted Castro gone. The majority of Cuba was mostly happy. I know that's what you think, but that's not true.
Happy? You know what?
No, I didn't say they was happy. I'm just saying that's not true. I'm not after that revolution. The majority of those were the people that was fucking with Batista, and then them landowners brought their money, brought their connections, brought their power to I want to say Miami, and then they got organized and they got their political connections. But the majority of Cuba was the rural poor, and they didn't want him gone. That's not factual. They didn't want him gone.
Yo, the man stayed in power.
Hey, Chef.
Because
that's just like Venezuela. That's just like Venezuela right now, right? So the wealthy blancos, blanco meaning white, in Venezuela, they absolutely wanted Maduro gone. But the majority of the majority of the country that's not the elite who were in control of like production and jobs and that type of shit, they did not want Maduro gone. It's a wealthy elite, a small segment of the population.
Yeah,
because they want to keep
that. That's why the Bay of Pigs failed. Because when the United States did the Bay of Pigs, they was expecting a fucking large uprising based off the shit that they was being told. And then when they got over there and did the Bay of Pigs and didn't get that, in actuality, it fucking backfired. The Cubans over there saw it as foreign interference, and it actually strengthened Castro's position. That was the embarrassing black mark. Because they went on the Batista landowners that got exiled and went off the word of them niggas.
Right.
Plus what you said, the Cold War shit with them working with Russia and all of that. I get all the interplay, but I'm saying as far as Cuba, if that's the case, when they did the Bay of Pigs, the whole Cuba would have went up and got Castro out themselves.
But instead they defended Castro.
Well, it strengthened. They saw the United States as foreign invaders.
Yeah.
They didn't look at them as help and come get this nigga. They like, why are you here doing this? Castro was stronger than ever after the Bay of Pigs.
Listen, and if it wasn't for all of those Americans embargo, Cuba would have been in a far better position. Cuba have more doctors per capita than anywhere in the world.
Best in the world.
More engineer per capita.
I'm just saying what they were saying in Miami. The Cubans in Miami were saying what the Cubans in Miami were saying was not representative of the majority of that.
Chef, don't say somebody is crazy when they're educating you. I hate when people do that.
No, they ain't educating me. Y'all just talking.
All right, I'll get off of it.
That's
he's giving.
You know what I mean? Them
It's
people
clear
over
that
there starving. Them people over there starving, man.
Yeah, because of the American embargo. Because of the American embargo.
You know that they have a blockade right now? Recently, I don't know if they removed it, but they've had blockades around Cuba. Do you know what a blockade is,
Yeah,
Chef?
Obama removed it and they put it right back.
Do you know what a blockade is? Do you know what a blockade is, Chef?
What is a blockade?
Blockade
so now y'all
is
want to defend a dictator with all this minutia. Go ahead.
No, I didn't say what I like.
No, but listen, you're saying the people are starving, but a blockade is typically when a nation uses its naval forces to cut off any trade coming into a country, like food, medical supplies, etc.
Oil,
whatever. So you can't say, oh, them people over there starving, and then completely ignore the fact that they're starving because the American Navy done blocked off the shit from coming in. But I know what you're gonna say. Y'all niggas crazy, man. Y'all, y'all crazy, Doug. Yeah, that don't matter, Doug.
So you think? So y'all basically saying that Cuba would have been fine under Castro, like
that ain't what I said.
That communism would have been.
I think they would have been. I think they would have been.
And I say yes. And this is why I say yes. This is why I say yes to that question, Chef. Chef, this is why I say yes to that question.
Hey, two piece.
Finish, tell him that.
You think that island would have been fine with communism right outside the United States?
No.
Like you think that it's ridiculous. But y'all just
what does it being right outside the United States have to do with whether it would have been fine for the Cuba? What do you mean by that? I don't get that part.
I know.
We can't have communism based on based on the Monroe Doctrine.
That's kind of the Monroe Doctrine is about the United States interests.
It's also communist interests so close to. You can't have Russia. You can't have Russia 45 minutes off the coast of Florida. That will never happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's for American interests. What we're discussing right now.
That's what he asked you.
No, but he said that he was talking about Cuba. The question
that was previous. No, that was previous. The question he just said was our interest, American interest. Does it make sense for communism to be that close to us for us? And that's why I said no.
Chef, clear this up, because I thought you were talking about the Cuban people and like what it would do for them.
No, that's what he was talking about at first, Haskell. He asked a different question, bro.
Yeah, but let me say this. Give me 2 minutes. Communism not have affected America. A country political system not affecting America. What they're going to do? Is a virus that America is going to catch?
No, they're saying having the Russians over there, though. That's what they talking about.
But the Americans are in Poland. The Americans were in Ukraine. That's same 45 minutes from your side. The Americans
they don't give a fuck. Don't you understand? It's an American thing. Like We get to do what the fuck we want to do. It's cool when we do it. It's a problem when they do it.
Fuck 'em.
That's just what it is.
No, fuck, finish it. Fuck them. I do not want Russian, but I don't want. I agree with Chef. It is not beneficial to the United States because they really didn't start fucking with Castro, communist or not, until he started fucking with Russia.
No, they start fucking with him from day one. No, that's not true.
No, I don't mean. I'm talking about Bay of Pigs invasion level fucking with them. I agree with you. We was always fucking with them. I'm saying to the point to invade is when we thought we were gonna have Russian missiles 45 minutes off the coast of Florida. That's when we said fuck it, and that's where we got it fucked up.
But guess what? No. Let me just say
missiles thing.
No, yeah, that's true. But let me say this: when the Cubans got overthrown, Castro was communism from day one, but he wasn't to the severity as it was. He did not invite the Russians in until the Americans started to embargo him from day one. He had nowhere else to turn. So he turned to the Russians. The Russians were supplying oil, food, and a lot of the equipment that they needed. America cut him off from day one. So he never had the chance. And even with even with the limited resources that he had the best education system in the Caribbean, the best healthcare system in the Caribbean.
In the world, in some cases, they say the world.
In the world, with that little resources being cut off. Imagine if he was allowed to do what he's doing. If his education was up. Crime is actually almost non-existent. So he had no crime, good education, good healthcare, even although the Americans were embargoing him for more than 50 years. Now it reached a point where there's no money left, there's nothing left, there's no allies left. Russia is gone. China is not interested in helping them. They had Venezuela the other day with Venezuelan oil. The Americans invaded Venezuela, and the first thing they do, they stop exporting oil to Cuba. Trump said export no more oil to Cuba. So Cuba has no oil now. So Cubans will tell you that they have power outages round the clock now because they don't have any oil to generate electricity. America's fucking with them. So when they release them now, all of those people, they're not going to forget.
Stupid.
They're coming here.
I think you're exaggerating that education and healthcare just a little bit.
No, not exaggerating.
He done ChatGPT. I could hear it in his voice.
That statement was wild, bro. And I wanted to make sure, because stupids normally won't make a statement like that without some kind of
it's not the best in the Caribbean.
Their education was good for the level of the poverty that country had.
What's that?
Even with their healthcare system, yes, they had universal healthcare, but they didn't have enough facilities to even, and the shit was outdated. And this is why I said go to Cuban, because Cuban won't say what you're saying, and he's been over there a number of times. A lot of those facilities is outdated, and they don't even have the ability to service all the people.
Because since the Russians got cut off, things have changed. But in terms of manpower,
he's talking at a different time period also, Brass. You got to factor that in.
He's talking about early in the game.
I'm talking about when the Russians got cut off, and because the Chinese was helping at one time. Even when you look at it, Cuba export more doctors around the world than anybody else. Because at one point, Cuba, the level of doctors was like 1 in every 30 Cubans was a doctor.
That's
because the level of training down, right? 1 in every 40 was an engineer. If you cut off the resources, you're going to strangle people over time. And for the last 20 years, they have been strangling Cuba. Now imagine if you didn't allow those people to get resources, and they were doing all of that with that little resource that they have. That's what I'm saying. America's the richest country in the world. Is 1 in 30 American a doctor?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when these doctors go out to the rest of the world, are they going out as foreign currency, or are they going out as just like cheap, as just doctors to go live there?
No, they make a deal with Cuba. Like African countries need doctors. Caribbean countries need doctors. And you have a resource in your country. And I say, all right, I can supply you doctors at a cost. You pay their salary, but on top of them salary, you have to pay us. It's like having a natural resources.
Don't describe it that way, though, Stu. You know that's not how it goes.
I knew Cuban doctors in Jamaica. They were there.
Hey, Stu.
So how does it go then, Brass? You can't say it doesn't go that way.
Cuba, no. When they basically rent out the doctors from Cuba. The majority of that person's salary goes to Cuba.
That's not true.
A small fraction.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, well, other than
you know why I can tell you that it's. You know why I can tell you that that's not true.
Other than your friend, do you have any proof of that they give the money to the doctor? Because some of that is subsidies and oil. It ain't all one-to-one cash. The doctors that go to these other places, they don't get a full doctor's salary. You think they paying them like regular doctor rate money even for the country they're going to?
Okay, let me tell you this. Doctors in the United States get different pay than doctors in China, than doctors in Africa. It is what in a first world country like this, doctors get super high pay.
But when a doctor leaves the United States to go to another country to be a doctor, the hospital doesn't pay the United States and then pay the doctor. They just pay the doctor.
Yeah, but the doctors in the United States rarely, I'm not saying they rarely ever go to any other, because no other country can compete with the salary.
Yeah,
with the salary.
I agree with that.
So they don't go anywhere. They prefer to be established here, because being a doctor here, after you finish already, and you get your whatever that thing is, you're an automatic millionaire. Start getting 250,000 a year, 300,000 a year, easy private practice. In other countries, you don't make that kind of money. You might make 20% if you're good.
Hey, listen.
Right? So they rent out doctor. No, let me finish. When the doctors in Jamaica, the Cubans sign up for this program because they get more pay than they would in Cuba.
No question. But so the U.S. Congress has introduced legislation called the Combating Trafficking of Cuban Doctors Act, citing findings that doctors abroad are subject to the conditions the State Department has described as forced labor, wage retention, restricted movement, and reprisals for refusing missions. So when they fought that, when Cuban was saying that the United States was lying, the WHO then put out the same thing. Academic and investigative reporting has noted that Cuba retains the majority of the money paid by other governments for the services of Cuban doctors.
Yeah,
for example, one research
the WHO is basically ran by the United States.
We're not even a part of the World Health Organization right now.
Not anymore, but
listen to this. For example, this is research. It's not United States research. For one example, a research source quoted a scholar and a doctor saying Cuba gets about $5,000 per month per doctor from Brazil, but paid each doctor only $1,200 and kept the rest.
Yeah, but if it was in Cuba, it would make $4.
I'm not, but Stupides. Just
no, but if he was working in Cuba, he would get $4.
But Stupides. All I said is that they take the majority of the salary and give them a fraction. That's the truth.
Yes, that is true. But this is what I'm saying to you.
I'm not saying
Yeah. But this is what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, I see
this is
what
I'm saying to you.
They wouldn't even get close to 1,200. I agree with you there.
They saying the bullshit is cool.
No, I'm not saying the bullshit is cool. All right, let's look at farm workers.
Hey, listen, this is Cyber Cuba 2025. This is from Cuba. This is Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025. The article says, recent reports and leaked contract documents, this is Cyber Cuba, suggest that in most cases, the Cuban state retains 80 to 90% of the payments, while doctors receive a small stipend. So it happens now. Will they make that money in Cuba? No. But you got to remember, they're living in a whole nother society under that cost of living. And under
but
that
when
cost of living,
they
if
go
I
there,
hand
they
you
get
$5,000,
housing.
hold on,
Yeah.
under 90% doctrine, under 90%, this is from their newspaper in Cuba, Cyber Cuba. If you get paid $5,000 as a doctor in Brazil, and Cuba takes 4,500, how the fuck is this person living in Brazil? How?
Oh gosh.
I'm asking. I know that.
I'm
Listen,
good.
I
All
understand
right.
everything you're saying.
As I tell everybody earlier, I was a public health inspector and a disease intervention officer in Jamaica. So I work with the ministry, right? So working with the Ministry of Health, you interact with a lot of Cuban doctors, Cuban nurses.
Okay.
And they will tell you straight up, they're getting more pay here than they get in Cuba. And there's a waiting list to get on the program. There's a long waiting list to get on the program.
Stupid, he already conceded that point.
I conceded that point, but you're justifying them taking 90%.
I'm not justifying it. I'm saying that the program itself, even if a Cuban doctor come here in America, he couldn't work as a doctor day one. And basically, he must get re-educated. Because the thing about the American system is that the American education system is a protectionist. It protects the American students. Meaning that when foreign students come here, unless it's something that they really need, like nurses and probably some high-level engineer, they're allowed to, partake in the system. But like doctors, a Cuban doctor coming here, the chance of him becoming a doctor, just like how a Russian doctor coming here back in the day, the chance of him becoming a doctor is very difficult because the system protects the doctors here, right? So when they go to these countries, they don't even need to get licensed, right? Because they're part of a program. So they're facilitated in those countries to practice the craft that they have. But many persons
agree. But the only thing you're defending Cuba taking 90% of their wages, and the only thing you're coming back with is opportunity.
Yes.
Right, but if you got the opportunity. Listen, just simple points. How much do you if you get paid $5,000 a month, and you look at the breakdown? Everybody gets some form of something that breaks down, right? Right, like a FICA and all of that kind of shit.
Yeah.
If you worked all that time as a doctor, fixing bones, gunshots in Brazil, so this is like some of the favelas. Say you up by the favelas, where you seeing crazy shit, and you see a $5,000 payment, and at the end of all of the breakdown, you get $500. Now, as a doctor, you got to live in them same goddamn favelas now.
No,
I'm saying like that's.
Hey, Brad,
I think y'all trying to simplify something that's got a lot more nuance than what y'all willing to go
Explain
into.
it, Corey. Well, I mean, just
No,
say it.
I'm just not me in explaining it. I'm saying it seems like y'all trying to simplify something that's got a lot more nuance to it than y'all willing to go through, right?
Yeah.
If we're talking about geopolitical, we're talking. Hold on.
Bras, let me just say this. I'm done. Bras, please, let me just say this. No, I have an agency. I have an employment. And my employment agency seek out specialized people. Let's say Corey wants some people.
Yeah.
Corey needs some people to work on a side with special things, with a special skill. And I can get those people.
Yes.
What I charge Corey is not their salary. What I pay them is their salary. So I can charge Corey $500 an hour and pay them $20 an hour. Because it might sound like I am taking advantage of them.
I mean, you
but
are.
But I charge Corey because I have an agency. No, you can't say. You can't look at what I charge in Corey. No, let me finish, please. Let me finish. You can't look at what I charge in Corey and say, Jesus, Corey paying these people $500 a day and Stupid's only giving them $100. No, it don't work like that.
You know how I can blame them? I mean, I can, and then let Corey go. You know how I can blame them? Because temporary agencies in the United States. And in the United States, if I was running, matter of fact, when I ran a call center, we was invested into a proxy call center. When you deal with temp agencies, if any of them temp agencies ever sent us a contract stating, because you got to be clear and transparent, if any one of them ever would have sent a contract that said they're going to take 90% of this temp's salary from what we pay, I would have called the fucking police. That's damn near fucking. I don't like to throw around the word slavery. That's forced employment, damn near. Like that's not. You can't take a motherfucker trying to get an opportunity. No, but you can't take a motherfucker trying to just seek opportunity and just take advantage of them.
All right, Ross, you need to research a farm board program.
Let Corey go.
The American Farm Board program. Go ahead, Corey. Research the American Farm Board program, and you realize that at government level, this has been going on. Even by
well, then it ain't right. Yeah, but I'm not gonna say it's right there either. I'm talking about what I know. I don't know about the farm. I look up the farm thing, but let Corey give us the nuance. I'm curious. We might be fucking the whole thing up. Go ahead, Corey.
Well, yeah, because the conversation kind of slipped into the, whether the Cubans is getting robbed or not by the government, right, for the wages. But it started out in a way where I don't think y'all got there because what I was saying is because y'all didn't want to have the nuanced conversation. It's a whole geopolitical background that goes with Cuba. You know what I'm saying? So to judge Cuba from what one regime did, or try to compare it to an American monetary system or whatever, that I don't think you're getting the correct thing. But also, like, contractors do the same thing today. Like, I mean, like I don't. It's not on the scale. So when you're talking about countries and you know what I mean, territories, cutting deals with one another, that's a lot different than a temporary agency and a contractor. But contractors do the same thing. Contractors do the same thing with me, right? I already got a set wage. My wage is already negotiated, right? But a contractor can charge a customer what he wants for me. You see what I'm saying? So my contract is already negotiated. Let's say my contract is $10, right? My contract is negotiated $10 an hour, right? And as a union member, everybody that works with me at least get paid $10, right? You know what I mean? But the contractor is charging the customer, right, $30 an hour for me.
How much?
$50 an hour. $50 an hour for me. You see what I'm saying? That's just how things go. But it's on a total different scale, and there's other things worked out in that other negotiation with it's a lot different when you're talking about countries.
I agree. Now, Corey, if that $10 an hour, do you think that would ever cause the World Health Organization to open up a forced, coerced labor investigation into what you got going on at your job? No, because $50, if $10 is a living wage, if $10 is about what the person gets paid to do that job, that's cool. We're talking about educated doctors losing 90% of their salary. That's not the same as cutting a better deal to deal with margins and profit loss. That's way different. It must be a problem if Congress, the World Health Organization, and Cuba is complaining about it. Like, they must see a problem in it. There must be. It can't be.
What was the? I mean, well, explain to us. Explain to us what was the problem that they found.
Cyber Cuba. This is from their writings. What's the word they use? Okay. Human rights outlets and U.S. government documentation have described the conditions as restrictive and cited that doctors are under surveillance They face limited freedom, and they may have their passports withheld, conditions that these groups compare to forced or coerced labor. On top of as high as 91.6% of their money being taken. They have firsthand accounts. This is in 2017, Biden opened up a call to action of the firsthand account abuses in Cuba's overseas medical missions. So this is September 26, 2017.
So are they experiencing this in the countries that they're going to?
In the countries
or is this in Cuba?
Yeah, because essentially what Cuba does, they treat them, they basically send them to like a camp, based on what I'm seeing, based on what I read while we all been talking. They send them all to a camp.
Either they don't a camp where in other countries. That's not true.
Okay, I know you could say what's not true. I can tell you that this is from 2017 to 2021, the state government. So what a person may be telling you is their individual experience. If they're opening up international investigations of coerced and forced labor, there must be an issue, Stupies. They're not making it up.
I'm not saying that there's not an issue. I'm saying that to the extent where these people say there's an issue, right? I've worked at hospitals in Alexandria.
No, that's not my question. Y'all gonna go right past my question, bro.
I'm trying to read.
What's the question? What the question is?
My question is, so I'm asking, are they experiencing these slave labor conditions? Are they experiencing this in the countries that they working in?
In the countries that they're in the countries where they go, essentially where it is, it's recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, and obtaining a person for labor. So the system that they're doling out is a Cuban, like a group of Cubans outside the doctor. So they'll send maybe it says, we heard how governments collect $7.2 billion in a single year from the export of professional services through programs like the Foreign Medical Missions. So with those services ongoing, they will not provide even a living wage to those who were participating in it. So the way they describe it as, they send a group, along with the doctors, they send a group of Cuban nationals, I guess, whoever from the government. And those doctors live in a secured area in these places, and they go to work. I say in Brazil.
I've actually been to Brazil working, and you are in a secure area. Like, you cannot leave out of that area, bro.
No, okay, but what they're saying is, hold on. Okay, I graduated as a doctor.
The General Motors out there years ago, but it was a guarded, secure place where I was at. It was basically like being in jail, basically. But
all right, so I want to see if you
So you're protected, right?
Hold on. You said you wanted first-hand account. I'm giving it to you. This is first-hand account from a doctor. He graduated as a doctor in 1994 in the medical medicine faculty at Matanzas, Cuba. I'm assuming you know where that's at. So it says, since we graduate, we get a menial minimum salary. That's where the story with the missions starts. First, we're sent to a country, to Belize, for 11 months, supposedly under a contract, which was no contract at all. It's claimed to be voluntary and for humanitarian purposes. And in none of the missions, whether it was Venezuela, Brazil, or Belize, it was not voluntary at all. In the Venezuela mission, we were under military supervision, not to protect us, but to restrict us. We were restricted deprived of our freedoms, deprived from engaging with any local people. We only got 10% of the money that the Venezuelan government was paying for our services. The rest of the money was being sent to an account in Cuba. Many of us decided not to return to Cuba because this money didn't go to our families. The money was seized, even the 10%, and was frozen in accounts by the Cuban government. So in Venezuela, we got pressure from the quote-unquote coordinators, who were nothing but agents of the government. These security agents had us under constant pressure, and what bothered me the most is that we had to falsify the statistics Also, we had to influence the general population to get involved in politics, meaning to vote for the regime, either Maduro or Chavez. So this wasn't like what you're talking about. I know what you mean, where they're trying to protect you, doing work over there as a contractor, and they're protecting you. That's not what he's
at Paringa.
Yeah, that's not what he's describing.
All right. That's a Cuban experience. That's a Cuban experience in Venezuela. Can I talk about as a health worker in Jamaica? No. That's hearsay. He's singing. He just read hearsay. He's just read hearsay.
No, I mean, this is government. This isn't a government.
My hearsay.
This isn't.
But it's still hearsay. It's still hearsay.
This is testimony in
I'm
front
not
of
listening to no Jamaican about Cuba because they y'all peoples and you just don't want to, you know what I mean, recognize that they on some bullshit. We ain't talking
I'm not saying that it's not bullshit.
Government. We talking about the government. Not your people.
I don't think we got room to point fingers at whose government is on some bullshit, though, Chef.
Right.
We definitely ain't got the room to do that.
I don't want to hear secondhand information. This nigga testified in front of Congress, bro. You can't call that
but I'm not speaking second-hand experience. I'm speaking first-hand experience from interacting with Cubans themselves and Cubans.
But you just called what he said hearsay.
But what he said, of course, is hearsay. What facts him have other than his experience? What facts does he have?
Wait. So testifying in front of Congress, right? Not saying that people don't lie. But you saying that the guy who I'm not saying that people don't lie, but I'm saying the person that testified in front of Congress under oath, that is not classified as hearsay, brother. That's testimony.
All right. He's given his experience. Can I give my experience?
Are you a Cuban doctor?
No, I'm a Jamaican health worker. Worked alongside many Cuban doctors.
We're talking about Cuban doctors. Do you have a story?
No. I worked alongside Cuban doctors.
In
Jamaica? So I have experience in it. In Jamaica.
What did they
just because these people are going, they passing them out, right? Ain't they
I agree, but I'd like to know what they told them. Go ahead, what they tell you?
No. I worked alongside Cuban doctors. Let me give you a background. I worked in Alexander Hospital. Up in Alexander Hospital, there are 2 Cuban doctors and 6 Cuban nurses. I worked at St. Anne's Bay Hospital. That's in St. Anne. The 2 hospitals I'm talking about is in St. Anne, Jamaica. The St. Anne's Bay Hospital had quite a few, but I primarily interacted with one at the St. Anne's Bay Health Center. In St. Anne's Bay Health Center, you had 1, 2, 3 Cuban doctors. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Cuban nurses, right? In the hospital, it was different. You had more, right? Housings were in Alexander. The hospital had housings for staff. The Cuban doctors stayed in that housing. In St. Anne's Bay, there wasn't in housing, but they stayed at the hospital. Housing was provided in the hospital. They knew that they got a proportion of their salary. When you speak to them, they will tell you that, listen, people sign up. People sign up to go on these programs. Because in Cuba, and this is directly from their mouth, the lady who works in the market in Cuba get more paid than a doctor. Because as we said earlier, the ratio of doctors to people in Cuba is 1 to 40. So doctor don't mean shit in Cuba. Because if you have 1 doctor to every 40 person, you don't have to pay them shit. Because
it's free education. They got free education. Even people from Angola.
Imagine if you have 1 doctor to every 4. In America, you have 1 doctor to every 4,000. But in Cuba, you have 1 doctor to every 40 person. What are you going to pay them? You don't have to pay them.
Yeah, you got straight cancer. Like you have like a cancer doctor over there, look like an Instagram model, like for real.
You don't pay them shit because them too much. So even in Cuba, they don't get paid. Imagine if you had 1 barber. Imagine if you had 1 barber to every 40 head. 1 barber to every 40 person. Barbers could charge anything for haircut.
We got it, Stu.
Yeah, barbers couldn't charge shit for haircut.
Somebody else.
I met a Cuban triage doctor, right? In Cuba, and this motherfucker was collecting scrap metal on the streets.
Yes.
Fuck me up.
Yes.
I'm talking to the nigga, right? Talking to the nigga, having a good conversation with him, and he tell me his profession. He a triage doctor by profession. But this motherfucker had a wheelbarrow collecting motherfucking scrap metal in the street. I said that's different. You feel me? It was no way for him to make money over there for him like that. Being a
Yeah,
doctor.
because if you trust only 85 doctors. If you trust only 2 by 85 doctors.
I don't know what you saying.
He was speaking English to you?
Yeah, he was speaking.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so real quick. So
now I was asking was that particular person speaking good English? Because everybody don't speak fully English in Cuba. Like some people do, some people don't.
So listen, in this same
A lot of
document,
them is pretty competent at it to communicate with us though.
in this same document,
I was in Havana and Santiago, so they pretty much, I wasn't in no crazy,
Yeah, that's my friend.
remote place.
That's where my family from. Yeah, that's where my family from. Santiago and Havana. Yeah, that's where a lot of black people, black Cubans from.
Exactly.
So listen, hey, Stu Pease, check this out. So if you scroll down in this document, they actually talk about Jamaica. Jamaica also, it says that Rubio's statements, this was in 2015. Rubio visited Jamaica on behalf of the United States. Rubio made statements saying that it was forced or coerced labor. Rubio's statements had 2 immediate effects when he left. The government of Jamaica announced that it was coincidentally starting a revision of the terms of the bilateral deal with Cuba, which establishes the salary payments. And they're also going to allow, quote unquote, clarifying issues and adjusting elements of the agreement. Also on the Cuban side, led by Ochoa, they gave the order to the brigade leaders to return the ID documents to the collaborators. So they started talking about the pay. It says the expropriation pattern and control mechanisms meet, even under Cuban standards, forced or coerced employment. On the 10th of each month, Jamaica deposits the salaries of Cuban health workers into the CMB account. The CMB then pays a stipend to each worker. According to testimonies and official documents from the mission reviewed by CubaNet, the monthly payments range between $1,400 and $2,100 US. Of this amount, Cuba retains 85%. While you would think the 15% is allocated to the worker, Jamaica guarantees an extra $200 US to cover their housing expenses. As a result, the doctors should amount to about $1,050 per month. But it actually works out where they get $1.75 US per hour after all of the payments. So Jamaica pays for the overtime hours worked, but the Cuban professional, even out of the overtime, has to reimburse 80 to 90% of their portion to Cuba after deducting supplements for quote unquote meal and taxi that cover food costs and transportation expenses that don't exist. They're running. It's a grift.
What I'm saying is sitting in America saying that, right, is to me is wild as hell. I don't think the Cuban government stole $80 trillion. I don't think it add up to 80 trillion.
Yeah, but if we're talking about
but it's all right as long as it's
apples, Corey. No, Corey, you gotta compare apples.
No, but if Cuba and Jamaica, if
that ain't apples to apples.
Hold on, Corey. If the
redistributing the funds from the workers.
No, that's not. I ain't say apples to apples. What I'm saying is, if the United States government did go down there, and Cuba and Jamaica realized that they needed to readjust what they was doing, that those people were supposed to be getting $6 an hour, working out to about $1,000 a month. They were getting $1 an hour, working out to about $203 a month, and getting their overtime taken for expenses that don't exist. Cuba and Jamaica realized, well, either realized or were forced to realize that it was coerced or forced labor. So if they made the switch, whatever the United States did, they didn't make Cuba and Jamaica change the terms of the agreement. They changed it on their own.
Yeah,
right,
I'm just trying to figure out though, because I remember where the conversation started at, y'all.
All right. The beautiful thing is that
and then
Rubio,
y'all slipped into the pay
Well, go
the
back
nurse.
to the beginning of the wait. Go back to the beginning. What are we going
because
away from?
y'all was saying
the beautiful thing is
that basically that Cuba was a shithole country, basically, in so many words, y'all was trying to say that Cuba was a shithole country.
Nobody said Cuba was a shithole country. Something ain't in
y'all didn't say the words, but that's was basically what y'all was getting at.
No, we was saying that
communist dictatorship.
No, yeah, they were practicing communism. That's all I said. I didn't call them a shithole.
Second,
I mean,
I keep telling you this. Cuba is socialist with a communist constitution. They are not socialist.
See, that's what I'm saying. That you don't, when you're talking geopolitics, y'all try to simplify it, but Cuban gonna have a nuanced conversation that y'all not ready to have. Y'all want to simplify it. Like what he said was real talk. What he said was real talk, and Sheffrin shared that shit off. Sheffrin shared that shit off like it wasn't a motherfucking thing. Like
that's what he lied. Because he lied. Hey, Corey.
He ain't lying. That's not bro.
Hold on. Hey, Corey, hold on.
And I don't even know, like the people. Like I don't even know the people that's having a conversation. No, it's not. It's a lot of nuance to go with Cuba. But go ahead.
Corey, he was trying to get. Hold on. Before the conversation even started, the first thing we said, I said to them, you can't say we wasn't trying to get nuance. I said we should talk to Cuban about this. Let's see what he say. We took him off mute, and somebody was cussing his ass out.
Why?
Because
why y'all want to talk to Cuban? Because the shit he say is bullshit. That's what y'all. He only said one thing. He only said
what he said was bullshit.
Sheffrin did.
I said it. Okay, then just say Sheffrin said it was bullshit. I said I want to hear from Cuban.
If I wouldn't have said that, y'all was going right down the line with Sheffrin. Y'all was in the car with Sheffrin. That what he finna say is some bullshit, bro. Believe me. I done heard the whole conversation.
We was trying to get it from Cuban. Somebody was cussing his ass out every time we took him off mute.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Me and my girl were having a history argument, and it was about Cuba.
Yeah. Right. So I ain't want to get into personal business.
Yeah, that's okay. So how did y'all
don't
transition?
get cussed out by your woman to be on Discord, bro. Like if she wants you to get off Discord and pay her some attention, bro, just cut this motherfucker off.
Yeah, let
I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Discord if it's causing issues at home.
No. I was resting before I got ready for work.
No, he got a cabana at home, yo. They like that. I already know what you want to.
My phone was next to me, and I guess I hit the phone. I didn't know I did.
Yeah, you was getting you ain't trying to hear that shit. She's on your ass, nigga.
She was on his ass.
She's on your ass, nigga.
But why you got the floor? Just say your point. Why you got the floor? Say your point. Real.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so mommy was on his head.
I want to know, how did y'all go from Egypt to Cuba?
Because that's the natural connection.
The Egyptians are Cubans. We know these niggas.
Right. How you ain't know that?
No, but that's a good question.
You look just like an Egyptian, though. I ain't gonna lie.
No. What's the piece at?
We don't look like no goddamn Egyptian.
No, you don't. But Cuban dude.
Cuban look like
you look like a regular nigga. Cuban look like an Egyptian.
But he don't represent all of Cuba though. All Cuba don't look like.
I don't want to go back to Egypt, bro. How do we get on
Cuba? When I think of a Cuban, I think of Cuban crisis.
No, he fucking don't.
Cubans don't look like you.
and the
Yes, they
Egyptian.
do.
And
They do.
every time I think about the Egyptian, I think about Cuban crisis.
What are you talking about? I look just like my goddamn granddaddy.
You look like you from
Yes, he
Detroit.
do, bro.
You look like you from Detroit, and Cuban look like he's from Cuba.
And his Cubans look like that. And his Cubans look like that too, bro. What you talking about? Y'all niggas ignorant ass. Y'all niggas ignorant as hell, bro. Niggas ignorant, bro.
We like one of the D niggas.
He's
a on the Tigers jersey. He came out here Cuban with a Tigers jersey on.
This nigga said y'all look like Caribbean Devont.
Hey, DQ, this nigga Corey said he looked like he got on a Tigers jersey.
Bro, I got Cuban uncles.
He got on the Detroit Tigers jersey.
I got Cuban uncles that look like Cuban. Hold on. I got Cuban uncles that look like
This nigga can name every member of the Pistons championship team.
Bro, I got Cuban uncles that look like Corey, bro. What are you talking about?
You look like a Compton Cuban.
He said a Compton Cuban.
I'm from the Bida Benin. Ain't no nigga in Cuban looking like the Bida Benin nigga. I'm from the Bida.
You a fucking lie. It is niggas. Niggas from Cuba come straight from the fucking Bida Benin.
Ain't no niggas.
Cuban.
We last on Bida Benin.
The African Cubans came from Bida Benin before niggas came from fucking America. Talking about, bro.
What?
Niggas come from Benin, from Biafra. Nigga, what you think?
From the Bida Biafra, bro.
Bro,
y'all niggas have the
you talking about white Cubans? And all Cubans ain't the fucking same. You got white.
No matter what y'all talk about, it always
black motherfuckers like you do in America.
Now we talking about Black Cuba. Come on, bro. Let's move on.
Because
the Cubans, they was here before Columbus. The Afro Cubans was here before Columbus.
Cubans ain't
Caribbean Levant nigga. Caribbean Levant nigga. I don't care what y'all saying.
By way of Columbus.
Cuban crisis, you an invader, bro. You want to you're a Mediterranean. You're a Mediterranean Cuban.
Wait, hey, do y'all realize we don't know so far
Faison Love was a fucking Faison Love was a damn
Mediterranean, bro.
Cuban is a Mediterranean Arab.
Hey, you know it's an area in Cuba that has a Mediterranean climate. Did y'all know that?
No,
you know who I learned that from? Guess who I learned that from? He was pointing it out to me in out of context, right? You got to know he was totally out of context when I tell y'all who I learned it from, right? But I learned it from brother. Yeah.
He thought we meant Mediterranean climate when we were talking about the Mediterranean Sea. This motherfucker crazy. Crazy as fuck.
Yeah, but some of the people that have more
where Cuban crisis from. He's from the Mediterranean part.
How the fuck did we end up?
It's all mixed in, bro.
I know we were saying Bay
of Pigs. Niggas tripping.
I know how we got
I think Gullah got off track because we said Cuban look more Cuban than
it was 2 P's. No, it was 2 P's. No, hold on, Gullah. It was 2 P's.
You're African American. What are you talking about?
No, hold on. 2 P's started talking.
He Cuban American, bro. You're not gonna keep doing
He said he half Southern.
2 P's, hold on.
What I did wrong?
I am wrong.
90%.
Talking about how he started the conversation. I'm in Jamaica and getting rid of and helping Jamaica.
I thought you was Gullah.
Y'all niggas
I thought Gullah was like from the Carolinas.
Yeah, we're not on that money shit. We're not on the Pan American shit, man. We NBA, man.
Y'all gonna act like some ignorant ass niggas, bro. This shit crazy, bro.
Jamaica, and then we started getting into the politics. How y'all gonna how you gonna get mad at us?
He got quarters
when we tried to help you, and then he said, "I don't want to hear that shit." That's how we got onto Cuba.
Yeah, it was Askel who said we didn't want to hear that shit. And a second.
You gotta put it like if he was a kilo, he'd be a 9-piece. If he was a kilo, chef, you gotta put it in drug terms, chef.
I need
If he was a kilo, a 9-piece would be Cuban, right?
Hold on, Gullah. Hold on, Corey. Go ahead, Cuban.
Oh, so I'm gonna start off. I'm gonna teach you Spanish right now. This is a very popular thing. Listen,
come on, man. You gotta play some music while you do it.
No, coño pinga, mierda. All right?
That's something about your dick, nigga.
No.
I know what pinga mean, nigga.
No, but pinga, it means that, but it's not.
Yeah. Don't be doing all that cute Spanish shit talk.
When people are talking chimoso, when people are talking shit, you say coño pinga. Like, yo,
no, out here they say choo-choo pinga.
They say choo-choo pinga. So look.
Yeah, just talk.
All right. Now, I want to set this straight. You see how y'all talked about Cuba?
No.
Do y'all hear me? I'm not offended. You know why I'm not offended? Because information and history is information and history, and there is no standard on who the fuck can talk about it. So I shout that out to Reggie, all right, and people who think like that. Now, proceeding forward.
Come on with that pregnant pause, G. Go ahead.
All right. No. There was like a crazy sound. So, all right. Now, as far as what's going on politically in Cuba, what you're talking about with the doctors and shit, if you Google right now and you type in pay scales, right, where people get paid, listen, there's fuckery going on in Cuba. All right, there's no government on the planet Earth that's exempt. But at the same time, I'd be damned if I'm going to listen or believe in Mark Rubio, right? But that doesn't mean that couldn't be true. I don't know. But what I would say is that what Chef is saying when he saw the doctor, and that doctor was getting scraps, okay? That this is true. Just because you have a prestigious career, you know, that required learning, doesn't mean that you're living well. Okay, I have a family member that she's a doctor. Okay, she's been sent. When I was there, she was telling me how she was to Brazil. Now, we didn't get into this topic. She is a loyalist of Castro. Okay. But she wasn't the type that, like, just say you did start to question these things, you know what I'm saying, when she get offended. No. She'll have a political discussion with you. Because there was things we talked about that she agreed with what I was saying. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so I look at the only way to really know how I look at it is if this is one big scheme or one big the issue of the economy is this. If America lifted the embargo on Cuba, that would be helpful to know if there is indeed exploitation, largely on behalf of the government. Do I think that they do exploit? I think every government exploits. But now, if that embargo is lifted and we see things are still the same, then we can say, okay, they're on some bullshit. But I will say that, again, I've said this before, just because there's an embargo on Cuba, right? And just because I may be anti-capitalism, doesn't mean that I'm going to be blind to what I actually seen in Cuba. And one of those things is kind of like what Chef mentioned. So